Welcome to Cinegear 2014 on BeTerrific. I'm Michael Artsis alongside Josh After here.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's amazing here today. This is the Paramount Studios backlot. This is the coolest show. We've got the Instacube going. We've got the Bridge keyboard going. By the way, there's a sale on Bridge keyboards, bridgekeyboards.com for Father's Day. This is the most expensive unit at $99, so go to bridgekeyboards.com. We're presented by Adorama. And Adorama is an amazing camera store in New York City where you can get all this great gear that you see here. So go check out Adorama in New York City and say hello to Ben. Tell him I sent you. He'll take care of you. And you can go to Adorama.com. Now, this is the Instacube. What I want to tell you about this is if you take a picture from home and hashtag it, BeTerrific TV Stage, it will show up on here. So we're going to be doing behind-the-scenes photos. We'll have vendors taking photos and putting them up here as the day goes on. And in addition to that, we will also have your photos. So BeTerrific TV Stage. All right, we've got a whole lot of great show today. This is day 2 of Cinegear, the last day. We're streaming thanks to the Mushroom Network Streamer 8000, and we're switching live via the Paladin Switcher. But Josh, what we're doing here is truly groundbreaking and amazing. Because
never been done before.
Never been done before.
Except yesterday when we did it before.
Exactly. We're streaming live on a multicam broadcast with only iOS devices and cameras.
I'm going to get the thing over here so they can see.
The Padcaster.
So this is what we're doing. And I always wondered if it could be done. I worked with these guys at Stony Brook who do this sort of via Skype and Wi-Fi, and the picture quality suffers for it, and there's no way to control the picture quality. And then what we've got here is full clean HDMI out of Filmic Pro, which allows you to lock focus, exposure, white balance, and sends a clean signal out to a wireless transmitter. So we're doing live wireless. I'm going to go to that camera because you told me to. Live wireless video from the show. We're going to all the different locations and we're talking to different people. And yes, it's never been done before.
Yeah, not off an iPad or an iPhone, and that's what we're doing. We're using Schneider Optics on the iPhones. We're using the Padcasters on the iPads, and we've got Peter Poon holding down the fort, doing an amazing, amazing job. He's running around like a maniac, and you can tell that it's just an awesome, awesome setup here. We'll have a full behind-the-scenes for you later. We got the Planet 5D wrap-up show tonight as well, and we'll be with you all day. The cool part about this is we're only using iOS devices as our cameras, so we're doing a live multicam switching situation into the Paladin Switcher, only using iPhones and iPads, and of course the Padcaster is the backbone of this because it's just an amazing mounting situation for your iPad and iPhone.
Should I show you the new one? Or is it not yet?
I think we should show the new one later when we're going to talk about Padcaster because I'm going to interview you about Padcaster.
Oh, okay.
So,
I can wait. I'm very excited, though.
Don't forget, you have to hashtag your photos, too, your behind-the-scenes photos, while you're running around here at Cinegear to hashtag BeTerrific Stage, TV Stage, BeTerrific TV Stage.
Hashtag BeTerrific TV Stage, one word.
Yes.
And it goes right in there.
Right on the Instacube. The Instacube's amazing. Wirelessly, it will take that Instagram hashtag and display it right here. So it's pretty awesome. We're looking forward to bringing you a whole lot of coverage. We've got Perry from MXL Mics and Marshall Electronics coming up next. We're going to take a quick break, and then Josh is going to wander around too. So we're going to get a lot of great stuff from him wandering around. When we come back, Perry will be on to talk about these wonderful mics and the mobile media kits that work great with the iPhones and iPads when you're trying to record audio. And of course, he'll talk about the wonderful Marshall monitors. Now, I got to tell you, you got to check out Airback. Airback's backpacks lighten the load by shifting the weight distribution. Go to airback.com. That's AIRBAC.com. Don't forget about Bridge Keyboards and that sale. Bridge Keyboard is the only and the best wireless metal aluminum keyboard for your iPad. It turns your iPad into a laptop when you need it, so you can ditch the laptop and leave it at home, and it's truly amazing. They also have polycarbonate models. Father's Day sale for $99. We'll be back at Cinegear Live on BeTerrific, brought to you by Adorama right after this. I'm Michael Artsis. Keep it locked here.
When you work in film or photography, is going to have old technology, a bunch of stuff.
I have equipment back in my place that I'm not using anymore. I'm here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment that you want, and
My head.
Gabe, yeah, I'm ready to buy new stuff.
It was pretty quick, and I feel like it was.
It's nice just to walk in front of you.
the best part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here, you can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
Trade me work, so it's safer than Craigslist.
Put it in where you want to. Works, there's any little whatnot like that. Here, it's right in front of you.
There's a convenience factor, certainly, to having somebody else.
Saying over again, the workers here are all wonderful and they're very trustworthy. I'll find what I want. People are here very ready to pick me up and to help me out with anything I need.
It's been a great experience thus far. I think the staff is knowledgeable, friendly.
Definitely a good experience.
Yeah, I never walk out of here upset.
Help me all the time, even just the shop.
Yeah, man.
I'm living in Manhattan.
I'm a novice camera user.
I'm a photographer.
I'm a fisher.
I'm an event photographer.
And I love coming to the used department here at Adorama because the people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world's most famous production studio, Paramount Studios, for Cinegear 2014 on BeTerrific, brought to you by Adorama. This is the back lot of Paramount Studios. It is amazing here. We are doing a live show just for you. We're doing it from iPhones and iPads. It's amazing. It's never been done before. Those are our only cameras. We're using the Paladin switcher and Mushroom Network streamer. You got to check out Mushroom Networks in the streamer and yourpaladin.com. Now, we are in the MXL Marshall booth. Joining me is Perry from Marshall and MXL. Perry, you guys make amazing microphones.
Oh, thank you. We're using them right now.
You are using them.
Are we? Yeah, we are.
You had to check, huh? You can't tell. The people at home could tell because of how good they sound.
Oh, thank you.
And so we're using your microphones, but you also have the mobile media kits, which work great with iPads and iPhones when you want to record directly into those devices.
Well, exactly. So as more and more people use their hand devices for professional video, so my favorite line I use, and I'm taking credit because I wrote it, is once upon a time we had once upon a time we had cell phones that also took pictures. Now we have professional 1080p cameras in our pockets that also make phone calls.
That's very true.
But because they're so portable, because we have them with us all the time, they've become our first camera of choice. So we said, okay, there's a lot they can do with the video, but it's very limited in the audio because we know audio has a lot of, requirements that you just can't do in a phone. Like we can't do this with a phone, especially if it's doing video. It's just not going to work.
Right?
Yeah, it wouldn't quite work. So we came up with a full line of, we've got a handheld.
So you've got the MM130, which is a handheld kit. It goes from an XLR into a nice microphone, a great microphone.
A TRRS.
Into an XLR cable that goes into a Y, that turns into a Y. One end goes into the phone or the iPad or whatever your mobile device is. The other end comes back out. And in some apps like Filmic Pro, which we're using now to broadcast live here, you can get your audio out as well, so you can monitor your audio in real time and know that your shot is good.
Well, and that's important because you're not listening to the mic. You're not monitoring it through the mic. We can do that.
Yeah.
You're monitoring it through the record program, so when you heard it, you know it's already been recorded and it's a good signal.
So you've got the MM130, that's the stick mic, and we use that all the time. In fact, our TouchCast, which you can find on touchcast.com/artsysmedia, are being done with the MM130 kit. We do a lot of videos with that. You also have the Lav kit, which has the same Y cable with a Lav on it. Nice for interviews. We use that all the time as well. What model is that?
That's the MM160.
Okay, the MM160.
And that just got released. It's out into the market now.
Excellent.
Now, here's the deal is what we did with it is we made it a 6-foot cable.
Yeah.
Because there's others out there that have a 3-foot, so they'll go from like your pocket to here. But that only works if you're doing audio only. If you're doing video, you can go up to 4 or 5 feet away from the device and still get a nice headshot.
That's excellent. That's excellent. So that's the 160. How do you come up with these numbers, by the way? The 130, the 160. Usually, with like cars, they mean something. So
I just make it up.
There's no meaning to them.
Well, MM is mobile media.
Yeah.
And we just find numbers within there.
Because, like, if you had like a 550 Mercedes, it would be 5.5 liters.
Yeah. Well, it just gets complicated, and we just give it numbers within a. We know what they mean.
Yeah.
They have no relationship to the product. We just know what they mean.
Got it. And then you've got the you've got the kit, the VE001, which is not only the MM130, but it's also a bracket to hold your phone or iPod Touch or whatever.
Well, it's actually what it is. It's a shotgun mic.
Yeah.
And the bracket actually holds the microphone. It's got another shoe that it can hold the light.
Yeah.
And it's got a bracket that will hold any phone because it's adjustable.
And then you have the one that does the 130 with that, which would be the VV001?
Yeah. No. It's you can see it's up there.
Right.
It's adjustable. It does all of it.
Okay. And then in addition to that, you've got the one for the conferencing, for web conferencing or table.
We call it a meeting mic because it records meetings.
Right.
It's a table mic. It's great for students, recording lectures, things like that. It won't do phone calls on its own.
But it's good for roundtables.
Yeah, it's good for roundtables. You can't use it to make phone calls out.
Right.
It doesn't have echo canceling.
This stuff is amazing. It's really good. You guys have perfected it. I do a lot with iFilmmaking.
We won a lot of awards for it.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
You know, and we have a lot of fun doing this, don't we?
Oh, yeah, great time.
You know, thank you for
Amazon wrote us. They're having a press reception in July for all the hottest new Christmas items, and they chose the MMVE001.
Wow.
With the shotgun and the iPhone. They liked it that
awesome.
much.
Congratulations. I know the booth
excited.
is packed, and thank you for giving us some space to do this broadcast. We're doing it together. I mean, you're a partner of ours in doing this. We're promoting the mobile media kits. We're promoting the microphones here,
promoting the Marshall
and the Marshall brand.
The Marshall brand. You're using our Marshall monitors.
We are. We love the Marshall monitors.
Well, and you're also using the other thing is if you take a look at Josh's setup over here, you're using our wireless HDMI transmitter.
I love that thing. How much does that thing go for? Do you know?
You know, I don't even know the price.
I'll ask Bernie later
Bernie, he'll tell
when
you.
he's on, because we're going to talk about that and a couple other products when he's on later. You know, I really love what you've been able to do at Marshall. You've come in and you've kind of repositioned the way the company thinks and feels and looks, and said, look, it's great. Let's keep making our monitors, but let's make them better. And let's make the IP cameras and do all this stuff. That's great. But we also have to look to the microphone business and where that's going. And we have to not only make the microphones, but we have to bring together a community of iFilmmakers. And you're doing that. We're doing that together.
Yeah.
But it's really tremendous, and it's a great vision.
Well, we're always stronger as a group.
Yeah.
Because these days you can't be a standalone anything. Because we're not going to get in the app business. The app guys don't want to get in the hardware business. The hardware guys don't want to make electronics.
And the broadcasters just want to broadcast.
Broadcasters just want to take all this stuff packaged together and go out and it's rock and roll.
Yeah.
You know, and we're just getting started because by next year at this time, we'll have our little battery-powered 4-camera HD SDI switcher with the built-in quad viewer.
That's pretty awesome.
That will be amazing.
Yeah.
That will be amazing, and it'll be good for recording.
Yep.
It'll be good for live streaming. Be good for all kinds of different things.
Awesome. Well, Perry, I am so excited about what you guys have going on here. And I'm so excited about these mobile media kits. And I know you're also doing stuff for GoPro as well. I would say iFilmmaking is really an idea, and I love doing it on the iPads and iPhones. But that doesn't mean you can't do it with a GoPro or some other mobile device. And the thing is that no matter what you're doing it with, it's the fact that you're cutting the workflow and you're being able to do things you have never been able to do before, like this broadcast, doing it off of iPhones and iPads. So I consider the GoPros part of this whole community.
Oh, it's a huge part of it.
I mean, operate them and record them from iPhones.
I actually would say there is
they
big.
Started it, right?
They started that action camera thing. All right, and they're here, and they're really good people, and they have terrific product. And So we're making audio solutions for GoPro cameras and lots of different ones, because just like we're making audio solutions for iPhones, by the nature of the product, it's limited in its audio capabilities. And the big line, the most important thing that people have to remember is you can have grainy, shaky video, and it's okay. As soon as you can't hear, you shut it off.
Right. That's
and
the
we
truth.
spend so much time talking about 4K and picture quality and portability of video products, but the end is you got to hear it.
Right. And you know, it's interesting because we were setting this up the other day in our hotel room, and in Marshall, we broke it down after setting it up in Marshall. We set it up in our hotel room, and we had some audio issues we were working through, and a lot of people would have just said, okay, it's fine, it's good enough. But I wasn't fine with it because of the fact that the reality is you need to have great audio, and I knew that you, the viewer, would turn off in 3 minutes, or 3 seconds rather, if we had bad audio. And so we fixed it.
Do this, but I got to look at my phone.
You got to look at your phone?
Yeah, you know what? My wife is calling.
Well, why don't you pick it up on air?
Yeah, because she's here. Hello?
Well, what do we got? Look at this.
Wait,
This is reality TV for you.
Are you here?
This is the absolute reality TV. So we're broadcasting live here, which is really exciting, and I'm thrilled with it. But you can hit us up on Instagram, hashtag BeTerrific TV Stage.
Who did that? Rudy Giuliani took a phone call from his wife in the middle of a
You know what? A lot of
speech.
people do this now. Hold on one second. Let me finish telling people about the InstaCube. So the InstaCube, you can hashtag BeTerrific TV Stage, and your pictures will show up right here. We'll be doing behind-the-scenes pictures throughout the day. And we'll get them wirelessly on that InstaCube. Now, Perry, you know, Joel from Roscoe did that at NAB to me, and I made him, his daughter FaceTimed him, and I made his daughter talk to him on air. And so this happens a lot now. We're always
There's
connected.
really nothing compelling about that call other than the fact that she told me the Gower lot is filled. They had to go to the other one because this place
Is she upset
packed.
with you?
No, she's just told me she's here.
But she's not upset that you're not, like, greeting her at the gate.
I'm going to greet her at the gate.
You know I'm trying to start controversy.
I know. I'm going to greet her at the gate, actually. That's why she told me she's not at the gate, because the parking lot's filled.
Right, so you've got to go is what you're saying.
In a bit. In a bit.
Okay. The wife comes first, so does my wife.
Yes.
And so does my son, Jack, and I know your kids. You have wonderful kids.
Well, thank you.
Zachary.
I'm going to keep them.
I think you should.
For 3 more years, and then 18, out.
So anyway.
Anyways, I'm going to sign off.
Thank you. Wait, hold on a second. I
Okay.
want to thank you for letting us do this in the MXL Marshall booth. I want to thank
pleasure.
MXL Marshall for having us here, for doing this groundbreaking thing with us, and for, you know, putting together the iFilmmaking space, ifilmmaking.com. That's Perry Marshall, Perry Goldstein from Marshall.
www.mxlmics.com.
We've been plugging you all day, brother. Thank you so much. These are the MXL mics. You know, I'm so excited about Cinegear here. We're just going to keep things rolling, and we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have a whole lot more show for you. I'm Michael Artsis, alongside Josh Apter at Cinegear 2014, brought to you by Adorama. This is BeTerrific coverage. We'll be back right after this.
When you work in film or photography, you're always going to have old technology. Coming here with a bunch of stuff that, you know, has been sitting around.
Whenever I have equipment back in my place that I'm not using anymore, I'm here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it, or make a trade and buy new equipment from it with my money. And
Went there, they appraised my, gave me a slip.
It's nice just to walk in and have it in front of you within 5
That's the best part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here. You can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
They wouldn't work, so it's a
Ticks. Yeah, here it's right in front of you.
There's a convenience factor, certainly. Having somebody else handle all of that for you and buying.
It's going to be in always incredibly fair, and the people are here very anything I need.
It's been a great experience. I think this is very knowledgeable, friendly.
Generally, a good experience overall.
Walk out of here upset.
I tell people to come, even just the shop.
Recommend Adorama.
Camera user.
I'm a photographer.
I'm a fashion photographer.
I'm an event photographer.
Videographer and editor from New York.
I'm an amateur photographer, and I love coming to the use department here at Adorama because the people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
Hi, this is Josh Apter, live at Cinegear 2014. We are rebooting the iPad and Padcaster system. Next interview I do will probably be from way over there, but for right now, we're with Sean Dennison from D-Pro. We're making up the spare. We actually interviewed you yesterday, and someone had shut the microphone off. So I suppose we got to fix that problem. You have to say exactly what you said yesterday so that we can just sync it up with yesterday's interview.
Word for word.
Because today we're not going to picture, just going to be sound.
That sounds good.
So I've looked at your stuff. I'm incredibly impressed. You wouldn't tell the people at home, so they can hear you now, what we've got going on here and what you do.
All right. So we make the extender camera products that are friction-based. Started off with a 19-inch arm back in 2005 for E&G cameras because I was in television news and I needed to get better lighting on interview. And then from there we've moved to different size arms. We went to an 11-inch arm. We went to 50-millimeter rod mounts. We're at friction mounts. We make tons of camera accessories now. Everything we make is friction-based, so you just move it and you leave it. I mean, you can use your monitors. This is our new multi that'll be coming out soon. And you just move your product where you need it, and you can leave it there.
Does it respond to the amount of weight that's on it, or does it have it must have a weight capacity? You can't just put like a 20-pound dumbbell on here.
Well, no, yeah, everything's, we kind of recommend like 2.5 pounds, but I have guys using more than that. On the arms, we give you a tool, so you're actually able to adjust the tension for the product that you're using at the time. Okay. So, no, they work really, really well. If you want them light and loose and move wherever you want, just at the touch, you can, adjust it to that, or even heavier.
Right. I'm sure there's got to be the occasional ding-a-ling who walks by and smacks it, and then you just move it right back where it goes. Now, how many products do you have in circulation right now?
Right now, I think we have 32 products listed. God. So you can go on Adorama.com and you can look and see what you want. And you can also come to our website, theextender.com, THEXTENDER, leave that E out of there, and see all the products that we offer and the kits that we offer. We started putting our most popular products in kits to help people decide what they needed for their DSLR, for the E&G. It just makes life a lot easier.
Sure. So D-Pro is the parent company?
The parent company.
Okay.
I also own a video production company, which is D-Pro Video. Okay. So I've been in the industry for 26 years shooting. I think of products when I'm out in the field that I really need to make my life easier. Go back with my engineer, we create the products, and we sell them to everybody else that needs them as well.
Now, how did you get, let's go back.
Okay.
You're in school, you're working in summers, and you're saying to myself, what am I going to be when I grow up? Why video? I had to ask myself the same question. Why go into production?
Funny thing, in college, I was in a telecommunications course. My teacher took me to ABC Channel 10 in San Diego, where I'm from. Walked in that place, saw that, and something clicked inside of my head and said, you want to be in television. This is what you want to do. And from that moment on, I took an internship and then moved from there. I spent 12 years in television news, going from Santa Barbara, San Diego, Phoenix, and then came back to San Diego and was a videographer for the San Diego Zoo in Wald Allen Park for 10 years. So
that must have been great.
Yeah, so got into the documentary style, and everything you saw on the news with the baby panda was all me back in the 90s and stuff. So
now there was, if I'm remembering correctly, Three's Company was set in San Diego,
That's
and there's
true.
that whole sequence where they're in the zoo.
Yep.
In the titles, that was not you. You didn't shoot that.
No, I was probably pretty young when that happened. I don't think I was in the business yet.
I know, it's just strange because I think I only watched it on reruns. But one of my favorite all-time shows set in your hometown.
Oh, yeah. San Diego's the best. I love San Diego.
Is it? It's so, okay, L.A., one of my favorite towns, but I'm not here that much. So San Diego, what does it have to offer that Los Angeles doesn't, aside from other industries than film and television?
Well, we don't have the traffic congestion that LA has.
What There's no traffic in LA.
Yeah, a trip that should have taken me 2 hours took me 3 hours because of traffic. The weather is beautiful all year round. You can go from being at the beach to the mountains in the snow in the winter. You could go hiking, biking, boating. You know, you can do it all in San Diego. That's why it's like the famous, best place to live area in the whole United States.
Is it on one of those like top places?
Oh yeah,
I
absolutely. And the cost of living proves it too.
No, really, it's not so bad.
No, the cost of living's kind of high.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean you're paying for the sunshine. You know.
Wait, we're gonna pay for this now?
Yeah, you have to pay for sunshine.
Okay, I thought it was with my flight. I was getting peanuts, a free drink, and some sunshine.
Yeah, and you had to pay for that baggage unless you took Southwest.
No, I had to pay for my bag.
There you go.
Yeah, I wasn't happy about that. Thank you very much, United. But this new product, because this is something that you're bringing here for the first time?
Yeah, we showed it at NAB. This is the prototype. We're probably just a couple weeks away from releasing it. We went and got feedback from the people at NAB, and we're changing a few things, changing the mechanism to make it perfect, because I want to make that product perfect.
Right.
You know, before I get it out to the public, I don't want it to break. I want it to be strong. I want it to work just like I say it's going to work.
Yep.
So that's what we're doing, and we're not too far away from the release, and it's called the Multi.
Now, I noticed that you've removed a lot of the material from the inside here because it could easily be a solid piece.
Correct.
But this obviously makes it a lot lighter. Doesn't really compromise the strength of it at all.
No. And all the new products, we're redesigning our older arms, and we're actually giving them the new look.
Okay.
So the new arms will be coming out in the next month or two with the same type of look, and so they'll be lighter than we've had in the past, which a lot of people would really, really like. They like not feeling that weight on their camera, but if it's as strong as it can be and be light, that's the most amazing part.
And then this piece, do you mind if I...
No, that's fine.
Because I know it's going to go, and then it's just going to nest. Whoops.
Yep.
Sorry, small HD. See, so really, when it's not loaded up, the form factor is pretty... it has a really nice symmetry to it, which I think is probably not an accident. But it just nests down, it stores flat. Do you make cases that they go in also, or do you just throw in a bag?
We made it so it fits in your case. So you can buy any other manufacturer's case, and then you can put them in flat. You know, it's great. They're not going to be all obtrusive out and hanging out and stuff. And then, like on the NG model that we first came out with, it collapses flat onto the handle of your camera, and you can leave it there.
That's great. Well, that's the other thing. Making something that can live on your camera is pretty important. So that just literally I bend it there. You can tell it takes a little bit of force and then just stops tight.
Yeah, and you can control all the friction you want in every single product that we make. So.
Wow, and so you make these cold shoe adapters here.
Cold shoe adapters, so you can adapt. Like on a C100, it comes with quarter 20. I didn't want a quarter 20, so I took one of our CSR 10s, which is the cold shoe adapter, and converted it. Did the same thing down here. Took the rosette on the camera, we put the shoe in it, and now we have a shoe on the side of the tripod that I put an audio recorder on in our little 2-inch arm.
I have the same head, by the way. Miller head.
Love Miller.
Yeah. Was it the M7 before or something?
This is the Solo.
This is the DS20. But I got mine at the New York Times TV auction when they went out of business for very cheap.
Nice.
Yeah, I love it. I use it all the time. So,
Yeah, the guys at Miller are awesome.
Yeah, so now that you can take your stuff to their place in Jersey and have it repaired. But I have the oldest fluid head tripod. I found it on like eBay or Craigslist 10 years ago. Wooden legs. So I'm trying to find a spreader if you know one. And then it has this incredibly ancient fluid head that they will try to fix.
Oh,
they
wow.
promised me, but I can't imagine.
That's amazing if they can do that.
Well, it's a museum piece. That's the thing. I want if I could have it in the front, when people walk into the office, that'd be kind of nice.
That'd be amazing.
So, are you still in production also? So you kind of ride both companies?
Both companies have video production shoots during the week, and then I come back and I do the extender. So 2 companies under one umbrella.
That's and so you must have tons of free time.
Oh, absolutely, tons, tons. I'm here. I'm spending my weekend up in beautiful LA with all these excellent people.
I know it's actually a beautiful day. It's a little hot, but you got the right idea with the sunglasses. I got to get some of those.
Yeah.
What kind of production are you working on now?
I'm doing a lot of medical production as we speak. I'm doing a lot of educational as well. I've done the whole gamut from reality to television news to documentary. So I've pretty much had my hand in everything.
Wow, you are a busy, busy man. Thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to come and talk to us twice.
No problem.
I'm assuming that the audio was good on this one, Peter? He's got the thumbs
Thumbs
up.
up. Oh, glad to see that.
Why don't you tell everybody again where they can find you and where they can find Extender, okay?
Okay, you can find the Extender directly through us at www.theextender.com. That's THEXTENDER, and we have various dealers around. Adorama is one of them.
All right, terrific. Take a look at it. Go to Adorama if you're in New York and get it. And this is Josh Apter. We're going to go somewhere else, whether it's to a spot or to someone else live. We don't really know. That's what's so exciting about being here live at Cinegear, is that you never know what's coming next. All I know is we're not going to be on anymore for a little while.
No.
So take care. We'll see you in a minute. We'll be back. We're off. We better be. Are we out, Peter? All right. Thank you very much. All right. Paramount's backlot. It is crazy here. It's Saturday. It's beautiful, and it just feels so magical here. So many movies have been made here. So many great things have happened here. We're going to have a lot more great guests coming up, but I also wanted to tell you Livebeck tripods are amazing. They're next to us in the booth. They've got this really amazing slider. You can actually go to planet5d.com to find out more about it, but they've been so kind to us in the booth next to us, and their stuff is really great. It's very affordable. It's made well. It looks great, and it works, and it travels well. So you got to check out Livebeck at Adorama.com, on planet5d.com. Of course, you can also search them and go to their website, but their stuff is phenomenal. And just check it out. We're going to have them on later so you can find out more about their products. They've been around forever. I think it's like 65 years in the U.S. and even longer before that in Japan. All right, we've got a lot of great sponsors we got to tell you about. Airback is an amazing sponsor of ours. They make a backpack that lightens the load by redistributing the weight. Airback.com, that's A-I-R-B-A-C. And of course, Bridge Keyboards. I've been using Bridge Keyboards for years now. I love it. It is your wireless Bluetooth keyboard companion for your iPad, so you can ditch the laptop. You see their commercials as we're doing our coverage, but this thing is what's keeping me going, giving me research, and allowing me to look through my show notes, keeping the schedule on track, and I just love this thing. I don't travel anywhere without it. It is just tremendous. They're having a Father's Day sale, so go to bridgekeyboards.com. That's Bridge with a Y. And of course, you got to go into the New York Superstore of Adorama and ask for Ben. He'll take good care of you. Tell him that I sent you, and you can get all this gear that you see here today there. And if you don't get to New York, then go to Adorama.com. You can also rent gear from Adorama.com, and you can also sell your used gear to Adorama.com/sell. Now, I'm telling you all about our sponsors because without our sponsors, this show doesn't happen for you. It's a free show for you, and basically we're giving you a lot of great content, but the reality is we've got to pay the bills, the flights here, the crew, and all that. So you've got to support our sponsors, and we'll continue to do stuff like this on BeTerrific. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for supporting our sponsors. You got to check them out. I want to thank Hollywood High School. The kids at Hollywood High School are amazing. They're out here helping us. We've got Kevin and Yi, and of
Hey, welcome back to Cinegear live on BeTerrific. This is your 2014 coverage presented by Adorama. I'm Michael Artsis alongside Patrick from Innovative Carts. I mean, first of all, I am so blown away by your cart. We are using your cart here as our hub. And this should be on every single production. I've never seen a cart like this. I've never seen one as well built or as lightweight with draws, with the whole deal, handles. I mean, this thing, I think this should be in every studio. This should be everywhere. I hope you sell a ton of them because it's a tremendous product, and I want our wireless camera to get some shots of this. Patrick, thanks so much for joining us.
Of course.
I'm really excited about this. How'd you come up with this cart?
Well, you know, I think as many people do in this business and in this industry, you work with something for so long, and you either get tired of it or you want to make it better, right? So that's essentially what I did. I was working on set for several years, and just wanted to make something that was better, that could support, you know, a long day on set and be more efficient, really.
This thing is so heavy duty. We came across this because we're broadcasting from the MXL Marshall booth, and we needed a table to set our stuff up on, and our table hadn't shown up yet. And you know, everybody who knows me knows I'm the most impatient person in the world, and
sure,
we need to get set up. So after a while, I got tired of not being set up, and I went looking for a table, and I just walked past your booth, and I said, "That's what I need." And I came up to you, I said, "Can I borrow this for 2 days?" And you were like, "What?" And I'm like, "We're doing a live broadcast, lots of people watching, come on. And I want to interview you whether you say yes or no." And you were like, "Yes." You didn't even think twice about it, which was amazing.
No, not at all, yeah.
And so it's Innovative, INOVATIV carts. And it's unbelievable. I think we've got a shot from our wireless of Pete working behind the scenes using this cart. Now, we've got a mess of cables because we had to rush to set it up because we
needed to get going.
We needed to get going.
Yeah,
we had waited so long to get a table. Pete, nod to me if we do actually have a shot of this Innovative carts, because I want to show everybody how great this is. So we're going to look at this shot and walk me through what we've got here, what we're looking at exactly. This is a 48-inch cart.
Yes. So what we're looking at is an Echo 48. It's the reason why what makes the Echo special is that it has a rolled top lip, right? So if you're working on computers or any of that kind of equipment, and you don't want your wrist getting banged up, right? So we just roll down the top lip, and there's drawers on both the top and the bottom. And the nice feature about, plus with all the other things, is that our carts they raise up 10 inches, so you can go up in 2-inch increments if you're a taller gentleman or if you're smaller.
Yeah, you can lower them for guys like me.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
and then you could raise it up in 2-inch increments, and then you could add a middle shelf in there. You can make more space.
Unbelievable! It's got handles.
Yeah, it has handles, so you can push it around. But the cool thing about our handles now is that they have 360 degrees of rotation, but they also have rise and fall. So you could it's what we call quick grips, right? So you just twist it lefty loosey, righty tighty.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
lefty loosey.
There you go,
it's funny
yeah.
when I'm screwing things in, even a light bulb, I'm like lefty loosey, righty.
You kind of have to remind yourself, right?
Yeah, you do have to.
Yeah, I still do that. Yeah. So you go left, right, you go up and down on it. That's a really nice feature.
Yeah.
And of course you can add those to any of the 4 posts on the cart. And what else?
And you have suspension in some of these.
You know, we did years ago. We played around with it, but it will come back in the future.
It will come back.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, this thing is perfect to me, and now it packs up for travel too.
Now, all of our carts pack up in some way, shape, or form, right? But the Echo just collapses down. Everything's toolless, so you don't have to do anything to collapse it.
Can I hug you? Come
yes.
on. Let's have a bro hug. This thing is amazing. Let's have Kevin walk around the other side so that you can see the other side of this thing. You'll see Pete from behind the scenes. We're going into the Liebeck booth right now, by the way. And if you don't know Liebeck tripods, get familiar with them. They are phenomenal. They have a slider. They're great. Check them out at Adorama.com. Check them out all over the place. Check them out on their website. They're phenomenal. By the way, Innovative Carts is sold at Adorama in New York City's Adorama Superstore and online.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going into Liebeck's booth to show you this thing. And Kevin, go into their booth. It's okay. We're going into Liebeck's booth to show you the cart. And this will be the last time we go into Liebeck's booth today. They've been very kind to give us some space in their booth, like let us walk through and stuff. And you can see Pete working here behind the scenes, how diligently he's working, how beautifully. And it's all, look at how, I mean, it's a mess. We've made it a mess, but this thing has
Yeah, I could
lock
probably
and
help
everything.
you out with the organization.
Do you
in the
have
future.
cable management and stuff?
We
for
do.
it?
I mean, I don't know. I think it comes down to time, right?
It does.
Yeah. When you're in a rush, anything's going to look like that.
So we were so far behind the 8 ball because we didn't have this table that we needed to rush, and we're throwing cables everywhere, which stinks because then if you have a cable go bad, chasing that cable is impossible. So
of course.
even if you label them on both ends. So in the future, that's what we want to do. But you can see this great shot of this.
Now this is the largest
celebrating.
cart that we make.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty large
Go
cart.
big or
It's
go
a-
home.
Yeah, right, yeah. But the Scout, the nice part about the Scout is that it collapses down 7 inches.
Yeah.
So that's the flight ready cart.
Okay.
So the Echo is like your dual workstation.
Right. But they all can travel, and they're light.
Yeah,
they're pretty lightweight. So
they're 30% lighter than anything on the market.
And can you use it like as a hand truck or something to get your gear in or out? Is it possible?
You can. You just have to. You can pull off the top shelf and you can use it that way.
Yeah.
People definitely do different
stuff.
things.
How
with
long does it take to set up?
Well, we have a competition today.
Yeah.
So it's a 2-man competition. One has to build it, and the other one has to disassemble it, right? And the quickest time is 36 seconds right now.
Excellent. I don't know if Josh is ready to go on in a few minutes, but I see Kendall from Black Magic. And so we've got Black Magic here. And so you said 36 seconds?
36
is that what
seconds,
you said?
yeah.
You like how I can multitask like
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty impressive,
Yeah,
right? You
that
didn't
was
even
good.
think I was listening.
No,
You
no.
thought I just said, okay, sure.
No,
36
of course.
seconds.
36 seconds.
That's like better than the 0 to 60 time
That's
of a Hummer.
15. That's 15 seconds up, 15 seconds down. So
that is
plus a
literally
little.
like faster than the 0 to 60 time on a Hummer.
Yeah, probably.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's phenomenal. So we just have so much great stuff here at Cinegear. I want to know what you think of Cinegear.
I love Cinegear.
Doesn't
It's
it
one
feel
of the great
magical
shows.
here? Like
It is.
I don't know. Humphrey Bogart could have shot a movie right there.
They probably did, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 2-day show, but it's excellent. It's
Yeah.
just packed full of really good gear, good people, good time.
And we're using Felix lights. You guys work well with them as
We
well.
do,
They
yeah,
mount to the
yeah.
cart and everything. I
Yeah.
love how you have a monitor arm that you. So we have our Marshall monitor just sitting on the thing, but we could have gotten it off there. And put
Oh
it on
yeah,
our monitor
yeah.
arm
We
if
have
we
some
had-
really awesome
maybe
monitor systems.
If we had had 15 seconds more.
Probably,
right?
yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Or just
Even
told
9
you.
seconds.
9 seconds.
Yeah. You screwed up.
We
Big
did.
time, yeah.
We totally did.
You could
I
have
was-
given me a little heads
I was
up.
so happy to just take this cart. I mean, you were like coming with like arms and all sorts of things, and I'm
You
like,
know?
oh, thank you. I'm walking away with
We're,
it. You're
we're
like,
always
wait,
trying
wait.
to help, you know.
And the wheels lock, which is amazing.
Yeah, but well, so you can lock the front with the standard foot brakes, but we also have hydraulic disc brakes,
It's
which
so awesome.
which is awesome for lift gates and getting up ramps, going down ramps with heavy gear.
And what's great is that, we would have had a table with one. It would have been one shelf basically.
Yeah, stuff
Now
would have
we've-
been falling off,
It's
right?
very well. It's
Yeah.
very well organized. Listen, you
Thanks.
are awesome. Thank you
Thanks
so
for
much.
coming or letting me do this.
Yes, thank you.
For asking me.
And I'm going to do a full tech review at some point of this to show people. You and I, we've already talked about this. To show people how you break it down, how you set it up, what it is, and review this thing. But I will tell you right now, unequivocally, this is the best cart I have ever seen. This should be on every single shoot and every single set. You got to talk to this man, Patrick. InnovativeCarts.com, right?
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
it's INOVATIV. I've been telling you about it all day yesterday. I've been telling you about it all day today, but now you've seen it. You've heard from the man who created it, and it's just amazing. Go to Adorama and buy it right now because it needs to be on your next production. It will save your life, save your back, save
Absolutely.
everything, and save your production. It'll make you look more professional. It'll make you act more professional. It'll make you be more professional. I know it sounds silly.
It's sexy, you know?
It is
Yeah,
sexy.
yeah, yeah.
It is. Everybody walks by, they're like, whoa, what is that thing? They're like, you guys have a real setup. I was
Yeah,
like, it's
yeah.
a lot better than a table with a skirt.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, especially because it's a skirt you can't look up.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is
Thanks so
our
much.
Cinegear coverage on BeTerrific presented by Adorama. Thank you, Patrick, for joining
you.
us. This is our InstaCube, okay? I want you to send your pictures to our InstaCube. And Patrick, I want you to do the same thing. I want you to go back to the booth. I want you to take pictures of all the different carts in different variations of assembly. Even show me a picture of it disassembled and halfway assembled and then fully assembled. Hashtag BeTerrific TV stage, and it will show up right here on this InstaCube wirelessly for our viewers to see. And they're going to be Instagramming pictures from home, and people are doing it behind the scenes all around the show. So check out this InstaCube all show long. Go instacube.com, but it's hashtag BeTerrific TV stage. And I'm using the Bridge keyboard, bridgekeyboards.com. You were mentioning you love this thing.
Yeah, it looks great.
I
thought it was a small computer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It allows me to leave the laptop at home. I've turned my iPad into a laptop, but I can easily rip my iPad off to put it into a Padcaster to record video, to just walk around as a tablet, to watch a movie. It's phenomenal. Father's Day sale, go to bridgekeyboards.com. That's bridge with a Y. All right, I think Josh has got somebody special. Kendall from Black Magic Design is going to talk all about the new Black Magic cameras, the Ursa, the studio camera, and the pocket camera. I think we've got them coming up. Is that correct, Peter? We are ready to go. Josh, take it away, brother, at Cinegear 2014 on BeTerrific.
From Cinegear 2014, as the sign would say behind me. Believe it, we're actually here. Wireless on an iPad, believe it or not. It's an iPad mini in a Padcaster with a wireless video transmitter that's beaming us magically over to the control room. I'm with Kendall Ekman from Black Magic Design. We only have 15 minutes, so I should shut up and let you get started. You got
15 minutes, really?
You're like, what are we going to talk about in 15 minutes? But you have plenty of products. I was at NAB, so I got to see some of these debuts. So it was the studio camera and that other beautiful Ursa is you know, and then there's some new announcement about it. I was walking in, and so there's something about it upgradable, or sort of there's something about this camera that.
And that okay, yeah. So we can run through them. The studio camera, that's our camera. ATEM switch. Fiber, you can go out of, and you have control. So you can get the. Has a beautiful on the back, right? Yeah, beautiful 10-inch screen on it, so that you can actually go in and you can see everything right on there. You can do all your settings in there with the button. You're moving on me here.
Apparently
yeah, I guess we're moving.
Hey, we should have done this on a Steadicam.
So on that one, you have your SDI out. You can gen lock it. And all those. It actually has a 4-hour battery built into it too. So if you want to take it off and you want to be tethered to the power, you can run around the stadium. Or it's really meant for live shooting, as far as sports, churches, events, concerts, things like that.
Right.
And it starts at $2,000 for the the HD version.
Right.
And then there'll be a 4K version coming out later in the summer.
I thought you were going to say there's an SD version.
I know, I started to go down the SD path.
It beats the VX1000. Just can't.
Exactly.
So it looked like there was an iPad on the side of it too. That was the funny thing, because I shoot obviously with iPads quite a bit, and I was like, oh, did you just slide one in there, or it's not?
That's the back of the studio camera, and then the Ursa camera, the other one we're talking about. It's a full production camera, kind of taken from the beginnings of our other cinema camera and our camera, which I know you've seen.
Yep.
Comes in a nice, intimate, small package. A lot of people started rigging those up with third-party options from manufacturers, which is great. You can go on and put shoulder mounts, handles, you can put a cage on it, put a microphone and things like that.
Right.
You can really customize that camera any way you want, and that's excellent. A lot of people wanted audio meters, and they wanted all these things built into a camera, so that's where Ursa comes along. It's a full production camera. It has that 10-inch screen on the side, so your DOP can be sitting back looking at the shot. Then it also has little LCD screens on the side. You can see video, but you can also get all your audio waveform. You can get updates on where you are filling up your cards. It records the CFast cards, so you would actually get an update of where you are in the cards. Has 2 slots, so that once one fills, it'll actually switch over to the next one and jump into that. But you can have a guy doing audio on one side, and you can have another guy pulling focus.
Right.
So it's really a full production camera. The cool thing, and what you were talking about that you heard, is that you can update the sensor. So down the road, if a better sensor comes along, you have that option to go in there and update that sensor.
That's wild. Now, these are not available yet for purchase, right? When do they arrive?
They're talking end of July, probably.
It's June. That's like tomorrow.
Yeah. So they'll start trickling out then, and we'll see where it goes. But the other great thing about this camera is that the way the body's shaped is we can get up into the 60 frames now, 60 frames a second. So they made it that. It's going to come in an EF mount. It'll be $6,000. It'll come in a PL mount. It'll be $6,500. And then later in the year, B4 mount.
Wow, this is a serious piece of equipment.
It is. People, I've been here. This is our second day, obviously, doing the show here at Cinegear, and it's just been amazing because the response to all of the cameras, really, even going back to the original cinema camera, it's just been great. And the new Ursa, people can't wait to get their hands on it.
Well, I was lucky enough to test out the cinema camera with a guy named Ned Soltz. I don't know if you know him, but he works for think he reviews for DV Magazine. So he called me up one day and says, "You want to go shoot something with that camera?" And so we came up with some short. He's like, "I can shoot my cat." Just laying around, and we can do that, but let's do something interesting. So we put together a short film, shot it with that camera, and he had, everything was coming out to a laptop. He had some software that was sort of, controlling the color and ingesting it. It was pretty crazy. And, we noticed that it's very easy to use. The learning curve on it was pretty,
Yeah, they try to do that with all of our cameras where they're set up the same. You'll see from the original cinema camera all the way into Ursa, actually, the menus are very, very much the same. So once you get used to one camera, you're going to know how to function in the other one. And going back to the color, the great thing is a lot of the cameras ship with Resolve, our color correction software. We've updated it. Version 11 will be out hopefully in about a month, and that has tons of editing in it. They actually put 140 new features into version 11, and 70 of those were dedicated to editing. So full professional editing capabilities in their new titling tools. You can do collaborative editing where you have a guy in New York and you have someone else working in LA and they can see the same timeline. Do coloring and editing right in there, so they added that. Going back to the studio camera, one thing I should mention on that is they took a piece of Resolve and they did camera control. So you can actually go in and you'll get your color wheels and things, and you can match the cameras like when you're doing a live production. So you have control over the color, whether you want to do a tint or a sepia tone, or you just want to match the colors, you have control over that. And it's an interface that'll come up. It ships with the camera, and it'll interface with our ATEM switchers. So you have full control over color in that studio camera,
No, the integration is, because I was telling you I own a Manhattan Edit Workshop, and so we teach Resolve. Do you know Warren Eagles?
Yes.
Okay, so we fly him in 4 times a year.
Okay, cool.
He's like the Mick Jagger of color correction, and packs classes. Every time we run a class, it's just packed with people. A lot of people are now DPs who have invested in the camera, find themselves with this software, and say, look, if I can be the guy on the head and tail of the food chain, I can be that much more relevant. I have that much more control over what I'm doing down the road. So I don't shoot something great and then come in and say, what are you doing to my, And it's a lot of DPs now in Resolve classes you would not necessarily expect to find. But what we're hearing now with 11 is that we're going to find people who are still sort of at sea after Final Cut 7, saying goodbye, and now they might be able to use this as an editor in addition to a finisher. So
no doubt. I mean, the great thing about it is they really made it. What happened was a number of people just kept saying, the people finishing in post were saying, hey, we're doing editing, we're doing it Final Cut, we're doing it Avid, we're doing it in Premiere, but can you add this? Can you do this to it? And so, yeah, we can. So now you can still edit in Avid and Premiere and Final Cut, and you can go back and forth between Resolve, but if you really want to finish some editing in there, it has all the bells and whistles, all the great, overwrite controls, everything you would want in a professional editor is built into 11 now.
That's we really actually can't wait to see it because we're really excited. I mean, even 10, the interface change was, it's pretty big. Oh, it was incredibly popular, and people are, just sort of excited about that one. And now you give them something else to be excited about. I'm just worried my hardware's not gonna. We're gonna have to go buy all new machines now to push this thing.
We'll see. Yeah, you do want some fast machines if you can get them, and that'll help with the speed on it. The other great thing is you can do the light version. It's free. You can download that, and it has almost all the capabilities of the full version. All the editing is in there. Oh, great. So it's a great way to just get your feet wet and kind of see what you can do in there.
Now I get that question asked a lot: is what am I missing when I download the light version for free versus the full version? Is it in a nutshell? Do you know what sort of things that?
There's just a few minor things like noise reduction. If you need full capability in 4K, that kind of thing, more speed on the machine, then you're going to want to go to the full version. It's primarily for the highest end, professional guys doing real, probably film work. Because as you know, Resolve is used in a lot of motion pictures for coloring. Yeah,
I was seeing it on a shoot. It was an Alexa shoot. They were grading the dailies in Resolve and then going out to their editor before it even hit editorial. It was, so no, it's an incredible tool. Not that hard to learn, from what I understand. I used to know everything we taught. Now I'm like, I wish I was in the back of every classroom so I could learn this stuff. But, really amazing stuff. And, we get to meet guys like Warren and you. So anything coming down, I mean, you've got so much stuff now. No new cameras, I expect?
No, not that I'm aware. They don't tell me anything, I don't know until right before NAB, so I'm not sure what would be coming up. But, yeah, we have our hands full right now, to be honest with these. Like I said, at this show, I was really happy to see there's so many people enthusiastic about the original cinema camera, along with even the pocket camera.
I was going to actually ask about, because the pocket camera I also reviewed with Ned, and I mean, we only had one battery So, you know, we were just like dealing with like the challenges of it, but it still produced an incredible image.
Yeah.
And a former student of mine now just went out and he shot a short film in Manhattan. He got a senior colorist at Technicolor in Manhattan interested in grading it because it just, the source material looks so phenomenal. Yeah. And this is with the pocket camera. So how's that working?
Well, that one, you know, it does have a Super 16 size sensor, so it gives you a nice cinematic, you know, the film look that people are looking for, and it has 13 stops of dynamic range. So I've had a number of people tell me, you know, I can't believe this camera does what it does because it is so small. It has the micro four thirds lens mount, and there's a number of companies making even more lenses now that you can throw on that thing. So you have a lot of options there. And shoots to SD card, and as you said, it has the removable batteries. Nice thing about all our cameras is there's probably 15 different companies with Zacuto, Red Rock, Wooden cameras right back here, Shape, View Factor. They all make cages and rigs and shoulder mounts and all that kind of stuff, but they also make battery packs, so you can add on, like to even the pocket camera, a battery add-on that'll last 4 or 6 hours, you know, something like that.
Oh, that's great. I think the wooden camera rig that he had for his pocket camera costs more than the camera or something crazy.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you can really rig these things up. So.
Right. Well, that's the thing. You don't want to over-accessorize a camera that's $1,000 with, you know, I mean, it's just the whole thing is a little.
At least you're saving money on the camera, so you have that, you know, you have that choice to accessorize it. So.
Well, you have a ton of exciting stuff. You know, I sort of always wait for NAB to see what you guys are going to pull out of your hat next. So how do people find? I mean, I'm sure everyone watching knows where to find you on the internet, but how do we find Blackmagic?
Blackmagicdesign.com.
All right. Well, I appreciate you talking to me. All right. And before we go, I think we're going to throw this back. We'll see here. We might be throwing it to Michael right now. So here we go. Back to you, Michael.
Hey, guys. I'm here with Deanne Fitzmaurice, and she is a Pulitzer Prize-winning photographer. She's also a co-founder of Think Tank Photo, which makes great bags. This is your Cinegear coverage on BeTerrific, brought to you by Adorama, your continuing coverage. We're streaming on the Mushroom Network's Streamer 8000 and using the Paladin switcher. We're doing this on iOS devices. It's truly amazing. Live HDMI out. Our only cameras are iOS devices. We have multiple ones of those. We've got the Bridge keyboard right here, bridgekeyboards.com. And when you go there, you can get a Father's Day special for a great deal. You can basically pair this with your iPad wirelessly over Bluetooth, have speakers and a keyboard, and ditch your laptop completely. And then, of course, to Instagram your photos, you can do that right onto the air. It is hashtag BeTerrificTVStage. So send us your photos, and they will be on. Deanne, thanks so much for joining us. You have to Instagram us some photos.
I'd be happy to do that.
How long have you been taking photos? A day?
Okay,
or
this
two?
is going to really date me, but 25 years. 25
years.
Yeah.
And what would you say is your favorite photo that you've ever taken?
Favorite photo? Oh, my God. I would say it has to be more of a project that I've done, and I'm working on.
Let me guess. Is it you're currently working on it?
Yes.
And it's with a young boy who's now 17 or 18. And tell me the story.
Yeah, it's a story I started working on in 2003. He was injured in Iraq, came to America for medical treatment, and I followed him through, you know, the ordeal, the medical treatment, went to Iraq for his family coming back to America to join him, and so I've just been documenting his life.
Amazing. And you've also worked on a documentary that I'm the executive producer of, Shifting Grounds. You went to Africa to work on this documentary. What was that experience like?
Oh, it was great. You know, I had never been to Africa before, so just being there and experiencing it was incredible.
You're way more adventurous than me.
A little more crazy, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
And so, did you see any lions when you were there?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
I would love to see a lion. Did you get a good shot of a lion?
It's just an okay shot.
Just an
it's
okay?
A lion. It's a lion.
What do you mean, like a great shot of the mane or something? I don't know.
Yeah, it was a male, so he had the mane, and he was just majestic.
It was just an okay. It was majestic. He was majestic, but the shot was just okay. Somehow I don't buy that from you and from a Pulitzer Prize-winning photographer. Now, what was it? Tell me a little bit about Shifting Grounds, or tell everybody at home a little bit about Shifting Ground.
Yeah, it was a great project that we worked on, and it's just in production now, editing. It's a story about 3 women in the slums of Africa, Kibera in Nairobi. And we found 3 different women of different generations, and it's just about how they're surviving life in the slums and, you know, how they're rising above it.
And you guys had a security detail to help you, right? I mean, you couldn't do this without a little help. That's how crazy it is there.
Oh, yeah. We had the 12 disciples helping us out.
Amazing. I know you used a lot of great gear. You're also getting into video as well, and you've been starting to talk about using things like the Movi. We use the Movi. We love it. What do you think of the Movi?
I was just over at the booth playing around with it, and it's really great. I mean, it's just an incredible way to stabilize the shots.
I know the question is going to be from everybody watching at home, so before you tweet it to us, just know I'm answering that for you. Camera of choice.
Camera of choice. I'm using a D800 and a D4S Nikon.
Love it. Love it. I love the Nikon gear. I spoke in their booth at NAB talking about workflows on the D800, and I really am a big fan of the D800 and the look you can get, and I love even shooting pictures. I'm an amateur photographer, professional in video, and I would say that the pictures you can get at 36 megapixels are amazing out of that camera. Now, you've done some really interesting projects, too. Barry Bonds.
Yes.
You've become close with him as well, and some other guys. Tim Lincecum. Tell me about what it's like working with Barry and then Tim.
Yeah, well, I was doing sports photography, shooting baseball, football, all different
Which
sports.
do you like the best shooting?
I love shooting baseball.
Really? I like football better.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more action.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was shooting action.
I like how last night we were talking, and I'm like, hey, do you have any shots of Strawberry when he was a Giant? Because I'm friends with him, and I want to get Darryl Strawberry some good photos from his playing days. And maybe a double play or, it's just like, I don't know, because you were feeding them back to the newspaper.
Oh, yeah.
And it was film back then.
Oh, exactly.
It was like, shoot a couple innings and get out of there.
Yeah, but I was getting a little bit bored with just shooting action.
Yeah.
I wanted to know who these people were as people off the field.
That's BeTerrific is about that. That's what I've always been about that. We do very positive stories and very behind-the-scenes stuff. So we're taking you behind the scenes here at Cinegear, and so I subscribe to that. I love that. Okay.
Yeah, it's great. And Barry is really difficult, to get access with.
Of course.
And so the way I did it was I confronted him.
I think he tells most photographers he wants to kill them.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, so I had to, work around that challenge, and it worked out okay. He was glaring at me one day when I was photographing him, and I just went up to him and I said, Barry, do you have a problem with me photographing you? And if so, there's some boundaries I should know about. I hadn't
It's
really
kind of a nice way to approach it.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out. I don't even know why I did that, but, I didn't want to go all season long not knowing if I could photograph him, being afraid to photograph him. So, so I said that, and, I hadn't really thought it out because he could have said, yeah, I have a real problem, do not photograph me, and I've got editors back waiting for these pictures. But he thought about it for a minute, and he said, no, I don't have a problem. Who are you shooting for? What's your name? And so he said, okay, I'll call you D. And from that point on, we would have small talk. I would say, hey, how's it going? How's your family? And just little by little, he let me into his life, and I was able to shoot behind the scenes with him.
Awesome. It's so cool, and you've got some great shots you've shared with me. We were talking last night at dinner. We went to dinner together, and I seem to get great access. We were talking about Colin Kaepernick's closet full of shoes versus Clinton Portis's, and what we found out is Colin Kaepernick may have more pairs, 300, but
350.
350, but the access I got with Clinton Portis was in his closet with his shoe collection, just like you got. And Clinton Portis had much more colorful collection. He had patent leather Air Max 95s, pink polka dots with red stripes. I mean, all sorts of custom one-off Nikes made for him. And there were probably 150 to 200 of these sneakers in his closet. Pretty amazing. And these guys really are into sneakers, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, they are. And Kaepernick's shoes won't fit in his closet. So they have an entire room. They actually have 2 entire rooms devoted to them.
Has he thought of a shelving system, though? I mean, he could literally open do what a shoe store does and open a warehouse. Are they in boxes?
Yes. Okay. So there's 2 pair of every style.
One he can wear and one he can keep.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So the top pair, the box is open so you can see the shoe.
Okay. Very nice. And then what about Lincecum? How'd you hook up with this guy?
Yeah, Tim Lincecum. It was just a portrait assignment that I did. So I went to his home and photographed him. And he was so nice and gave me great access and gave me lots of time. And so I said to him, hey, so you're heading down to spring training. If I come down there, can I have some access behind the scenes off the field? And he said, yeah, sure, no problem. So I went down there. I talked to my editor. I was shooting for Sports Illustrated. And so, but normally you have to go through all these layers. And I just go directly to the athlete.
I told you she was no slouch shooting for Sports Illustrated.
So anyway, he gave me access, and I was able to photograph him, hanging out with his teammates. And so it turned into a season-long thing,
Unbelievable.
photographing him, and it happened to be 2010 when they went to the World Series and won the World Series.
Now, you've become, like me, you've become friends with a lot of these guys, go out to dinner with them, hang out with them. I know your husband, Kurt, also told me back in the day he would photograph Joe Montana, which he's told me amazing stories about. He would, like, just go hang out with Joe at his apartment, with Joe and his fiance at the time or girlfriend, and then, you know, Clark and all these guys. And, yeah, I mean, I've had similar experiences. It's amazing what it's like, especially when you connect with some of these guys and you realize that they're normal people like you and me, and you can strike up friendships. I had one night in a hotel with a bunch of guys sitting in my room watching SportsCenter, and I was like, what SportsCenter do you watch at 3:30 in the morning? Like, this was a commercial. It was Marion Barber and Larry Fitzgerald and, you know, Darryl Reed and Lawrence Moroney and all these University of Minnesota guys in the middle of the night watching SportsCenter, like, all sprawled out in my room. It was ridiculous.
You know, there's something about building these relationships with people that we photograph. And, you know, it kind of comes back around. Like, a lot of the things that happened during my time shooting Barry Bonds and Tim Lincecum is you kind of build a relationship with a lot of people around them, the security guards, and they know what you're working on. You call them by their first name, and they want to help you out.
You know, you bring up a very good point, by the way, calling them by their first name. So when I started my career, I was covering the New York Mets, and I was doing a series called Meet the Mets. I always wanted to do behind-the-scenes stuff. So I'd go to batting practice, and I'd interview a player about life off the field, growing up, stuff like that. Got great stuff. Joe McEwing would tell me about playing wiffle ball and his dog Slider and all these great things. And you're going to meet the guy who was my cameraman for some of that stuff later, Paul McNiff, who works at Canon now. We're going to talk about Canon cameras later. But I couldn't get Mike Piazza. I'd done everybody else on the team, and I got to the point where I'm going to interview Mike. And I kept saying to Mets PR, you know, I got to get Mike. And they kept saying, just go up to him. And I go, Mr. Piazza, and he'd walk by me. Mr. Piazza, and he'd walk by me. Mr. Piazza, I'd be in the locker room. Mr. Piazza, Mr. Piazza. And Bob Wolf, the legendary broadcaster, pulls me aside. Kid, come here. And he goes, and he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame as a broadcaster. And he says, kid, come here. Stop calling him Mr. Piazza. Bring him down to your level. Call him Mike. Next time he walks by, I'm like, this old coot's crazy, right? Next time he walks by, I go, hey, Mike. He goes, what do you need?
Love it.
I'm like,
yeah.
You know who was great with that Mets team, though? Al Leiter. Al Leiter, after pitching games, would have joke. I mean, he'd just joke around, and it was really fun and phenomenal. You know, and I like when you get guys like that, as opposed to guys who are, you know, always very serious. What's your craziest story?
Oh, geez, craziest story? Oh, my God, there are so many. But, you know, it's like, you know, I think I got this crazy streak because my father was a fighter pilot. And
really?
So, yeah,
in World War II?
Yeah.
Wow, my grandfather was a fighter pilot. Well, not a fighter pilot. He was in the 16th Camera Combat Unit.
So I don't know. I feel really comfortable in situations that aren't really comfortable, where I'm like on the edge. You know, just stuff hanging out of airplanes. You know, a lot of that.
I never feel comfortable in those situations, but I do them anyway. I swear. It's
the
like,
adrenaline.
People always go,
great.
you're so comfortable. You just walk up to anybody and say anything, or you get a conversation going. I'm like, I don't exactly feel comfortable. I just do it, and I try to portray that I'm not afraid, because it's like the lion. If you see the lion and you show fear, it's going to eat you.
Right.
If you don't, you might survive. You might not. Right.
Well, that was that same thing with Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
I walked across the field, and normally you don't do that. And I went straight up to him. I said, "Hey, do you have a problem?"
Right. And some guys you really have to stand up to.
Yes,
you really do have to stand up to and let them know you're
was.
not afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can bite back.
Yeah.
You know. But a lot of guys are really, really, really great. So overall, your favorite picture that you've ever seen, not that you've taken, that you've ever seen, and why?
Oh,
and you guys do a thing on thinktankphoto.com about a photograph where people talk about the photos, the amazing photos they've taken. Have they ever done one on you? They should.
Yes, actually, because when we were trying to figure out this series, we were doing a prototype using one of my photographs.
Oh, which photograph?
It's a picture that I shot as the 49ers went into the Super Bowl.
That would be a while ago.
A year and a half ago.
Right, sure.
It was the game where they got into the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship game. Yes. And I was in a bar. I was shooting for Sports Illustrated, and it was about the 49ers fans.
I remember this photo.
And so I'm just shooting action, and the moment happened when they scored to seal the deal that they were going to the Super Bowl. And it was a gay bar, and these two guys kissed.
Wow.
And so it was this moment, you know, and
very cool.
But it was
very forward of Sports Illustrated to run that.
See, that was the big thing. That's what I was so surprised about. It wasn't so much that, you know, two guys kissed, no big deal. It was just that Sports Illustrated ran it. And so I talked about that in the About a Photograph piece.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so I stalled for you and built you a little time to tell me about your favorite photograph that you've ever seen.
Oh my God, my favorite photograph. Man, that's a tough one. It really and truly is. Let's see.
One of my favorite photos, by the way, that I've ever seen is the one that Anthony Causey took of Mariano Rivera, coming out of the bullpen, because that is access nobody else could ever get. I love that kind of access. That's the kind of access I pride myself on. I happen to know he got in a lot of trouble with Major League Baseball for taking that photo. I happen to know how he got to take that photo, but bullpen access is 100% off limits. And Anthony's got this great photo, and you can go find this online. It's amazing. It is Mo coming out of the bullpen for a save. So that's one of my favorite photos.
Yeah.
It doesn't, but yours doesn't have to be a sports photo. Just your favorite photo
Yeah.
that you've ever
There
seen.
are so many. Like I'm thinking about one.
I'm not
that,
letting you off the hook.
Yeah, I know you're not. But let's see. A recent photo that I love is one that we did an About a Photograph of, and it was John Mayer's World Press Photo of the Year. Just was awarded that this year, and it's just this wonderful photograph that was shot, and it's like kind of dusk, and so real deep blue sky, and you see all these people out there. It's in Somali, and they're holding their cell phones, and they're trying to get a signal back in the homeland, and it's a story about immigration and migration, and it's about being connected with these cell phones. So they're all holding their cell phones up, trying to get a signal.
What do you think of? First of all, what do you think of iFilmmaking and being able to do this with your iPhones and iPads?
I mean, it is so incredible now what we're able to do, the tools that are available, that you can do something like this, what we can do with the iPhone, like the Bentley commercial that just came out.
I was a consultant on that. Did you know that? I was a consultant. I was on set. I showed them how to shoot that, and I got them the movie that basically made every shot possible. But it really shows that telling your story is more important than what camera you choose, and these cameras are all good enough today, and better than good enough. They're terrific, and it's amazing what you can do with this stuff, and I was very happy to be part of that. But really, these guys who did it did a phenomenal job, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. I agree with what you said, that it really is about the story, and it is about, I mean, you can use a Red or, some 4K camera, or you can use an iPhone. But, it's so much about the story.
And how you shoot and the angles and how you tell it and the dynamic range and everything. What would be your best advice to young filmmakers and photographers?
It's a little bit cliche, but I really think that following your passion is so important. Like, do the story that you care about, and things just fall into place. I really, really believe that.
I think that's great advice, and I think I would say, add to that, just never be afraid.
Yeah.
Never be afraid, push the limits.
Yeah.
And never take no for an answer.
Right.
What do you think of Cinegear here on the back lot at Paramount? It's so amazing here. You feel the magic from all the films that have been shot here?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I actually went and took a little tour around Paramount Studios yesterday. It was really interesting. My favorite part, though, was there's this parking lot over that way. And and so we're looking at it, and the tour guide's going, okay, what do you think this is used for? So you look, and you go, whoa, they actually fill this thing with water.
Yep,
so it becomes a swimming pool.
Well, it's a swimming pool, but it also can be the ocean. They have a sky background. They can put boats in it, and that's how they filmed a lot of scenes in Jaws that way, or in some of the Jaws movies, and Waterworld and all that. And that's truly amazing.
Yeah,
and it allows them to control it a lot better.
Yeah.
And that's crazy because we don't necessarily always think of that, as we're more in the documentary space.
Right.
Although we do some of this stuff, we don't necessarily think always about how it can be a facade. A lot of this stuff here is a facade. All right. We're brought to you, by the way, by Bridge Keyboards, bridgekeyboards.com, and Adorama, Adorama.com. Go into the Adorama Superstore. You shop there. I know that online.
Yes,
and
we love Adorama.
And you also go into Adorama when you're in New York, and go see Ben. Tell him I sent you, Michael Artis, or tell him Deanne sent you from Think Tank Photo, and Ben will take care of you. And check out their used department to buy and sell gear, and you can do that online as well, and rent your stuff from Adorama. Go to bridgekeyboards.com because you can get a Father's Day special on Bridge Keyboards, and that's Bridge with a Y. You can basically ditch the laptop, take your iPad only, and do work from your iPad. You have this full keyboard that's amazing. You can get ones with speakers, ones without. And then, of course, Airback. If you want to lighten your load and shift the way you carry your backpack, go to airback.com, AIRBAC.com. Send us your Instagram photos, okay? Instagram us, you at home and you, Deanne.
Okay.
Go back to the booth and Instagram us some photos. It's the hashtag BeTerrificTV stage. Do not forget. And they'll show up right here on air on our InstaCube. So you can participate in this broadcast by sending us some great photos. Don't make them naughty. Thank you. Send those to my personal hashtag. Just kidding. Hashtag BeTerrific TV stage. Peter Poon's holding down the fort. We have a lot more for you when we come back here on Cinegear 2014 Live, presented by Adorama. I'm Michael Artsis. Josh Abner's going to take it in a few minutes. We got so much going on. It's amazing. We're going to keep you going all day, and we'll have the Planet 5D wrap-up show later. Stay with us.
When you work in film or photography, you're always going to have old technology. Coming here with a bunch of stuff that, you know, has been sitting around.
Whenever I have equipment back in my place that I'm not using anymore, come here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment that you want to get off your hands easily, it's a great place.
It's a good value.
It's nice just to walk in front of you.
It's more about like this part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here. You can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
They wouldn't trade me and work for you. Know
about this.
I've seen this wonderful, and they're very trustworthy. I come in knowing are always there, and the people.
I'm a photographer.
Into the used department here at Adorama, because the people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
Stop the pain. Stop the struggle. Other backpacks cause injury by encouraging improper use and improper posture. They're unbalanced and unsafe. Airback is the solution.
Should've got an airbag.
Airback's patented air support system makes it the most comfortable backpack in the world. Airback improves posture and spinal alignment. If it's not on your back, it can't hurt your back. Airback provides shock absorption and adjusts to fit any body type. It's a stylish solution that protects you and what you carry, like your laptop and other costly electronics. Airback makes you feel like you're carrying half the weight. Our unique air support system takes the weight off the back and helps prevent back injuries. Relax as be natural. And especially with her, you can notice how nice and straight she is. And also it's shock absorbent in case you're running for the bus or the airport. Now what I'm going to do while it's on your back, I'm going to take the air out, and then you'll feel what it's like to wear a regular backpack without the air system. So I'm just going to take it out while it's on you.
Wow.
How's that?
Heavy.
Do you want to wear it anymore?
No.
Which way do you want to wear it?
The other way.
Okay, thank you very much. Airback, the solution to a heavy backpack. Get yours today.
Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard that belongs with iPad. The iPad is a great tool, but to truly be able to leave your laptop behind, you need a keyboard. Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard for iPad. It has the same great aluminum fit and finish as your laptop, a terrific clamped clamshell laptop design, and a 10-hour battery. Onboard speakers are optional, but Bridge is not. Bridge boasts a full keyboard, large keys that are easy to type on, and Bridge is lightweight. Get the perfect viewing angle and typing angle every time. Bridge. Leave your laptop behind. To find out more or to order yours, log on to bridgekeyboards.com.
on the back lot of Paramount Studios in Hollywood, California, doing this amazing show here. We're doing it live on iPhones and iPads as our only cameras. It is truly unbelievable live HDMI out thanks to a beta build of the Filmic Pro app. So go to the iTunes store, download Filmic Pro. This is presented by Adorama. Go into the New York Superstore of Adorama, see Ben, tell him I sent you, Michael Artis, and he'll hook you up. Let me tell you something. You can get all the gear you see here at Adorama. And I got to tell you something else. I love Bridge keyboards. I've been using this thing for all of my show notes, for the internet, for everything. To surf the internet, to do research, bridgekeyboards.com. It is unbelievable. It allows you to ditch the laptop and turn your iPad into effectively a laptop. That's Bridge with a Y. They're having a Father's Day sale. Go there. Now, this gentleman standing right here is a longtime friend of mine, a good friend of mine. I'm so happy you're here.
It was a nice surprise to see you here.
It was a very nice surprise.
I can't believe you didn't tell me you were going to be here before I came.
But I should have told you because I also should have known you would be here.
Right across the street, too.
It seems like we see each other at every show.
We do. NAB, Cine Gear, sure.
And I talk about what we're doing here with iFilmmaking, but you're from an amazing camera company.
We're from a camera company, yeah.
Yeah, and you, oddly enough, were my first camera partner out in the field.
Sort of, yeah.
For video journalism.
Yes, back in my former life.
I was talking about you a few minutes ago. We were shooting the Mets together. You remember the
Shot
Meet the
Mets
series?
Sure, absolutely.
I was telling the Mike Piazza stories.
The Mike Piazza stories are good. The Robin Ventura stories,
Robin Ventura, and all these guys. And we shot the Jets together. Your
Shot
first
the Jets
football game
for years, yeah.
We had a lot of fun together, did we?
We did.
Not?
We got a lot of work done. We did a lot of good stuff, yeah.
And we were together on September 11th.
We were, that's true. Yeah.
So now you're with Canon, and
I am with
you
Canon.
represent some amazing products.
The world's largest camera company, largest producer of optics, yes.
You guys have great lenses, great products.
Absolutely.
And you've got a new toy here we're going to show off first. This is Paul
Sure.
McNiff, by the way.
Yes. Hi, Paul McNiff with Canon, professional market specialist.
This guy is the man. Nobody knows more about cameras than Paul.
Well,
No,
that's giving me a lot of credit, but.
Okay, so first of all, I mean, there's so much to get into, but let's start with this little toy you got here.
All right, well, this is cool. This is not the kind of thing we would normally show at Cine Gear.
Yeah.
But this is the Vixia Mini.
Because we're doing the iFilmmaking thing, and
you know,
it's not only about iFilmmaking, it's about the mobile filmmaking movement. You
Sure.
see, we're in the MXL Marshall booth. They've got the entire microphone solutions for all your mobile media stuff, whether it's GoPro or iPhones or this stuff. So it's perfect. That's why you brought it. Yeah.
This is the Vixia Mini X, and it sort of fits into that entire school of what you're talking about. Now, it looks a little big here, but the white part that I'm holding is a separate accessory, and I'll get into that for a second.
And it's not
in a
big,
second.
by the way.
It's not big.
It's
It's the
size
size of a phone. Yeah, it's a little bit thicker and a little bit wider, but it's shorter than a phone.
How much would we have killed for a camera that size when we were starting?
And you know what? The stuff that you can do with this, too, it's got a microphone input. It's got a headphone out. You can actually just use it as a microphone. It has linear 16-bit PCM audio. One of the things with a lot of those small kind of point of view crash cam sort of things is if they even have a microphone, they have a terrible microphone. This has got a really good Dolby stereo microphone on it. It's got a clean HDMI out with 422. So if you want to use it for a webcast, and you could do
green screen with it because it's 422, not 420.
Well, that's true. I hadn't even considered that, but yeah, you absolutely could. And if you want to do it for some kind of like web blogging thing, it's got a screen that'll show up. You can tilt it up like this. I think it just went into the power off mode.
No,
but
it's right
it didn't.
Here. We've got it, and so you've got a little app to your iPhone. We're looking at it live.
There is an app that allows you. It's not a Canon app.
Okay.
It's a Pixma app, but it'll allow you to attach to any kind of a camera. This one you can do ad hoc, and I can control the camera, and I can record either to the phone or I can record onto the camera itself.
Awesome.
The camera takes a regular size SD card.
Awesome.
The previous Vixia Mini took one of those micros.
Yeah,
those are a little bit of a hassle.
those. Yeah.
No, this is a regular SD card. Now, one of the cool things about this accessory.
Yeah, what's this accessory?
This accessory, it's a manual tilt, so you have to set the tilt, but then it's a pan head.
I have to stop you for 1 second. We're going to get back to this, but look at this rig. All right, come here. This is Sam from FreeFly. All right. And I know it's not a Canon camera, but
it's not even a Canon lens, man.
Are you impressed by this rig, though? Honestly,
the rig looks pretty cool.
Yeah, and
it would look much cooler with a Cine lens on it.
C500 and a
even
Cine
just
lens.
our cinema lenses. Our cinema lenses are in like every single booth here.
We use those a lot too.
All right, well that's good to know.
Yeah, but look at this
too
setup.
lightweight,
They're too lightweight. They're too sharp. You know.
Sam, I had to get this because we were talking about it yesterday. Look at this thing. And this is what happens at Cine Gear. People walk by with all sorts of crazy get-ups. Paul, I mean, is this crazy or what?
It's what everything's going that way. We've got movies and all sorts of really crazy mobile rigs going around.
Wouldn't it be cool to shoot a Jets game like this?
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
And you know, they always use our 14 by broadcast lens on the Steadicams at all the NFL games.
I know that.
Yeah.
Your lenses are among the best in the business. And
Among.
you can put them on any cameras. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it depends what you're using it for.
Well, yeah, sure. And people
You know.
like personalities of different cinema
Sure,
lenses.
people like different looks for different things, too.
We're in a really nice position where we make.
Thanks, Sam.
So
Enjoy
long.
the
Nice
rest
meeting
of the
you.
show.
You know, we make lenses, so I kind of don't really care what camera you use because we have lenses for any camera, PL, EF mount, B4 mount, and on the other hand, we've got cameras for everything too.
Right.
So
we use
we
the
meet
C500.
everybody's needs in some way or another.
In Artis Media, my production company, we use the C500 a lot,
Yeah.
5D Mark II and 3 a lot.
Yeah.
You know, we love all the other Canon cameras as well, but I love that you can put the lenses on all sorts of different things, the Black Magic stuff.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, everybody's putting EF mounts on there,
Right.
which is one of the reasons I think that our cinema primes, because they're EF only, are so popular. And they're, you know, last year they were in a few booths here at Cinegear. This year they're absolutely everywhere.
Great camera.
Yeah, I mean, because they're putting
great
that
lenses.
mount on everything,
Yeah.
so they always want to use the EF still lenses, but now we've got these more capable manual controllable cine lenses.
And there are adapters to go PL, or you can get a PL mount on a lot of these cameras too, which is
well,
nice.
that's true, and our cinema zooms come EF or PL.
Like the new AJA camera is going to have a PL mount. So, all right, getting back to this.
Oh yeah, so back to this cool little toy, and it is a toy.
What's-
It's
yeah.
$400, and
What's
then this
this accessory?
accessory is just another $100, and I can also control that. So if here I'm gonna. Can you pick it up and just hold it in your hand? So I'm gonna. There's a little bit of a delay on it going over my phone, but I can actually then control that
that's not
over
a
my
delay,
phone.
Paul.
Well, it's a half a
What is
second
that?
delay. I actually have it set to a half a second for the delay.
Unbelievable. So
yeah.
now it's on me.
Now it's on you,
you're
and I'll just
recording
go
me,
back the other way.
recording-
I'm not
recording you.
recording right now, but if I were, actually, maybe I should.
That is very cool.
I'll start recording
All right,
so that we can
so-
get a little shot
So
of you.
right now, I'm interviewing Paul, and,
Mhm.
and Paul's on camera.
And I'm on camera
Paul can
being
now-
interviewed.
Being interviewed on camera.
On camera, on camera. Yeah.
And then he can just look at Cinegear right there.
We can look at Cinegear.
And then you can look at me, and now I'm
Yeah.
talking to Paul.
So, and you could set this up to just be automatically running all the time. I have it set to control from my phone. But if you wanted to just have a scanning, like say you wanted to do a webcast from Cinegear and you just wanted to place it somewhere in one of these corner intersections and just keep going around and around and around, where people are demoing things like, you know, they got people running around with Movies and little remote control cars and quadricopters and things everywhere. You could just have a constant feed of all this cool stuff that goes on at this show.
I love this.
Just using that.
I love this. What about we went into your tent last night?
Oh, yeah.
And we went in there, and that was super cool. And you've got a 4K monitor.
4K, it's a reference display.
Oh my God, this
Yeah.
thing is unbelievable. Tell me about. I can't even. It was so like mind blowing.
All right.
I couldn't even process.
There's two-pronged features about, or two-pronged.
I'm just being honest here. There was no way I could process all of this information. It was unbelievable.
Well, it involves ASUS, which I'll get into, and ASUS is a really big deal, and it's taking the Academy of Arts and Sciences years to come up with ASUS and start to finalize standards for it, and then they
This
go
is a
over to
color
SMPTE.
standard.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
It's a lot of things. But let's start with really what the monitor is first, or what the display is. It's a reference display.
It's not a
that's,
monitor, it's a display.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I get slapped on the wrist for that. No, it's a reference display, which it really is. I mean, a monitor is something you just look at a picture. A reference display is something where you're looking at it, and it is a specific reference to what something's going to look like. So for coloring, color grading in a DI lab, that's what this has been designed for, and it's one of the things it's designed for. When you look at something on a projector, which now they do everything on a projector in these DI labs, and they have monitors, but the monitors don't totally match the projector. When you're looking at something on a projected screen, your black point is only as dark as that screen. That's why they lower all the lights in a movie theater, but it's still a silver, white screen, whichever kind of screen you're using. That's never going to be totally black. So if you're going to match the color on the monitor to what you're going to see out of the projector, you need that to actually, truly 100% match what the screen is going to look like, the actual screen that you're projecting onto.
I told you he knew a lot.
So that's why that's been designed that way, for very specific color grading for use in a theater.
What I thought was awesome is you could color grade on set with this monitor.
You can color. You can do
display.
Yes,
It's a display. Display.
You
don't
can
say
you
monitor.
can do on-set color correction,
Yeah.
which now this is where ASUS comes into it. So ASUS is the Academy Color Encoding System. It is really a color management system that goes from on-set to then final delivery. What you can do with our monitor display, your DP, your director are going to sit there and negotiate exactly what this look looks like. And with the control panel, you can then do your full color correction by using the C500 has it, and some other cameras that are out on the market have this ASUS proxy. ASUS proxy is a way, well, let me kind of explain the idea of the ASUS whole color space. They created this gigantic color space. It exceeds human vision. It's got about 33 stops of dynamic range. It's 16-bit. Everything is done in OpenEXR in this workflow color management. it's designed so that for the next 100 years, whatever camera anybody builds, whatever color and dynamic range it makes, you can fit it into this workflow. There's never going to be anything that's outside of it.
Unbelievable.
So they're just trying to future-proof digital for 100 years because film lasted like 80 years with the workflow they established. Anyway, back to the display. So you go over, you create this color look that's going to be the way that you want this to look. Then you can save that to the display, or you can save it to a USB drive. Then you bring that over to your DIT. Your DIT makes all its dailies with that color look that you guys just designed, and it looks exactly like what it's supposed to. It looks like when you're working in ACES in the DI lab. It's basically a piece of metadata, so that then once you get to the DI room and you're doing your final color grade for your final conform, your starting point looks exactly like what you did on set instead of just really close.
And there's no argument about this is what we want it to look like.
Right.
This is what it. I mean, this is what we wanted it to look like.
Well, that's subject to personalities, but yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Right. Well, this is what we intended it to look like.
That's what we intended. Yeah, we agreed that it's going to look like this, and then when you get to the lab, you looked at a transform of ACES that you could look at on the monitor.
This thing is so awesome. It looks so beautiful.
It's a crystal clear picture. It's
amazing. I know you've got the new PL mount lenses with the auto servo zoom.
It's PL or EF, yeah, the 17 to 120.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
You know, just a lot of great stuff coming from Canon. Of course, the C500 is unbelievable. You got the C300, the 1DC, the 5D3. What's your favorite camera to shoot on? Just every day. Like, I know we could talk about, like...
You know, because they're all kind of lying around my office, depends on what I'm doing. If I'm shooting video, I usually go with the C300. That's definitely what I'm going to do. When I'm shooting stills, if I'm shooting seriously, I take out a 5D3 and a bunch of glass. If I'm going to a party, I take a 6D with a 42/8 pancake lens and a black rapid and just shoot with one focal length.
There you go, folks. He just gave you everything.
Everything you need to know. There's one other thing I want to mention, though, is the dual pixel autofocus now that we have for the C100 and the C300. So it works with only EF mount and only EF lenses that are the still autofocusing lenses.
If you have a C100, you can send it back, right?
$500, and they'll do. It's a hardware upgrade. It's not firmware. They actually have to put stuff in the camera.
Great.
And the same is true of the C300. There's two versions. There's the C100, and for $500 more, there's the C100 AF.
Awesome. Come here, Paul.
Yeah.
You and I have been doing this a long time.
Very long time.
We started out together.
We've seen each other through several different careers, yeah.
Yes. What do you think of this whole setup?
I think this is really interesting. I mean,
thank you.
I would rather see you doing your streaming with the Vixia Mini X.
We might have to do that next time.
You know what? Hook one up just for at least for another feed, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's really cool what you're doing here, though.
Thank you.
I mean, we're here more to teach people how to do stuff and help people in the cinema world and to a lesser extent the broadcasting world. So what you're doing here is really cool. I'm glad you're giving us the opportunity to get our message out to people.
Look, you guys make great cameras and great optics and also do a lot of other great things. And people need to know about that so they know how to make better films and better projects. That's what Cinegear is all about.
Yeah. That's a lot of what Canon's about. You know, we have the Digital Learning Center on our website, which is just chock full of information on every imaginable product, workflow, lenses, cameras, still photography, printing, filmmaking, and then we have our live learning events, which you can find also on the Digital Learning Center.
Paul, you're amazing. You are. I love you, brother. You're the best.
It's great to see you, man.
It's great to see you. This is Cinegear's coverage on BeTerrific, brought to you by Adorama. You can buy all the Canon gear at Adorama. Go see Ben in the New York City Superstore. Tell him I sent you, Michael Artsis. He'll take good care of you. And if you can't make it into the store, go to Adorama.com. You can also buy and sell and trade your gear at Adorama.com/sell. Of course, there's Adorama Rental Company and Adorama Picks to print out your pictures. I got to tell you, it's amazing here at Cinegear. We're here at the Marshall MXL booth here at Cinegear, and they make all sorts of solutions, microphone solutions and monitor solutions, and all sorts of great stuff to use for all your video productions. So check them out at lcdracks.com and, of course, mxlmics.com. All right, I think that we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have Josh with a whole lot more. Maybe we'll go to Liebeck Tripods. We got to talk to those folks.
Can I crash Josh's segment? Since
you can, yeah. And we've got the Liebeck Tripods coming up because Liebeck makes amazing tripods. You got to see their sliders and stuff. Don't forget to send your pictures. Paul, you got to do this. Instagram your pictures with the hashtag BeTerrificTVStage.
Okay.
And they will show up right here on this InstaCube.
Awesome. Very cool.
BridgeKeyboards.com, Bridge with a Y. Father's Day special. You'll get a great deal. And don't forget about Airback. Airback.com for bags that shift the weight distribution so it shifts your load. All right, I'm Michael Artsis. We'll be back from Cinegear 2014 live on BeTerrific right after this. Keep it locked here. BeTerrific.
when you work in film or it's always going to that has been around.
Of equipment back in my place that I'm not using anymore. Come here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment that you want,
I do feel like
it's nice just to walk in and have it in front of you within 5 minutes.
it's more convenience and time. That's the best part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here, you can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
they wouldn't trade me anything.
See if it works. There's ticks or what. So yeah.
About the equipment and stuff like that.
I've seen the same people here over and over again. The workers are wonderful and they're very trustworthy. I'll always come in knowing the price it's going to be are always fair, and the people very pick me up and help me out with anything.
I'm a filmmaker.
Video and editor from.
I'm an amateur, and I love coming to the department here at Adorama. The items that they are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
Stop the pain. Stop the struggle. Other backpacks cause injury by encouraging improper use and improper posture. They're unbalanced and unsafe. Airback is the solution.
Should've got an airbag.
Airback's patented air support system makes it the most comfortable backpack in the world. Airback improves posture and spinal alignment. If it's not on your back, it can't hurt your back. Airback provides shock absorption and adjusts to fit any body type. It's a stylish solution that protects you and what you carry, like your laptop and other costly electronics. Airback makes you feel like you're carrying half the weight. Our unique air support system takes the weight off the back and helps prevent back injuries. Relax, says be natural. And especially with her, you can notice how nice and straight she is. And also it's shock absorbent in case you're running for the bus or the airport. Now what I'm going to do while it's on your back, I'm going to take the air out, and then you'll feel what it's like to wear a regular backpack without the air system. So I'm just going to take it out while it's on you.
Wow.
How's that?
Heavy.
Do you want to wear it anymore?
No.
Which way do you want to wear it?
The other way.
Okay, thank you very much. Airback, the solution to a heavy backpack. Get yours today.
Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard that belongs with iPad. The iPad is a great tool, but to truly be able to leave your laptop behind, you need a keyboard. Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard for iPad. It has the same great aluminum fit and finish as your laptop, a terrific clamped clamshell laptop design, and a 10-hour battery. Onboard speakers are optional, but Bridge is not. Bridge boasts a full keyboard, large keys that are easy to type on, and Bridge is lightweight. Get the perfect viewing angle and typing angle every time. Bridge, leave your laptop behind. To find out more or to order yours, log on to bridgekeyboards.com.
Mushroom Networks is an 8-year-old company based in San Diego. We have pioneered a technology called broadband bonding.
As publishers, We're working with large image and video files all the time. We need a high-speed connection that allows us to deliver this content quickly. We're also looking for power and reliability. And that's where the Truffle by Mushroom Network came in.
Mushroom Network's technology will be able to bring in the capability of adding more bandwidth and high nines reliability. We have several flavors of technology applied in different form factors. At the very low end, we have the Truffle Lite, which is a desktop small form factor unit, can aggregate up to 4 internet lines as well as 3G, 4G failover. For larger branch offices, we have the Truffle product line, can go all the way up to 12 ports of internet lines, again with the 3G, 4G failover. If your application is completely based on mobile and portable, we have the Portabella unit, which is a small form factor that can be carried around and powered by a battery.
By deploying a Truffle, we were able to combine a T1 with 2 business DSL lines to give us the speed that we needed.
We build our products based on a simple premise, and that is providing the best end user experience over the internet for our clients.
Hey, this is Josh Apter coming to you live from Cinegear 2014 on an iPad that's going wireless to our switcher. No wires, without a net, and it seems like it's working okay. We're with Jose Larios from Liebeck. We're going to be talking tripods. We're going to be talking sliders. But first, tell me, this is your newest, latest. This is debuting at the show.
It is. We introduced it at NAB. It's a really cool system. It's the Alex system. That's what we're introducing here at Cinegear. We have the Alex H, which is a 75mm flat base and 75mm bowl and flat base fluid head. It's really cool. It has a quick release like this. You release this, you attach it. Simple as that. Very simple. And it also has a 3/8 extra screw. Attach it.
Can I tilt it so I can show them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here. Check this out. This is a great feature, by the way. It's got an extra 3/8/16 screw that nests into the head underneath the base plate, so you don't lose it when you take it out. Very smart. And this is modeled after, my friend's got a Sackler that does the same, clicks right in. Really great design.
Yep. And these are just prototypes, but you still see all the functions that you can find in the final versions that are going to be available in August. Sorry,
arms are in the way here.
Yeah, no worries. And it has an LED bubble level, of course, so you can set up shooting in the dark. It has an extra rosette for a left-hand side. You could do pan and tilt, and what's really cool about this is that it's designed with a 90-degree angle. And what's really important about that is, and I'll show you in a second when we get to the vertical configuration, is that you could put diagonal and vertical configurations for this type of setup. So you have an Alex H, you have the Alex S, which is the slider. It's a 30-inch range slider. Oh, sorry, going back to the head, it holds 9 pounds, 4 kilos. Okay. And the slider holds 33 pounds, and it's a 30-inch slide range. It also is equipped with 1/4-inch and 3/8 screw holes, so you can put articulating arms, Israeli arms, for your monitors and other accessories. And you could easily notice that the 75mm and flat base is also attached and equipped with the slider.
Can you mount this slider anywhere along, or does it have a number of different screws? Oh, you're going to show me, aren't you?
I'm going to show you exactly, Josh. I'm just going to release the ball clamp here, and you can see here, and I can just put this on the tabletop configuration, or any 75mm or flat base.
It's got holes, so you can mount it here, there, or dead center.
Exactly. Okay. They're found here and at the bottom. And then you just simply, attach this again. It's really easy to do. There's your bubble level, so you can see what you're doing.
I gotta know how much this costs.
I'll tell you in a second. I gotta get to the tripod, which is really cool because it's a lightweight tripod. It's very rigid, very stable. Everything you see here includes, of course, its own carrying case. For example, the head and the tripod, that's the carrying case. This is the carrying case, which is also padded for the slider. And the leg lock knobs are a little different. Traditionally, leg lock knobs hit the pipe directly at one spot, but these are designed to hug the pipe. So that means your leg lock knobs are going to last you a lot longer. Very, very smart. Very cool idea.
I can't say leg lock knobs once. I'm very impressed. You've been saying it 2 days.
Yeah, well, I've been saying it twice, but I still messed up. But it's okay. But you see here the legs on the slider again, so you, in case you're on an unlevel, yeah, exactly. You can just adjust that really easily.
And for storage, these unscrew and then they flip in for nesting.
Yeah, they just flip in. You don't even have to unscrew it. You just loosen it up, and it's as simple as that, like this. Really easy. Okay, and just store it in its carrying case.
That's great.
This whole system, the Alex H, the Alex S, and the Alex T, is the Alex S kit. There's an Alex kit, which is the head and the tripod, but with the Alex S kit, you are able to use it in different configurations, and it's only listed at $980. So $980, you'll probably find it with our authorized resellers at about 20% lower, so maybe about $780 or something like that.
For the tripod, the head, and the slider.
Exactly, with the carrying cases.
You said 700 and change.
Yeah, 700 and change, exactly. And if you consider an extra head, which is about $270, I'll show you over here, you could also have a vertical configuration.
Walk over. So you can pick it up. It's a monopod. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. So now you have a tripod, a head, a slider, and an extra head. And like I showed you that it's a 90-degree angle head, now you can have a vertical shot. Really, really smart. Really, really cool. And it's still under $1,000 for this whole configuration. Yeah, it's really, really cool. You can have different types of setups here. Vertical, you can have diagonal. You want to tilt the head at a diagonal, no problem. Really, really smart.
You know the irony? The wooden camera case for the pocket camera cost more than 2 heads, slider, and legs.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, tell Wooden Camera they need to make their stuff less expensive, but that's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very good cost. Again, you know, we're very smart in the way we design our things. We have a 3-year warranty in all of our products. This is going to be available in August for discontinued parts or discontinued items, even though this is brand new. But we still guarantee 12 years of parts for discontinued items. So ask any of our customers, and we have a very good customer care program. We really appreciate your consideration and stopping by, looking at our stuff, but it's really cool. More information can be found at libexsales.com. Oh, and don't forget, for our customers, don't forget to enter our contest, our video contest. For the Alex model, there are 5 prizes, one of which you can win all the entire system here, and with the extra head. And all we're looking for is a 1-minute video, 1.5-minute video. It doesn't have to be used with any of our equipment. We're just looking for some sliders, some dolly movements, something creative. There are about 35 videos online, but you still have a good, very, very good chance of winning.
What's the deadline?
July 1st. And
Come
again,
on!
Yeah, I know, but it's all right.
All right, and so the prize, you get 5. You're going to give away 5 of these complete systems, or what's the point of the prize?
First prize gets the head, slider, head, tripod. Second prize gets head, slider, tripod, and so on and so forth. And it breaks down to just the head at the end, at the 5th prize.
And the 6th prize is just spreaders for nothing.
the foot pads, no. No, absolutely. It's a really good system. Again, it's worth competing. I mean, again, we're just looking for something creative online. It's really, really simple.
No, that sounds terrific. Tell these people at home where they can go to find you and the contest once again.
libexsales.com, and the video contest is also on our Facebook, so please like us. We would really appreciate it. We're manufacturing in Japan. Our office is here in Los Angeles, where we have our parts, our customer care program, our distribution, and again, you know, we're growing and growing fast.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for giving us your time today.
Thanks, Josh.
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure.
And I think we're going back. We may be going back to, we're not going back to Michael. We're just going to go back to commercial. By the way, also, thanks for letting us sort of like, you know, encroach on your booth here.
I would give you more space and everything. It's just, you know.
We just want half the staircase, that's all.
Somebody else, you know. Yeah,
all right.
No worries. You guys are more than welcome.
Well, you guys are great. Thank you so much. We'll be back in a minute with more coverage from Cinegear 2014.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care.
Do you want great looking prints at low cost? Be sure to visit our easy-to-use online printing service. Adorama Pix has professionals who treat your images with the utmost care that you can count on. For a quick turnaround on photos, cards, or albums, use AdoramaPix.com.
This new product is called Bridge. It's a Kickstarter funded project and it's a companion product to the iPad, but it's phenomenal. I think that it's going to do great and I think you're going to love it. I certainly do. I travel a lot. I stay in hotel rooms like this one and I like to travel light. If I take my iPad, it's great. I can play movies, I can play games, I can even answer emails and take notes at meetings. And I really like it for that. But the biggest drawback to the iPad is that I can't really edit documents on it that easily, and I can't write documents or write long emails on it. But now you can. Bridge turns your iPad into a laptop.
We wanted something that really felt like it belonged with the iPad.
It connects to your iPad two ways. The first way is Bluetooth. That's how you connect to the iPad and are able to type with it. Secondly, it connects to your iPad with these hinges that lock your iPad into place. You can dangle your iPad from it, it holds it so tight, and it allows it to close and open easily. Just like the smart cover, this puts your iPad to sleep when you close it and wakes it when you open it. Bridge is made from the same kind of aluminum that your iPad is made out of. And it's a really nice, solid keyboard. The build, fit, and finish here are second to none. It's got Bluetooth speakers that allow you to play your music, videos, or any kind of sound right from your iPad. And the battery life lasts as long as your iPad does. It feels very substantial, feels good together, and it's about as slim together as a MacBook Air. Now, it allows you to do all sorts of wonderful things. You can create Pages documents. You can edit documents. You can type long emails. I've written several of them.
And essentially bridges the gap between a tablet and a laptop.
And you can easily pop your iPad out and just run on the go, read a book, or do whatever you would normally do with your iPad. Tremendous product, reasonable price, and if you're on a budget, you can check out the new, cheaper plastic Bridge. I think you're going to love Bridge.
Check it out at bridgekeyboards.com.
This close-up shot is on a Schneider Optics lens, a 2-time tele lens on the iPhone. It's part of the iPro kit. Just want to let you know a little behind the scenes how we're doing this. Look at these pictures coming into our InstaCube on the BeTerrific TV stage hashtag. You can send yours there. We've got a lot of great behind the scenes stuff. We're broadcasting live here at Cinegear 2014 on the back lot of Paramount Studios. It's amazing here. The vibe is so great. So many movies have been shot here. It's presented by Adorama on BeTerrific. Go to the Adorama Superstore in New York City. See Ben. Tell him I sent you. You get all sorts of great deals on great gear. Keep sending your photos to this InstaCube. Go instacube.com. All right, I'm Michael Artis with your continuing coverage. Thank you so much for joining us on BeTerrific. We're streaming over the Mushroom Network's Streamer 8000. It's putting the signal of 8 wireless modems together to stream us live on Ustream and YouTube and on BeTerrific. All right, we'll have the Planet 5D wrap-up show later. And by the way, we're doing this with all iOS devices into a Paladin switcher. This is an absolute first. This is a first time it's ever been done. Live HDMI out, thanks to the Filmic Pro app, using Padcasters to support the cameras in the iPads and the iPhones, rather. And the only cameras are iPhones and iPads right into the Paladin switcher, and then streaming thanks to the streamer from Mushroom Networks, mushroomnetworks.com. Ryan from Wooden Camera is joining us once again because there's so much to cover with what you do, and I love your gear. You guys have a lot of heavy, expensive accessories to show off your stuff, like display models, because you have to show us this stuff on a Red, on a GH4, on all this stuff, and the companies, they don't give it to you, do they?
No, some of them are very supportive. They give promotional discounts, but we have to...
Yeah, but they don't give it to you.
No,
you still
certainly
pay.
not. We have to have so many versions of every camera that we just end up buying them, and we have probably 15 or 20 cameras back at our warehouse.
Can I borrow a Red sometime?
You could. If you were close to me, I'd let you borrow it.
Excellent. Where are you? I got to know this.
We're based in Dallas, Texas.
All right, when I'm in Dallas, I'm going to go visit geekbeat.tv. I love those guys. I do some stuff with them, and I'm going to come visit you.
Awesome.
And I'd love to see your facility. So what do we have here, Ryan?
Yeah, so this is the GH4. We talked about the GH4 with the YAG module yesterday, but this is the standard GH4. You can do 4K internal recording,
which I like,
in a very compact form.
To me, that's the way to use the GH4, by the way.
Absolutely.
I think, adding that YAG module, adding the recorder, adding all that stuff, by the time you're pricing it up and how it... I mean, you've made a nice rig for it, so it's a lot more compact. By the time you carry all that gear, you battery power it, you cable it, and all this stuff, I think you'd be better off with a different camera, personally, at that price range. Maybe it's the Sony A7S, maybe it's something else, but to me, that's what I would look at.
Yeah.
Especially because the Sony A7S can go HDMI out to 4K, one cable, as opposed to 4 from the YAG, which I call the Yacht, or the cruise ship. but this is how I would shoot the GH4 personally. I think it's a very reasonable 4K camera. That way it's affordable, and there's nothing that's going to touch that price-wise, and you're shooting 4K on board.
Certainly. And really, what we've done here is taking our DSLR cage, it's the DSLR cage small, and it fits the GH4, but the great thing about our system is that it's expandable to accommodate any camera. So the A7S would actually fit in the same cage. You just squeeze the top and bottom together slightly.
And then you could use a 5D Mark III, a Nikon D800, any of these cameras, and you've got battery power with the V-mount. And some guy just walked in front of our live shot and stuck his hand in front of it. It's like he wanted to photobomb us. I love that.
True.
I love it. I love it. I encourage it. I'm waiting for a Baba Booey, okay?
That's good.
Yeah, I love it. I have no problem with it. So this is what we got here, and you've got the V-mount for the battery, and you've got the audio, the XLR audio with your A kit.
On this side here, we have the A box, which converts the stereo plug on any DSLR to 2 standard XLRs. And the other benefit, like you said, with the 5D3 and the D800, this cage is adjustable to fit any DSLR. So in a time when DSLRs are changing very frequently, it's nice to have one kit that can work with a lot of different DSLRs.
Right, and the thing is, will this fit like a 1DC or even a 4? Jeez, I'm losing my mind. A D4S.
D4S, yeah. The components are very much the same. The only thing you would replace is this vertical rod.
Okay, so that's awesome. So it can grow with your needs and change as the cameras change because they're changing every minute.
That's right.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love that. I love how you build this stuff. It's so great. And you've got the monitor mount here, so you can mount a Marshall monitor. We're broadcasting from the Marshall booth. These guys make some of the best monitors. And by the way, they've got a wireless transmitter, an HDMI wireless transmitter, which we're using here, but they also showed me today it's now selling an HDMI stick, so that just like the PowerLink stick you have on this red you're going to show us, they can use the same thing, and it works with your rig. So now that kind of leads us well into this rig here you have here with the red. And tell me about this one.
Yeah, so we got our start with the Red Epic camera. So we've built a full line of accessories for it, including many similar things that we saw in the DSLR rig. But what we were referring to with your wireless transmitter is the C box here, which has HDMI or SDI input, and it gives you 3 simultaneous SDI and 2 simultaneous HDMI.
Wow.
So like you said, with a Marshall stick transmitter, you can take 5 volts out of our box and power your transmitter to make a very easy and compact package.
Awesome. This is an awesome rig. And this obviously, this one's built for the red, but you can, box, the C box, goes on any of your rigs. I mean, it really could work with anything.
Yeah, and this is the first of its kind. It fits between your V-mount or gold mount plate and wherever it was mounted before. So
awesome.
Any standard hole pattern this will attach to, and you can attach to your battery plate.
I know you really can't say what your favorite camera is, but do you enjoy shooting with the red?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every camera has its own benefits, but really you get high resolution, high frame rates, and at a reasonable price point. So it's a great camera, certainly.
Awesome. Ryan, thank you so much. Find out more on woodencameras.com. That's woodencameras.com. They make great rigs, as you can see. The finish and fit is so great. And he's got something for everything. And with all this stuff, you're ready for all your accessories. It's just tremendous. This is our continuing Cinegear coverage on BeTerrific, presented by Adorama. You got to go to Adorama's New York City Superstore, see Ben, tell him I sent you, and get all this wooden camera gear, as well as the rest of the gear that you need. We're streaming live on the Mushroom Network streamer, the 8000, which takes 8 USB modems, and it streams live off of those. It takes the signal and puts them together. So that's what we're streaming on mushroomnetworks.com. And of course, the Paladin Switcher is tying all of our cameras together, even our wireless ones that we're using the Marshall HDMI wireless transmitter on to go back into the Paladin Switcher. And so we're doing everything over iOS, iPhone, and it's unbelievable what we're able to do here live out over the phones. So that's the Paladin Switcher, the Mushroom Network streamer. We've got Jacob here, who's our producer, and he's going to be doing a behind the scenes that we're going to be able to show you down the road on BeTerrific.com. Peter Poon is holding down the fort. It's amazing here on the back lot of Paramount Studios. Josh is getting ready with another great interview, and we're just going to keep this coverage going. We'll have Marshall on, later on. Bernie will be on for Marshall to tell us about the great monitors and some other great things, including the wireless transmitter we've been using so well and so great. And I got to tell you about our sponsors for 1 minute. So we've got a great sponsor in Bridge Keyboards. I love Bridge keyboards. You can see this in the two-shot. Ryan, are you impressed with this product? Yesterday we were kind of talking about it. This allows you to ditch your laptop and just take your iPad. What you do is you use your iPad as you would your iPad. Then you slip it into the Bluetooth wireless keyboard. It's even got speakers, so you can use it as a stand to watch movies or as an editing station. But then you can do proposals and documents and emails very easily on this full keyboard. This is how I use it, so that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And use it as a laptop. Then you want to leave it in the hotel for a day. You leave it in the hotel, and you've got a regular iPad again. And then, oh, you need the keyboard, bang, right into the keyboard. And it travels light, folds up well, and it's a clamshell design. So look at this. It folds up with your iPad, just like this, so
That's
it looks
really
like a
awesome.
laptop.
Yeah.
And you carry it together, and then you can break your iPad off of it. We're using it for our show notes. I use it all the time. I love it. And they're having a Father's Day special, $99 for this unit with the speakers, and even lower amounts for the lower models, polycarbonate, which is a little bit lighter and less expensive, and one without speakers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's
you
neat.
need to get one of these. I think we
I
got to
do.
hook you up with Bridge keyboards.
I do. I can't stand using the iPad touch keyboard, so this would probably be perfect.
A lot of people feel the same way as you, and I like the iPad's keyboard for certain things, but it gets a little thummy after
Yeah,
a while.
that's
And so
right.
I love it because I can lay in bed and write proposals and documents and get sponsorship on Cinegear coverage to help pay the bills, all with my Bridge keyboard. So I love it. BridgeKeyboards.com. Got to hook you up with one, and it's Bridge with a Y. And of course, you got to check out Airback, the Airback backpacks, AIRBAC. They shift the weight distribution with a patented air bladder so that you lighten the load. And it's really, truly amazing. Find that out on airback.com. All right. We've got Felix Lights, by the way, who are lighting us right now. They're tremendous. You got to check them out. Very lightweight, very compact, very portable, and they're amazing. We had them on yesterday, and they're terrific. And of course, these innovative carts, INOVATIV carts.com. They also sell those at Adorama. They are the best production carts around. And of course, we're in the Marshall booth. Marshall makes the best monitors, so you got to check out Marshall and the Marshall stuff. They've got 4K monitors now. Ryan, your stuff is unbelievable. Free plug right here.
Thank you.
WoodenCamera.com. I love your iPhone cases, by the way. Thank you so
Awesome.
much for making those. They're super fun and super cool.
Yeah.
And check it all out on WoodenCamera.com. You can buy them there or go to Adorama.com or the Adorama New York City Superstore and say hello to Ben for me. I think we've got Josh with another great interview in just a minute when we come back from commercial break. Check out some videos on the bridge and all this other stuff. And then we'll be back with Josh with another great interview right after this. I'm Michael Artsis, live from Cinegear on BeTerrific, presented by Adorama. Keep it locked here. We'll be back right after this.
Stop the pain. Stop the struggle. Other backpacks cause injury by encouraging improper use and improper posture. They're unbalanced and unsafe. Airback is the solution.
Should've gone Airback.
Airback's patented air support system makes it the most comfortable backpack in the world. Airback improves posture and spinal alignment. If it's not on your back, it can't hurt your back. Airback provides shock absorption and adjusts to fit any body type. It's a stylish solution that protects you and what you carry, like your laptop and other costly electronics. Airback makes you feel like you're carrying half the weight. Our unique air support system takes the weight off the back and helps prevent back injuries. Relax as be natural. And especially with her, you can notice how nice and straight she is. And also it's shock absorbent in case you're running for the bus or the airport. Now what I'm gonna do while it's on your back, I'm gonna take the air out, and then you'll feel what it's like to wear a regular backpack without the air system. So I'm just gonna take it out while it's on you.
Wow.
How's that?
Heavy.
Do you want to wear it anymore?
No.
Which way do you want to wear it?
The other way.
Okay, thank you very much. Airback, the solution to a heavy backpack. Get yours today.
Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard that belongs with iPad. The iPad is a great tool, but to truly be able to leave your laptop behind, you need a keyboard. Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard for iPad. It has the same great aluminum fit and finish as your laptop, a terrific clamped clamshell laptop design, and a 10-hour battery. Onboard speakers are optional, but Bridge is not. Bridge boasts a full keyboard, large keys that are easy to type on, and Bridge is lightweight. Get the perfect viewing angle and typing angle every time. Bridge. Leave your laptop behind. To find out more or to order yours, log on to bridgekeyboards.com.
When you work in or
back in my place that I'm not using anymore, to them, they review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it, or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a
Exactly what they say: fast, affordable, easy. You're in an.
I came here to
a slip, and yeah, I'm ready.
Quick and
It's nice just to walk in and have a quote in front of you.
it's more about like the convenience and time. That's the best part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here. You can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
wouldn't trade.
If there's any little tick.
There's a convenience factor, certainly having somebody else handle all of that for you. Know you're selling.
They know what you bring it in about the equipment, fixing it and stuff like
that. I'll always come in on.
Very knowledgeable, friendly.
Generally a good experience overall.
Yeah, I never walked.
Even just living in Manhattan.
I'm
I'm an event photographer.
Video editor from New York.
I'm an amateur photographer, and I love coming to the used department because people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
Hi, this is Josh Apter. We're live from Cinegear 2014. We are using iPads and iPhones, and we're streaming live to you today. The Padcaster's out. It's out podcasting somewhere, doing something. But we're here with Rich Rothman from Hexalux.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing? You don't even have a hand free to shake my hand.
Hand free, no.
We just bumped into each other the other day. You had a really cool light. I said, "How would you feel about being interviewed about it?" And you said, "Sure, why not?"
Let's have some fun.
Came by yesterday. We didn't have any schedule. Now you're here today, so I'm really glad you could make it.
And thanks for having the time.
Yeah, sure. Just tell me, this is a new product. You've been working on it for a while. Tell me what we got in front of us here.
We have a 125 watt power consumption LED cinema light. This one is a daylight color temperature that's been designed to be very versatile. So it's really 3 lights in one.
Okay.
I can go through that.
Yeah, sure.
My partner is a shooter for 20 years and never could find a light he wanted, and then the LED thing started to happen, and we spent about 3 years before we announced it last year to perfect it.
Okay. So this is 3 years in the making. Now, how
Yes.
is it 3 lights in the making?
Well, we have a standard Fresnel.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Which zooms, oh, here we are, zooms from 15 in a tight spot, floods to 60. It's using a diffractive optical element, which is the only one that I know of in the industry, which allows us to have really nice throw and collimation.
Now, diffractive optical element. You're going to have to,
well,
for the folks at home, what is that?
Those lines aren't just all in the same circle. They're spaced in a way that actually reproduces the optics of a precision glass lens.
Uh-huh.
And because you need really to do it in any practical way in plastic, you can't have any heat, so you haven't been able to do it with traditional lighting systems in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have LEDs that have no heat.
Right.
You can do that. The second light is, if you're using a green screen at all, You've all run into the problem of having inconsistent light field across the green screen.
Sure.
Well, because this is a lightweight precision optic, you can open this up and tilt it plus or minus 15 degrees. Well, that means you can set this light to the side of your green screen and then tune this back and forth until you have a consistent light field. Guys tell me that use them that now they don't have to use 2 or 3 panels to light a green screen. They can just use one hexalux light. And the third light.
This is the softbox.
Softbox. That takes about 10 seconds to put together. 8.
That's okay. Everything's made of metal.
So that's the softbox.
Oh wow, that's just like collapsed like nothing.
This is how you undo it. So that's the softbox. We're pretty proud of that. We're pretty proud of everything in this. It's like the Swiss Army knife.
Now it's also running off of a battery, I see, right?
Running off a battery or AC. This is a 100-watt battery pack. It'll run for about 45 minutes at the full output, which is like a 200-watt HMI.
Okay.
And it weighs.
Let me see how much it weighs.
Josh?
It's pretty standard.
It's about 9 pounds.
That's kind of what you want, though, right?
That's what you want.
That's really nice. Now, what are these? It's also it's a router.
No, those connectors in the back are the DMX connectors.
Okay.
So just to finish on the softbox.
Yeah, sure.
You just drop that softbox in, and well, we can turn the softbox on here. Okay, I'm talking to the mic. And if we flood that out, that should be blinding you now. Yeah.
The people at home who can no longer see.
There we go. So that's like a normal panel. And so all 3 of these lights, these capabilities are in one light that costs about the price of one light.
What is the cost of this light?
Well, just with the barn doors, it's $2,400, and with the barn doors and the softbox, it's $2,650.
That's pretty incredible.
Thank you.
Very versatile piece of equipment. Now you're going to tell me a little bit about. You said you worked with a lot of startups.
Yeah, I've been doing startups for since I was 16.
Okay, now when you say doing startups, what does that mean? Starting them up, or does that mean that you?
I started a company in my garage at age 16, and then I've worked with startups and run them. And this one I'm starting with my partner Pete Smith.
He's the DP.
Well, we're the partners.
Okay.
Yeah. I went to school and got a degree in mathematical physics, and then got interested in the business side, and studied with a lot of entrepreneurs, got a lot of apprenticeship, and worked on image processing, mostly hardcore image processing, optical image processing, Fourier optics.
What was the first product that you started out of your garage? I'm curious.
It was I got involved with a guy doing brainwave research, and when you're doing brainwave research, you need to create flashing lights to stimulate the brain to do different things.
Yep.
And I came up with a new way of encoding and decoding the flashing lights so that they could run their experiments consistently.
Wow. And you were 16 years old?
Yeah.
So how? What light bulb was that when you're 16? You're, what, a sophomore in high school?
Yeah. At about age 14, I got all interested in electronics.
Okay.
And so I started to become a whiz kid, and then I hooked up with this. My mom actually knew this brainwave researcher, and he took me under his wing, helped me. We did some research on interhemispheric brain communication, mostly at his behest, but I helped a little, and then I made the stimulator so that we could do the experiments.
So where do these things, where are we finding these sort of, these tools now? Is it all neurologists? Like, who's using it?
It's pretty much biofeedback neurologists, helping people whose brains get scrambled for PTSD or mostly PTSD, unscramble them, or some schizophrenics, they can undo them.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, have you heard there's a whole an industry now that's growing called neurocinematics? I think it's actually bigger here than it is in New York, but a friend of mine is a neurologist, and he's talking about mapping the way our brains react to different imagery.
Oh, sure.
Right? So you've heard of
Yeah,
this?
with a big MRI. It's called functional MRI.
Okay.
Then you need a lot of image processing, and that's the cinematic part.
Yeah, and so now it's like, there are these boutiques opening up out here saying, like, we can help you manipulate your audience so that they'll come back 2, 3, 4 times, or they'll respond to your product.
It's a big piece of hardware. It's a, $10 million sensor you need to. It's an MRI scanner.
But when your budget's $100 million.
Oh, and now there's a new thing. You can put bonnets on, and then they're doing a little bit of crude mapping. I would call that crude compared to the MRI. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you put your audiences in front and watch how their brainwaves dance across their hemispheres and figure out if that.
A little scary to me.
It is a little scary, totally.
So okay, this is where you started, and then the crossover from that sort of technology into film came how?
Oh, I'm really not a film guy. Lately I've been working on some low-cost robotics, and when Pete, my partner, and I met, we saw where lights, cameras, and robotics could go to change the production studio of the future. So this is just the first product.
Okay, so you're more as an entrepreneur than a film geek.
Yes.
Like
I watch a lot of movies. I've
anything,
never made one.
Anything good?
A lot of good ones. God, nothing comes to mind right now. What's my favorite? Well, I like Donnie Darko, the classics.
Oh yeah, sure.
I really like the mermaid scene in the Rum Diaries. With Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I thought that was great. I just saw the Great Beauty Italian movie, kind of sort of like a Federico Fellini movie from a modern director.
Okay.
Those were fun.
That's good. I just watched almost all of her on the airplane here.
Oh, right.
The DVD started to go, and so I bought the plane's Wi-Fi, went to iTunes to buy it to see if I could download it before. It was a 6-hour flight.
Right.
Not a chance. So I still haven't seen the last 20 minutes of the movie, but I really enjoyed what I saw. It's actually
that's another scary movie. You got the neuro cinematography, and now you've got falling in love with your iPhone.
Yeah, well, and the funny thing is when he's saying he's dating his OS, people aren't they're not laughing, they're not freaking out. It's sort of like, okay, you like her? And it's very strange.
Yeah, totally.
Well, it seems we've meandered from all kinds of different things.
Yes, sure.
But I guess we can draw the connection between cinema and technology and how
robotics is very exciting. I think cinema, well, all the hardcore graphic stuff that I worked on in the 80s and 90s is now like $1,000. I remember using $1 million computer to do that. It's free and it's very powerful. So all the post-production stuff has become incredible to me. Where we haven't really evolved is in capture.
Yeah.
And how you actually take human actors and interact with them in more efficient ways. And that's where we're going to focus in the future.
Oh, that's great.
It's exciting stuff.
Yeah. No, I had this idea that in the future, you'll put your actors on a stage. The camera it'll capture everything from all angles simultaneously, and it'll allow you to go into the edit room and just select your masters, your close-ups. You can move in and out at any speed that you want because everything's being captured in real time at an unlimited resolution.
Yes.
And
I think
go
that's
into
a
the
step
dome.
after our step. That's 2 steps away.
Okay, so we're gonna make the studio dome together.
Yes.
And it's a green dome.
Yeah,
you can
it's
put in
nice.
any
You don't
background.
need to worry about f-stops or angle. You can all do it in post. You can focus in post. You could zoom in post. That'll happen.
Well, we should also, if we can create the actors in post.
Yeah, the problem is that, that's the interesting thing, animation versus human talent. Animation, you can keep going back, and you spend years, just like Pixar does their movies twice, essentially.
Oh, yeah, it's like 4 years to, I have an editor friend who, he says, my resume doesn't have a lot on it, but I've worked on Finding Nemo for 4 years. Like, it's a
big deal.
Yeah.
So working with, human talent where you probably got them for 30 days, it's going to take some cleverness, which we think we've got a line on.
All right, well, you'll have to come back and tell us when you figure that one out, all right?
Yes.
Thank you so much for talking
thanks
to
for
us.
the time.
Yeah, sure, and thanks for coming back.
Sure.
So we are going to go, I believe, to an exciting commercial break. We'll be back live from Cinegear 2014 right after these messages. Stay tuned.
Stop the pain. Stop the struggle. Other backpacks cause injury by encouraging improper use and improper posture. They're unbalanced and unsafe. Airback is the solution.
Should've got an airbag.
Airback's patented air support system makes it the most comfortable backpack in the world. Airback improves posture and spinal alignment. If it's not on your back, it can't hurt your back. Airback provides shock absorption and adjusts to fit any body type. It's a stylish solution that protects you and what you carry, like your laptop and other costly electronics. Airback makes you feel like you're carrying half the weight.
Our unique air support system takes the weight off the back and helps prevent back injuries.
Relax as be natural. And especially with her, you can notice how nice and straight she is. And also it's shock absorbent in case you're running for the bus or the airport. Now what I'm going to do while it's on your back, I'm going to take the air out, and then you'll feel what it's like to wear a regular backpack without the air system. So I'm just going to take it out while it's on you.
Wow.
How's that?
Heavy.
Do you want to wear it anymore?
No.
Which way do you want to wear it?
The other way.
Okay, thank you very much. Airbag, the solution to a heavy backpack. Get yours today.
When you work in film or you have old, you come in here with a bunch of stuff that has been sitting around.
In my place, not using anymore. Come here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment,
it's nice just to walk quote in front of you within 5 minutes.
it's more about like the convenience and time. That's the best part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here, you can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
They wouldn't trade me any work. So.
See if it works. Ticks or
having somebody
and the price it's going to be and are always here very
far. I think the staff is very knowledgeable, friendly.
Only a good experience overall.
Yeah, I got here upset.
I tell people to come here even.
Yes, I would recommend Adorama.
I'm a filmmaker living in Manhattan.
Novice user.
I'm a photographer.
I'm a photographer.
I'm an event photographer.
I'm into the used department here at Adorama because the people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
In 2014, brought to you by Adorama. Adorama is the best camera and gear store. So if you're going to go get your stuff, go to Adorama Superstore in New York City. See Ben, tell him I sent you. That's Michael Arts has sent you. He'll give you a great deal and treat you right, as will all the people at Adorama. They have great expert advice. And if you can't get into the store, go to Adorama.com and shop there. You can also buy, sell, and trade your used gear at Adorama.com/sell. You can rent it from Adorama's rental company, and of course, you can print out pictures on Adorama's Pick site. Now, we have a great show here from Cinegear on the Paramount Studios backlot. It just keeps getting better. It keeps getting more exciting. We've got great photo streaming into the InstaCube here. The hashtag is BeTerrific TV Stage. I love what's coming up. A lot of our behind-the-scenes stuff and a lot of other great pictures from vendors around here and from you at home. So check that out at goinstacube.com. Our hashtag is BeTerrific TV Stage. Now, we are streaming live thanks to the Mushroom Network's Streamer 8000. Basically, the Streamer 8000 takes 8 USB modems, puts their signal together, and gives us terrific bandwidth. That's what's streaming this broadcast. And this is a first because we're taking iPhones and iPads. Our only cameras are iOS devices, and we're running them into a Paladin switcher and then using the Mushroom Network's streamer to stream. So mushroomnetworks.com, go check them out so you can do a broadcast, and of course yourpaladin.com so that you can also switch your broadcast. We're using the Filmic Pro app and a lot of Padcasters. So go to the iTunes store, check out Filmic Pro. This is a beta version with live HDMI out, and of course check out the Padcaster at thepadcaster.com. We're in the Marshall MXL booth. MXL Mics makes amazing mics for doing what we're doing right now, and for doing all sorts of filmmaking, plugging right into your iOS device, mxlmics.com. And of course, Marshall for all your monitors. We're using them right now. Marshall makes great monitors, Marshall Electronics, and we're showing you a lot of live wireless transmission thanks to the Marshall HDMI transmitter. I have a very, very special guest joining us now. It just keeps getting better. It just keeps going on. Jahit Aiken. So, I'm so sorry, is joining us right now from Mushroom Networks. You're basically powering this whole thing. It's pretty impressive, and your box is amazing. It's the Streamer 8000. We plug it in, we turn it on, and boom, it works. We've got great signal, and we've been streaming for 2 days now.
Wonderful. It's great to hear, Michael. And thank you for taking the time to chat with me for a few minutes today. You described it perfectly. Streamer is a device that we engineered for people like yourself, where they want to bring live video from anywhere. So normally you would require a satellite truck or a wired internet line at the venue. But with Streamer 8000, we merge together up to 8 cell cards into a single optimized IP tunnel.
So right now we're sending this to a CDN, that's CDN, or 2 CDNs simultaneously. That's Ustream and YouTube. We're sending it to both CDNs, and the Streamer 8000 is letting us do that. But also, if you wanted, we could go point to point. So if our switcher or our main broadcast was back somewhere else, anywhere in the world, we could send it back to them into their switcher, and we could have them put it live on air after putting graphics on, or maybe a talk back and forth.
Yes, exactly. So it's fairly modular. So depending on your application, we can customize the module, and you just plug in the receiver on your studio side, and then you take it out as an SDI signal, for example. Then you can feed it into your switcher after your production to stream live again.
That's awesome. And when you're using something like the Streamer Pro, and you're doing that with the Streamer Pro, what's the latency like if we wanted to do a talkback from New York to California?
Streamer Pro is the version of the Streamer which has the built-in encoder. So it's roughly the same concept, but it has the adaptive encoder, which allows you to adapt to real-time variations in the channel, so that it's basically invisible to the naked eye. That system can achieve under a couple of second latency end-to-end.
Excellent. So that's really amazing. You can do a real talkback, a real live shot from anywhere in the world, and because of the 8 USB modems, you're actually able to get a signal. Even in a remote location, you can get some kind of signal. So tell me about, let's start with the Streamer 8000. Tell me about the device, walk me through it, and then we'll go to the Streamer Pro and some of the other products as well.
Yeah, Streamer 8000 actually come to be because of our clients who started using our data product to push video. So several years ago, we realized some of our clients using our Truffle product line, which is basically an appliance to bond wired lines to push data over bonded internet lines. They started using that to stream live video. So we thought, oh, this is a great application, and why don't we optimize and build a unit specifically for that? And Streamer is exactly that. You can plug in pretty much any resource. Of course, cell cards are common in real-time deployments, but you can use satellite, wired lines in combination with cell cards.
That's what's amazing, is you can use an Ethernet connection, satellite, all these other things together to make it better and to give you a fallback as well. So that's really tremendous. And then, you know, tell me about the Streamer Pro. So what the Streamer Pro would do is, if I had a single camera or I had a traditional video switcher and not a Paladin or something like it, I would send my signal out to the Streamer Pro, and the Streamer Pro would do all the work. It would encode the video and send it.
Exactly. The way I like to look at it is, Streamer is really that imaginary super fast line that you can plug it into your already perfected stream of flow. So you can plug it into your stream switcher if you want camera with the encoder and encoding the stream. It's just an internet line that's optimized for video. On the Streamer Pro, what we've done is we focus more on the portability aspect of it. You can literally attach the Streamer Pro at the back of a broadcast camera, plug in the SDI connector, and you're good to go. That's all you need.
And you've got a V-mount for like Anton
V-mount and Anton Bauer.
Yep, absolutely. For V-mounts and Anton Bauers. That's awesome. And Sackler makes V-mounts, and Anton Bauers have the plates, the gold plates, so that's terrific. That works well. What about, you have enterprise solutions as well?
Yeah, that's actually how we started. We started with the premise of being able to virtualize IP tunnels, and those are your enterprise lines, anywhere from MPLS, DSL cable lines, and really creating a bonded intelligent pipe, which is basically in the form of an appliance. So our business clients plug that into their branch offices, plug in any internet resource, broadband lines, T1s, MPLS, and the system intelligently creates a fast and reliable internet line.
And this is also great for first responders, EMS, and where
DoD
you have any
yep.
kind of situation where you might have to set up camp right here, right now, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and it's both video as well as on the data side. We also have applications. For example, we have deployments in trains where passengers can get super fast internet line over bonded cell cards.
Now, Fox Sports is using the stuff that we're using here. A lot of other networks. Tell me a little bit about who's using it in broadcast.
Yeah, actually, it's pretty amazing. Every day we're seeing different verticals, different markets, and different applications. But I would say primarily, of course, on the broadcasting and webcasting side, there's a clear demand. On the not so obvious side, we have first responders. For example, we have a lot of applications on the police and sheriff departments using the application, and also on the DoD side as well. So we have Army, Navy.
I was going to say DoD is Department of Defense, in case you're not following at home.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's basically anyone who needs live video, live intelligence from any point that you normally don't have a wired line, or even if it's a wired line, the reliability is not good enough. You can use a combined total resource or whatever is available in that
I think
application.
what I'm most impressed by, and in the past I've used some other products, and what I'm most impressed by was this has been super reliable. It's worked first time out of the box. It's worked every time. And we've been testing it for a little while, and we've used it here, and we tested it in the hotel, and we tested it at Marshall Electronics, and we tested it here, there, and everywhere. And it's worked. Every single time, there's been no unplugging cables, plugging them back in, pulling things, doing this, doing that. It just works, and that's what I'm most impressed with. MushroomNetworks.com. I think it's a terrific solution. Tell me about the future of the company.
Yeah, so we're absolutely investing a lot of resources on the video delivery side, and we have the different paths in terms of webcasting, broadcasting, and the DoD applications, as I mentioned. But we are also working with the new trends and new technologies that are coming in. For example, H.265 is one of the technologies that we're integrating. We already support the 1080p 60 frames per second, but that's aside, we always keep track and continue to support. Units are going to become smaller and lighter, so we're always improving. Actually, that's kind of our motto, bridging to the future. So whenever we see an opportunity where it's almost possible but not quite there yet, we bridge that gap.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. And I think that's what Bridge Keyboards does, by the way. They bridge the gap between a laptop and an iPad, creating a iPad laptop with Bridge Keyboards. You know, so I don't know. I saw this like great synergy to talk about both products that way, because I love, you know, we could have any sponsor, right? But I will only have sponsors I believe in, and that's, you know, you guys have similar ideas and concepts, and I love when people think of good things, and yes, like you're bridging the technology is terrific. I can't tell you how impressed I am with your stuff. It's really, really impressive. I'm glad we've done this together. I'm glad that it's working. It's unbelievable. I can't say enough good things. And I think the most interesting thing to me is you can also do on-set monitoring as well. So I can wirelessly monitor. I can plug this into a camera and watch what the DP is doing as a director or as a client on a corporate shoot.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can do that either on-site or remotely. So it's basically a cloud-based management system.
So what's great about that is I could do it on-site, or I could direct from afar. So I've got a client that we're talking to, and they want me to either go to Sweden or direct from New York from Sweden. So we might be using this for that, or we might go to Sweden. I don't know. Sweden sounds kind of fun, so I might go. But we certainly have this need a lot. So it's really, really terrific. And it's really, really exciting. You know, how did the company get started? It's been around for a while. This isn't, you know, it's not the first week, the first month, the first year. You guys have been around for a while, but how did you guys get started?
Yeah, we have an interesting story. Actually, we're based out of San Diego, not too far from here. And the roots of the company...
I should be calling you doctor, by the way. because you are a doctor, and that's so impressive to me. And I'm sorry I didn't lead with that, Doc.
No, I usually forget about that myself because as a matter of fact, I never worked as an engineer that relies on my PhD degree in electrical engineering. However, every single day I use the things I learned, the tools I learned in that educational path. But the company started back when it was a research in University of California, San Diego. So our roots go back to UC San Diego, and it was a spin out of UC San Diego. And interesting enough, at the time I was on the venture capital side, and the VC fund that financed Mushroom Networks was my employer at the time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What's it like working on the VC side? I've always kind of dreamed about working on the VC side, thinking it's so glamorous, but it's a lot of hard work and stress and pressure, is it not?
It is a lot of work, although I have to admit, getting something off the ground like a startup company, I think is way more work than VCs. The VCs have the advantage of jumping between ideas, concepts, and companies, which is, I think, quite interesting.
Very true.
On the building the company side, you really have to focus and really get things done.
Yeah, it's all a lot of fun, that's for sure. Cool, and so mushroomnetworks.com is where people should go, and it's a very, very, very reliable product. If you want to do a live broadcast, this is what you need. Mushroomnetworks.com. You got to speak to Mare. She's awesome. Call her up, email her, whatever it is. Go check Mare out, and you can be doing your live broadcast, whether you're all the way down doing some webcast like us, or you're all the way up doing a live broadcast with ABC.
Michael,
it's really amazing.
If I may, I want to also say that if anyone calls with the code word Artists, we will apply 15% discount on their purchase.
That is terrific. Wow, look at what we did for you guys. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
If you call with the code word ARTSIS, A-R-T-S-I-S, if you can't spell it, don't worry, just say it wrong. It's fine. They'll get the hint. If you call with the code word ARTSIS, you get 15% off. 15, that's 15. That's amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm glad we did this together. I think it's really amazing. And not only that we did this, but it's groundbreaking what we're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, it really is. I think we've got Josh with Marshall Electronics. We're in their booth. They see the vision. They love what we're doing. They love the whole iFilmmaking movement. We're doing this on iPhones and iPads. Are you impressed, by the way, with the setup? Seriously, you've seen a lot of setups.
Absolutely, yes. We work with a lot of clients. We've seen a lot of setups, and the production environment you created here is amazing. Yeah. So it's powerful.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming by, and thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Michael.
I think we've got Josh with Marshall Electronics. Bernie from Marshall is going to take us through their wireless transmitter and some other great products like their great monitors. They've got 4K monitors. Can you believe that? BeTerrific Stage, BeTerrific TV Stage is your hashtag for this InstaCube. BeTerrific TV Stage. Josh, are you ready, brother? Take it away live from Cinegear 2014 on BeTerrific, brought to you by Adorama.
I only had a sister growing up. I'm very touched to be called brother by Michael Artsis. It brings a tear to my eye. We are live at Cinegear 2014. We are shooting on an iPad mini that is going full HDMI out into a Marshall video transmitter, and that is also care of Filmic Pro that now, maybe sometime soon, this is a beta, has a clean HDMI out without the user interface on top. So we are doing all this stuff without a heck of a lot of assistance. What we are going to talk about now is a lot of Marshall products, including this monitor, with Bernie Keach, who is not working this show. How you doing?
Hi, Josh. Just fine. How are you?
I am fine, thank you. What do you have to show us here today?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about our new 7-inch monitor. This is a full native format pixel display. It's 1,980 pixels by 1,080. So that's full pixel for pixel resolution output of your HDMI or your BNC HDSDI.
Okay, and what does that mean to the consumer here?
Well, so to the consumer, what that means is usually you'll see your picture scaled down to a lower resolution. We're actually going to be able to show you full resolution. So there's no gotchas, there's no getchas, it's all right there in front of you, which is important when it comes to focus. When you're scaling down to a lesser resolution from high definition, once again, you can run into a little gotcha there and whatnot.
No, like 5-10 years ago, this technology, you would go out of a high-definition camera. Well, not 10 years ago you wouldn't, but when you could, you'd go into a monitor that only had, like, you know, a composite input or something. Right. You couldn't get focus on it at all. Right. So it was for framing. This is a real, like, so you can do grading, you can do critical focus. This thing's pretty sharp.
Right, right. Critical focus, and then we have features like our peaking filter, which is a focus adjust, to help you even fine-tune that pixel by pixel type of focus. We have a false color, which is a IRE scale and a false color, so you can definitely see your highlights and your lowlights in your picture. Maybe you're over-modulating your picture because you're catching some whites or reflection. So this will absolutely show you where you may not see that until it's too late. Until you get home, you start reviewing the footage at the end of the day, and guess what? You over-modulated, you blew the shot, and it's no good.
Right.
So this
very difficult to get that back.
This preempts all of that.
That's terrific. What does this? Is this new for the show? Is this something that we can buy now in stores?
Okay, so this was introduced. It's our current model. It's introduced mid last year. It's absolutely available at anywhere online.
Okay. Maybe Adorama, who's our sponsor, or does this?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
They can give them a
What's the street price on something like this?
You know, I would say list price is $900.
Oh, that's very reasonable.
Yeah, right.
That's terrific.
Yeah.
And what are the inputs on the back here? Do you mind if I take a look at the?
No, go right ahead. So
okay.
We have our HDMI loop through, HDMI in, HDMI out, and you combine HDSDI module, HDSDI in, HDSDI. So now you can use this for shooting with your DSLR, shooting with your HDSDI cameras. Away you go.
Now this is powered off the booth, but you could also. What's that on the back? Is that a Bauer mount?
Right, well, we have a number of battery. Well, I have a V mount. I have a V mount. There's a Sony mount. I have Anton Bauer mounts. I have Sony, Panasonic, JVC, Canon, Nikon. Have them all.
Except I can't just put my 9 volts on there.
I need 2 of them.
You could actually do 2 9? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do 2 9s. We'll just put it out to 12 volt.
Yeah, but you know what? Having a couple camcorder batteries isn't a bad thing. You should all day long.
Not at all, right.
Yeah. So, is there other stuff that we're going to look at here today, or are you specifically?
After this, let's take a look at our 4K monitor.
Okay, can we come on over, guys? We're portable. We're wireless. Let's go look. By the way, I got hungry for ravioli last night. I don't know why. It's because I was watching this all day long.
I know. So this is our 30-inch 4K monitor. It's true full 4K, pixel for pixel resolution. It's a studio-grade monitor, critical evaluation. It's color calibratable. Has a super wide 709 color gamut. 3D LUTs downloadable. It's quite the high-end grade 1 style monitor. Could be used in production, in the field, in the video village, post-production, engineering, maintenance, in those areas.
So this is something. This could be in a post studio. This is a all the way to the end type monitor.
From the studio, from where it's shot through where it's edited.
This is amazing. I mean, you know, used to be all these sort of flat panels were really questionable. Not too long ago, people were saying, like, until I can get a good flat screen, I'm not going to migrate. And now it's sort of a foregone conclusion.
Right. Yeah, it's a whole new world.
Now, what kind of ravioli is he making? That's the question. That's what I want to know.
Looks like cow eye.
What is it?
Cow eyes.
Well, that's not a good kind of ravioli. I don't want to eat that. But it was something. I saw this yesterday. I'm like, this guy.
People eat ojo tacos. Why wouldn't they eat ojo raviolis, man?
Is ojo tacos cow eye tacos? Don't tell me that. Really? Now, where did that come from?
How about within 2 miles of this place, we can eat cow eyes, cow brains, cow tongue, all day, every day of the week, and cow cheeks.
You know, I've had tongue because, you know, the deli down in New York, they serve that stuff all the time.
You go a couple more blocks, and the deli down from there has cow eyes.
These are considered a delicacy?
No, it's street food.
It's street, really? Well, it's not going to go into this guy's body, that's for sure. But there is an In-N-Out burger truck or something right on the premises. So a little bit about your background here. Well, how did you get started with these guys?
I've been with Marshall for 9 years, and I've been involved in a number of product developments, product designs. I worked with their engineers on our DSLR monitors with our 4K, primarily a regional sales manager, but I've also worked in engineering and manufacturing in the past.
So you have an engineering background? Did you?
I do have that curse.
My dad was he had an engineering degree from Lehigh, so
yeah,
industrial engineering.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's in my blood somewhere.
Yeah.
But
I try to run from it.
It's your curse, right? Are there other products that you want to show us today?
Oh, sure. Let's go on over here to our IP products. So we actually have cameras that not only put out HDSDI, but they put out an IP stream, H.264, onto the internet. So I have a number of clients that are doing production work with 6 or 8 or 10 of these cameras, and they're ISO recording all the cameras, but they're doing internet browsing on all of the cameras through a web browser. And actually producers, directors, and other people far set are dialing in on their IP address, and they're looking at the set, the costumes, everything, and going, okay, yeah, that looks good, strike it, and let's move on. So everything's done over the internet here.
I had heard that story that Steven Spielberg directed Tintin via remote or something like that. So, you know.
Very possibly, that's what's being done today.
Doesn't seem
at Acapulco. Why would you come back to Hollywood?
No, but it seems like it takes the. Isn't there supposed to be like that personal experience where you're with the actors and you know, it's a craft that sort of it requires a distance like ours, not a screen like this.
I would say the DOP wants to be there. Yes. Everyone else can be far set.
Well, we were talking about the future, which is going to be the green dome. So it's not a green screen; it's a green dome. Right. Everything is being captured from all sides at an unlimited resolution. Yeah. So then you just walk into post and create your movie after you capture it.
You know, it's interesting. Aerospace has that. Aerospace has been doing that for years in their flight training simulators. They have full, super beyond high-resolution flight domes where they do all this tactical flying and everything. So it's just a matter of breaking that out and make it affordable for you, me, and the producer, and production guys to get out there and get that into their hands so they too can do it.
Right. Well, I also, with Avatar, the technology they're developing for that, and then they must be way beyond that at this point. Even that in terms of being able to create the images in the world that you're seeing.
Paint all that and draw it and scale it, sure.
No, it's amazing stuff. These guys, like, it was so out of reach. I remember I wanted to buy a Marshall monitor for my DSLR years and years ago, and it was just too expensive for me. Now everything is so manageable.
Buy a DSLR monitor today from us for $300.
Can I buy that one for less?
You can.
But I'm not going to. So wait, show me these. And this will be how our big finish will be with the.
Okay, well, due to technical difficulties, we don't have any pictures on the screens here. But these are our low-cost HDMI monitors. They're in the $300 to $500 range, depending on features and characteristics of the monitor. Framing monitor for $300. 5-inch monitor with all the Marshall special enhancements is $500, and then this is another $300 monitor. All HDMI and composite video in and out.
Okay, yeah, this one has, so this one does not have, that has a BNC, right? That's
a
SDI?
Composite video.
Oh, just for composite, okay.
Yeah.
You guys have a lot of stuff, and then you have the whole mobile, we won't go into that, but you have the whole mobile products and
here,
wireless transmitters that we're using now. You've got all kinds of good stuff.
We do indeed.
All right, well, I hope you're having a great show.
Thank
you so much for talking to me.
Seeing you again, all right?
All right, we'll be close by doing our thing, all right?
We'll be looking out for you.
All right, so we are going to go to Michael or to a commercial. Let me go and see. We're going to Michael, actually, and he's going to tell you something else interesting that's going on at the show. So right to you, Michael.
Josh, thank you so much. We are in the MXL Marshall booth. That's booth 28. This is your continuing coverage of Cinegear 2014 live on BeTerrific, presented by Adorama. I love you guys. I love you, the viewer. Thank you so much for watching, for sending great feedback, and for just enjoying this amazing coverage we're being able to provide you, which is groundbreaking. We're doing it all off of iOS devices, iPhones, iPads, iPod Touches, with the Paladin Switcher, yourpaladin.com, and the Mushroom Network streamer is streaming us. And you got to go to mushroomnetworks.com as well. We've got a lot of great sponsors, so you got to support our sponsors. And that's so we can continue to give you great programming. And you got to buy gear, so buy it at Adorama. And Adorama's New York City Superstore is the best. You can go there and see Ben. Tell him I sent you. He'll take care of you. And you can also go to Adorama.com. And, of course, go to bridgekeyboards.com. That's Bridge with a Y. And you will get a great Father's Day deal. I love my Bridge keyboard. I've been on this since the beginning. It's a wireless Bluetooth keyboard that bridges the gap between a laptop and an iPad and allows you to ditch your iPad at home and just your laptop at home rather, and just take your iPad and this wonderful clamshell keyboard that makes it a laptop. Everybody who's come on as a guest has thought that it was a mini laptop. So your photos, our photos have been going to this Instacube. Go instacube.com. That's the hashtag BeTerrificTV stage. Keep them coming. They're awesome. They'll cycle through as we go. And I've got an amazing guest for you right now. Look at this. My good friend, Kurt Rogers from Think Tank. You guys make some of the greatest camera cases and bags in the world. And we've got a world exclusive on this groundbreaking production. Kurt, first of all, great to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Michael. It's such a great time to be with you. Every time I get together with you, we have such a good time here.
Do you remember when I unpacked my shapeshifter at NAB?
I do. In fact, you know, you unpacked your shapeshifter at NAB, and I thought it was just like being at the circus watching clowns come out of a Volkswagen.
I stuffed a lot of gear in there, did I not?
And I think you probably have got the record for it.
Thank you very much. By the way, thank you for welcoming me to your fine state here of California. I wanted to come to California. You come to the governor's mansion in Sacramento. How do you spell Sacramento? Maria, where's the housekeeper? S-A-C, Maria. Okay. Thank you for welcoming me to the great state of California. I love the beautiful sunny weather here. It is scorching hot. I have to wear this hat because, look at that, no hair anymore, and I can't get sunburned. It would hurt.
You are in the shade, though. You're always made in the shade. This guy is, you've got it always.
You're too kind. You know my wife. You haven't met my son Jack yet. You met him when he was in the belly, but you know my wife.
Absolutely. Yep. Your wife's, you know, hanging out. I hope she's watching today.
She is, and so is Jack.
Yeah. Oh, Jack. Well, you know, he'll never remember it, but that's probably better for him.
Have we stalled long enough before this world exclusive built up?
Yeah.
Okay. We need to get that wireless camera over here so people can see it. So let's see if we can get this wireless camera. Hold on. We're going to do this in a second, but what I want to tell you, Kurt, is I want to just give a shout out to your wife, Deanne, who came on before. She's so awesome and was amazing and really shared some great stories of really what she does. Here's the wireless camera. We've got to transmit this little thing here. So you guys have got to shoot it. We've got the kids from Hollywood High School learning and doing great stuff here. Look at this. People are trying to buy our whole setup, our rig, right off of what we're doing. Look, they're checking it out. This is amazing. We're doing live video, and this guy's trying to buy it as we're doing. It's cool. No.
That's all I got. Yes or no?
I think you're gonna have to go a little higher. He wants us to spend $29.95 on a Padcaster. I think we're going to go a little higher. But we will have an exclusive debut of a Padcaster that might be in that price range later if you want to stick around. Okay, let's get – I'm wild here. Your wife was awesome for coming on. I didn't forget my train of thought. You probably did. But your wife was awesome. So thank you.
I'm glad you had my wife on. We were trying to find her for that half an hour you had her on. Probably one of the longest things you did all day, right?
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. And I think the viewers got a lot of great information from a really great photographer. You, too, are a great photographer. You guys are co-founders of Think Tank Photo. Check this out, folks. A world exclusive.
Called the Roller Derby.
This is called the Roller Derby. Love the name. You know what I love about this? Who told you to make this bag? Who told you?
You've been beaten on us for years about a bag like this. We had a bag like this, and it just wasn't quite perfect, and we redesigned it for you.
You said to me, oh, we've got one with 4 wheels. Yeah. And I said, no, you don't. Make the Airport V2 with 4 wheels. And what have you gone out and done?
We've made it with 8 wheels.
You've made it with 8 wheels. And by the way, I think you should call it not the Roller Derby, but the Artsys or the BeTerrific. But perfect. But I like the Roller Derby. Okay, yeah. Look at this. This is the Airport, right? It's got much more features, though. First of all, let's start. Look at this. Through an airport like this. Oh, my God. It fits in the carry-on. I feel like I'm doing an infomercial, but this deserves it. Okay. It's got a spot for a lock. It's got the handle right here, but you know this Think Tank handle. It's really sturdy. It gets better. It gets better. This will hold your iPad and your laptop, or what I like to prefer is your iPad mini and your bridge with your iPad Air or iPad on it. Yeah. You've got, look at all of this room. Huge. I think this might be the biggest interior you've ever had. All these pockets, and then, dun, 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 look at that. Your bridge can go right here or your laptop with your iPad. Then you can put your iPad or iPad mini right there. So that's your extra iPad when you're going and shooting stuff with your iPad. We have dedicated devices, believe it or not, just to shoot on. How awesome is this bag? And here's the best part. You know what Kurt told me right before we went on air? It is shipping this week. This is the Roller Derby. You can get it this week right on thinktankphoto.com, or you can go to Adorama. In the New York City area, go to the Adorama Superstore or go to Adorama.com and get the Roller Derby. Can I give you my credit card right now? I want to take this home. This one.
I'll take your credit card anytime.
Let's go. Let's do it. I'm going to come over to your booth. We can't do it on air, but I'm going to do it, and I want to take this home. Is that okay? Can I take this one home?
We'll see.
I am so excited about this. And we need more stuff because we've accumulated more gear on our trip. I need to take this home to get my gear home.
I think you need a lot bigger bag. We've got a couple that I think will fit most of your gear.
Josh Apter has
one of those bags that will fit most of our gear. And I said I need one as well. So I'm going to come by the booth. I'm going to take this and one of those. And because also I want to be, nobody's seen this bag yet. This is an exclusive. You guys are seeing it for the first time. This is the first one out. I want this one. I don't want anybody to have this but me. And I love that.
Yeah, I mean, if we numbered them, I think this would be number one.
Number one. Okay. I'm not letting you take this back with you. It's going with me for sure. And so then you can fit a tripod on the side. Is that what you?
Absolutely, yeah. Tripod, and it's got tripod straps. Everything we make comes with rain cover. It's got handles on the front, the top, the sides, and the bottom. So if you throw it in the overhead and its wheels are out, you still got a strap there to pull that thing out with.
Look at this durable strap handle you have on each side, and I love you always have the business card holder.
Business card, zippers, and all the hardwares.
Does Doug's card still come in here so I can call him up?
Probably, yeah.
That's awesome. You guys have.
Give him a call.
You should, yes. You should call Doug. And look, that's how this bag got made. I just pounded on these guys and said, make this bag. I love it. I think you did a fabulous job. You guys have a great company, and I love the story. You guys basically were photographers. You said, we can make better bags. Let's go make better bags.
Yeah, we wanted to make a better bag. We think about all kinds of things. I mean, even we didn't put locks on the bag, but you can lock the zippers together just so, and then you can lock the bag to your toilet in your hotel room if you need to, because
nobody's stealing the toilet.
Oh, yeah, and well, you hope not.
And it's so thickly padded. It's so protective for the gear, which is most important, and it's so modular.
It is modular, and the fact that you can rearrange the bag to fit pretty much any kind of, if you're running like cine cameras, or if you're a still photographer, 7200 fits, the 402A will fit in there with a hood.
And you cannot beat these bags up. You cannot destroy them. The airplanes cannot destroy them. I've had every other suitcase in the world gets destroyed on the airplane, not this stuff.
It's pretty good. I've traveled all over the place, and I still am running the version 1s on a lot of bags, and people look at me and go, aren't you going to upgrade? And I'm like, no, I want to really try to wear this thing out.
It's amazing that I've only had to call customer service once in all the years I've used this stuff. Only once, and it was because a wheel got broken. And you know what? I called and I said, how do I buy a new wheel? And they said, we'll send you one for free.
And they answered the phone.
Yeah. Like real people.
That's great.
You guys are awesome. We got Brian, you've got Doug, you've got all these great people. Don't forget about Chris. Chris is awesome.
Chris is awesome.
It's a great
we've got a whole bunch of people. In fact, a lot of people are designers that work behind the scenes that never get really the accreditation that they should. They are the ones that actually, Mike Sturm, who's really one of the lead people to figure this thing out. They're all back there working every day and trying to make these things just fly.
$389 for this bag?
$389.75.
$389.75. That's a weird price.
I know. Well, I don't know where they come up to $75, but I think it'll be available and shipping on the 16th of the month here.
Excellent. So get ready to place your orders. And talk me through some of the other products, especially the bigger bags, because I think as people get bigger and bigger gear and they have to travel with it, they want the bigger bags too.
Yeah, we have a logistics manager, which is a pretty big bag. It's it's kind of teetering on the size. Pretty large for you can't carry it on, but still shipping on airplanes. It's right there. You don't have to pay the extra charges on that, so you can still throw it on an airplane with you, and it's padded enough. It's not like a hard case, so it still has that flexibility, but it still is flyable. The airport security, the Airport International, we have a bag called the Airport Takeoff, which basically turns into a backpack, and it has rollers. So if you're shooting in Paris or something, and you have to walk down all those stairs to the subway, it's great just to run your back, run down those stairs. It works out really good.
Really heavy duty zippers, great construction, very comfortable, great bags, great protection. Think Tank Photo. Kurt, I asked Deanne this. What is the craziest shoot you've ever been on?
I guess there's a various amount of crazy, but I guess dangerous and crazy all at once was the Valdez in Alaska. When that went down, we almost went down in a helicopter where we had a little sea otter get out while we were flying along.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Pretty insane. And then what about your favorite photo you've ever taken?
Favorite photo? That's really hard because I change. I don't have any tattoos, so I can't even put a picture on the wall and decide that I like it for like a week or not. So I Today. That's a picture of you and I when we did the selfie out front.
I love that. That's a great picture. It's going on this InstaCube that we got running. It's going on that on the hashtag BeTerrificTV stage. Now, what about the most favorite picture you've ever seen from somebody else?
You know, I love pictures, and they change all the time. Simon Brudy's a really great photographer. I love his sports. We do a thing called About a Photograph on Think Tank Photo, and I take famous pictures that people are really interesting and do an interview with them and run them for about 90 seconds, and it's all about just the photograph, and we get some really good insight, and it's kind of an educational thing for a lot of people.
Still haven't told me favorite photograph.
I don't have a favorite.
I'm going to give you a second for that. I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, and I love the About a Photograph series. You got to watch it. Deanna and I talked a little bit about it. I think you should start About a Video.
About a video seems really hard because, we only have 90 seconds, and videos last so much longer.
All right. How about a story about hanging out with Joe Montana in his place, having dinner with him, something like that? Because I know you've done some crazy stuff.
So back after Joe won the first Super Bowl, I was assigned to go over there and shoot a picture of him and his roommate Dwight Clark and Dwight Clark's wife Ashley, and I ended up trying to figure out what I'm going to do for a portrait. So I stuck the camera inside the refrigerator and had these guys hanging out of the refrigerator and with their heads inside, and we kind of like styled it a little bit and fired a remote for, this is back in the film days, so we have 3 or 4 rolls of film and went back and actually made a picture that everybody liked.
And then you
won, yeah.
You wound up becoming friends with those guys, right?
Yeah, well, absolutely. We ended up having a good time together. Yeah.
What's Joe like? I met him twice, and he seemed like the greatest guy in the world.
Joe's a great guy. He would be the kind of guy where if you showed up at practice to photograph something, he would acknowledge that you're there and ask you how you're doing, how your day's going.
And what's it like having dinner with Joe Montana in his heyday?
It was always, it felt like, what you would feel like if you were a star, because everybody was looking at you, and, well, not really me, but past me to Joe, so that was part of the fun.
I can only imagine, because when I hang out with, obviously some guys like Justin Tuck and stuff, I see that firsthand, but in like the 80s, in that heyday, I can only imagine, because I see the reaction people give to Darryl Strawberry now when we hang out, and it's unbelievable. So this is the gentleman who has the other white Bronco in the state of California, and you still have it 150,000 miles later?
About 120,000 miles. Yeah, I've got a white Ford Bronco, and I love it. It pulls my boat. It's great. I just, we have a good time with it.
Awesome. Kurt Rogers, a good friend of mine, is joining us here for the Cinegear coverage. I see something floating around that's another world exclusive that we are going to showcase here, and that's going to be coming up later. It's going to be a big surprise. I love this bag, the Roller Derby. Thank you so much for sharing it with my audience, with our audience here. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope you really enjoyed that one. I got really excited about this. Look, Bridge Keyboards is amazing. We've talked about this a lot. And like Think Tank Photo, they're a San Francisco-based company, and Bridge Keyboards is now actually international, right? They were a San Francisco-based company. They started as a Kickstarter, and they did $1 million on Kickstarter, and they delivered every single keyboard. And they've just been amazing, and they keep growing and growing. They've got new management now. Nick Smith, you met him through some of the interviews we've done. A lot of exciting things happening, but right now, I love this Bridge keyboard, and you can go to bridgekeyboards.com, and you can get your very own on a super special Father's Day sale. The one I have is the flagship. It's got Bluetooth speakers, it's aluminum, and it's $99. The other ones are even cheaper, polycarbonate and the metal one without the speakers. I love the speakers. Some people think you don't need them. Either way, bridgekeyboards.com, bridge with a Y. All right, we've got a whole lot more show for you when we come back. I am super excited. We'll be back from Cinegear Live on BeTerrific, presented by Adorama, right after this. Hashtag us at BeTerrific TV stage. They'll show up in this InstaCube. We'll be back right after this. I'm Michael Artsis. Keep it logged here.
Stop the pain. Stop the struggle. Other backpacks cause injury by encouraging improper use and improper posture. They're unbalanced and unsafe. Airback is the solution.
Should've got an airbag.
Airbag's patented air support system makes it the most comfortable backpack in the world. Airbag improves posture and spinal alignment. If it's not on your back, it can't hurt your back. Airbag provides shock absorption and adjusts to fit any body type. It's a stylish solution that protects you and what you carry, like your laptop and other costly electronics. Airbag makes you feel like you're carrying half the weight.
Our unique air support system takes the weight off the back and helps prevent back injuries. Relax and be natural. And especially with her, you can notice how nice and straight she is. And also it's shock absorbent in case you're running for the bus or the airport. Now what I'm gonna do while it's on your back, I'm gonna take the air out, and then you'll feel what it's like to wear a regular backpack without the air system. So I'm just gonna take it out while it's on you.
Wow.
How's that?
Heavy.
Do you want to wear it anymore?
No.
Which way do you want to wear it?
The other way.
Okay, thank you very much. Airbag, the solution to a heavy backpack. Get yours today.
When you work in film or photography, you're always going to have old technology coming here, stuff that, you know, has been sitting around.
Whenever I have equipment back in my place that I'm not using anymore, I'm here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment that you want to get off your hands easily, it's a great place to do that.
Portable, easy.
I came here months ago. I'm already leaving.
It's a good value.
It's nice just to walk.
The best part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here, you can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
They wouldn't. That doesn't work. A lot safer than cars.
Put it in your camera, you want to in front of you.
There's a convenience factor, certainly, to have it handle all of that. You know you're selling and trusted source.
A lot about the equipment and fixing stuff like that.
Wonderful, and they're very trustworthy. I'll always come in knowing what I want and the price it's going to be, and the prices are always incredibly fair, and the people are here very easily to pick me up and to help me out with anything I need.
It's been a great experience.
Never walk out of here.
People help me all the time. Just,
Yes, I would recommend.
I'm a filmmaker living in Manhattan.
I'm an event
editor from New York.
I'm an amateur photographer, and I love coming to the used department here at Adorama because the people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
Welcome back to Cinegear 2014 on BeTerrific, live here on Paramount's backlot in Hollywood, California. I'm Michael Artsis. Thanks so much for joining us. We're presented by Adorama. Go into New York City's Superstore, Adorama, and you can talk to Ben for great deals on gear. Tell him I sent you, Michael Artsis. He will take good care of you. They've got expert advice, and they've got great prices. You can't beat that. If you can't make it to the store, go to Adorama.com. You know, we're in the Marshall MXL booth, and I wanted to say we're broadcasting live off of iOS devices. iOS devices are our only cameras, iPhones, iPads. We're doing this in a world first, a world exclusive, coming out HDMI live and clean. into a Paladin switcher, being able to switch between iOS devices, and then with a Mushroom Network streamer streaming live to 2 CDNs, YouTube and Ustream. So this is a world exclusive. It's the first time it's ever happened, and MXL is helping to make that possible. We're using the MXL mics. You can go to mxlmics.com, and they've got a lot of great solutions for recorded video on iPhones and iPads as well as live video for the iFilmmaking. And, of course, if you're doing live stuff, concerts, studio recordings, you got to get with MXL mics. Of course, you're going to be using Marshall monitors. Even we're using Marshall monitors. Even though we're using iPads and iPhones, we still need to monitor everything on a Marshall monitor, and the Marshall monitors are phenomenal. You got to check those out as well. And they've got IP cameras and wireless transmitters over HDMI, which we're using to have a wireless iPad camera here, which is what Josh is roving around with. Josh Apter from The Padcaster. The Padcaster is amazing, thepadcaster.com. And, of course, Filmic Pro is making this happen. Go to the iTunes store and go get Filmic Pro. I got to tell you, the Padcaster is amazing, thepadcaster.com, or go to Adorama and get your Padcaster so you can shoot great video and mount your accessories on your iPad and your iPad mini. One last plug real quick is Airback. They make great backpacks. We use them. They shift the weight distribution because of their patented air bladder so that you lighten the load with your bag and it doesn't feel like you're carrying something so heavy. They're truly amazing. Here's our hashtag for the InstaCube right here. It is BeTerrific TV stage. Your photos can show up right on here. My next guest will go back to his booth afterwards, take some photos of some of his other great gear that he doesn't tell us about, and make sure that he hashtags them to Instagram so they show up on our InstaCube. Hashtag BeTerrific TV stage. All right, I'm so excited for this guest. He's a good friend of mine, as are all the people on almost all the people. You don't have to be, it's not a prerequisite. You don't have to be a good friend of mine to be on, by the way.
Some of us are better friends than others, right?
Some are better friends than others. I love your lighting. I use it for iFilmmaking. I use it for all sorts of stuff. Come here, Joel Svensson.
Yeah, say it as fast as possible.
That's what I did.
Yeah, you did great. Yeah.
You want to have your wife call?
Oh yeah.
Last time we were on air together, your wife and your daughter called, which was cool.
Yeah, I think she actually just called.
So did they get a kick out of it?
They did. Oh, she loved it. She goes, "Can I be on TV again, Daddy? I like being on TV."
We might be able to arrange that. You know, it's funny because I felt bad afterwards that, you know, maybe my wife would have said, "Hey, you put them on the spot. That wasn't really cool." I thought about what my wife would have said to me. She's always my conscience, right? But I'm on air. I'm a wild man, and I got to do what's great for the audience, and that was great.
That was good. That was solid TV. Good TV. We got good ratings, right?
We did, and we're doing great today thanks to you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to support our sponsors. Now, first of all, I saw you have gaff tape in your hand. I said, look at this. I've got Roscoe gaff tape. We don't travel anywhere without it. Joel is from Roscoe. Great lights, great gaff tape, great filters, and great gels.
Thank you.
So why do you have gaff tape in your hand?
Well, we've got a slightly new approach to it. So this is our new Roscoe gaff tack, and what we've done, the traditional way was to do it out of cloth. Yeah. And gaff tape, as everybody knows, the price of it has skyrocketed over the years.
Oh my God! I think I bought. I don't know. I think I spent $250 on like however many rolls a couple years ago and was blown away.
Right. So one of the ways that we've approached it is rather than going with the really expensive cloth, we found a new top coat. Still the same great adhesive, really strong bond, no residue, the same great gaff tape adhesive everybody's loved. But now with this new top coat, it's easier to tear. You get a cleaner tear, no more little fringy strings. It's a darker black, but it's a smooth surface. And by moving to this surface, we're actually able to drive a lot of the cost out of gaff tape and bring the price of gaff tape back to where it was in the early to mid 2000s. So we knocked a decade off the pricing.
That's pretty awesome. It's like you're Doc Brown and you've got the DeLorean fired up in a time machine. We're knocking the price back to 1999.
The Roscoe flux capacitor. Yes, that's it exactly. So
excellent. I'd like to ride in that DeLorean then, and please get that flux capacitor for me. What do we need? 21 gigawatts?
21 gigawatts. Right. And all held together with Roscoe gaff tack. That's what we're calling it, gaff tack gaffer tape.
So I like this stuff. This is the Roscoe gaff tape. Do you still make this?
Nope, we're moving all over to this now. So that is a collector's item.
It is. I'm going to put that in the Michael Artsis BeTerrific Museum. And maybe I'll send my other roll to GeekBeat because we do a lot with them, geekbeat.tv. Let me check this out. This is very nice. I'm going to try and rip some of it. And the other thing is we're going to have the Planet 5D wrap-up show later. So Planet 5D, thanks for watching. Yeah, it's pretty freaking cool. I like this, and you've driven the price down, and it's nice. I think I like this a lot. All right, so Roscoe's got gaff tack now.
Gaff tack, yep.
I love it. All right, so we'll put that down, and we'll move on to one of my favorite new products from you guys, but this one looks like a newer one, a newer version, and this would be a Moreau Cube.
Yep, same old Moreau Cube, the same one that we showed at the show at NAB. So here it is at Cinegear. We're showing it off here as well. Comes in 2 different flavors.
So it is the same one. I've never looked at the elements before.
Right, because it's always we've always had it on, so hard to see the elements. But you see now there's 3 in each one. One's a warm, one's a neutral, one's a cool LED. So you walk around this show in particular, you see a lot of bicolor LEDs. This is tricolor. So instead of just a warm,
It's a good thing that's not an ad on Craigslist.
Right, but now we're the tricolor. Try us out. Try the color. So we've got the WNC because of warm, neutral, cool. Dial in any color temperature you want from 2800 to 6500. But the upside is instead of turning off half your LEDs to get to that color temperature, you're leaving other emitters on to get more brightness, and you get a great quality of light out of it. That's what Roscoe's been known for, is quality of light, whether it be our gels making the color, diffusions making it soft. Now we're actually making the LEDs itself to get you a great quality of light.
Awesome. Very, very awesome. I love this thing. We've been talking about putting this in the BeTerrific studios in New Jersey and filling the studio with these, because I think that that's what we need to do.
Absolutely. And notice how he's putting me on the spot, making me talk to him about this live and on the air. So we'll take this offline, but I think we can find a way to make this work.
I think it would be great, and we want to get them in there, and we need it, desperately need it. So it'll be awesome. I love this. How much is this one going for?
The retail price on these guys is $875, available anywhere Roscoe products are sold, including Adorama Camera.
And they're very small and lightweight and compact and travel well.
Absolutely.
That's the key.
2.5 pounds. Mobile, we can put them into a kit for you. We can take them around anywhere you need to go. So,
all right, tell me about some of the other products. I love the light pads. You know that. I love the 12x12. I love the 24x24. Use that for that shoot in Utah on the ski mountain. I love the 12x12s, and now I love the 3x6s as well. And of course the ring light.
Yep, the ring light, light pad loop ring light. It's great. Especially, anytime you got to be mobile. Light pad is only 0.3 inches thick. We've got some at the booth over. We're over on stage 31 here at Cinegear if you're able to join us, but definitely come over, take a look at them, and think about how mobile these things can keep you. My personal favorite, actually, and one we got to get you hooked up with, the 12x12 is great. But the one, you're talking about the backpack. What was the name of the backpack that you guys are talking about?
Oh, we were talking about Airbag.
Airbag, right.
It's AIRBAC.com. And it shifts the weight, how you carry your gear, because it's got an air bladder in it.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting. But a 12x12 fitting in there would be a little awkward. My personal new favorite is the 6-inch by 12-inch light pad. We've always done it, but nobody has ever really given it the amount of credit it's due.
I will do that.
You almost get the same amount of light as the 12x12, but in a 6x12 format. So it slides into a backpack a lot better, or an airbag.
Wow, how do you do that?
By putting it in the bag? What's the question?
No, how do you get... Woo! Thank you very much.
We're here all week.
Yes. How do you get the same output with half you're taking half the light away?
Well, two-way. I mean, it's not half, right? So
I mean, if it's a 12x12 and it's now a 6x12, it's half the light. Right?
But we have LEDs around the entire perimeter, so we're only losing. Not even probably losing about a quarter of the light. But again, you are losing a little bit of light, but it's almost the same amount of light as a 12x12. So
what I love is that your stuff is durable. It's so durable. I mean, I remember when they came out that you could run them. The thing was you could run them over with an 18-wheel or a semi, and that was the truth. I saw the video. I've seen it, and I'll tell you, unfortunately, we've beaten a couple up, and they just never stop working. Right. You guys also have those gels, and you have the thing for the windows, those filters that are pretty ridiculous.
Sure, we're showing that over at the booth too. Roscoe View is what it's called. So it's a polarized panel that goes into the windows. It works with a complementary polarizing filter for the camera. So
I love this because when you're shooting in a corporate setting or in an office, and you want the person to be sitting in front of a window, but you want to be able to see the view outside the window, and see the person and light the person well without blowing out the background or making them silhouette. This is what you use.
It's exactly it. So you wanted to see what out the window? windows.
I want to see the background like New York City.
What was the word that you used? You want to see the what out the window? You want to see the view out the window. So that's why we call it Roscoe View.
Got it. Now I got it. Wow, we're cheesing this up like two radio jocks. Ha ha. Hey, we're coming back to you with the 50s and the 60s. Welcome to the morning show.
Anyway.
Honk, honk.
Ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen.
the first caller.
Michael Hertzis. So the great thing about it is it allows you to, it's a variable neutral density, so you can dial it into whatever exposure you need. You can even use it as a blackout, so you can do day for night kind of shots. Or if somebody's doing something stupid like honking a pretend horn outside your window, you can just take it all the way black and black out your entire window.
Love it. It's really awesome. It's RoscoeLaboratories.com?
Just Roscoe.com.
Roscoe.com, but it's Roscoe Laboratories because you guys are scientists.
We are mad scientists. We're always coming up with the greatest, latest stuff to help you do the productions that you need to get done.
Thank you so much for telling me about all that great stuff, for walking my audience through it. It really is great stuff. And you can get it all at Adorama. That's the cool thing. Adorama's New York City Superstore or Adorama.com. Thank you for joining us, Joel. It's been fun. What have you thought of Cinegear?
You know what? I love this show. This is out of all the trade shows, no matter what trade show it is, this is my favorite show. I always think of it as sort of the it's the company picnic. It's the industry barbecue. It's really laid back. Everybody's having a good time. We're all laughing. We're joking. People are walking around in shorts, wearing nice hats and sunglasses. I love this show. It's my favorite.
Say hello to the wife and kids.
I will.
Thank you so much, Joel Svensson. Did I say it right?
You did, Svensson.
Look at that from Roscoe Laboratories, Roscoe.com. You can get their lights at Adorama in New York City. I love their lights. You got to use them. The light pads are phenomenal. Coming up in just a few seconds, after I give you a bunch of plugs, we are going to have Josh Apter from the Padcaster. We're going to talk a little bit about the Padcaster, and we have a world exclusive coming up. Oh, my God, you're going to be blown away by this. So here are the plugs. You ready? Support our sponsors, please, so we can do this again for you. Thank you for watching. Marshall, you got to check out Marshall Electronics and their monitors. You got to go to MXL Mics for their great audio equipment and microphones. In addition to that, you got to check out MushroomNetworks.com. We're streaming because of the Mushroom Networks 8,000 streamer. It's amazing. It's keeping us live here on 2 CDNs. Of course, the Paladin Switcher, YourPaladin.com. We're going to do a whole behind the scenes so you can see how we do this. YourPaladin.com. Check it out, all right? Then we're doing this with Filmic Pro in the iTunes App Store through live HDMI out on a beta version of Filmic Pro. But go download Filmic Pro. You'll get the version when it's fully baked, and you will be able to stream live just like we are. We're going live HDMI out on Filmic Pro, and we're using Padcasters to do this, thepadcaster.com. That's the frame that's in all the Apple commercials that your iPad or iPad mini goes in, that you can put all your accessories around so that you are terrific and can do a great production. Because, Joel, we can point out that just because you're shooting with iPads and iPhones and it makes your workflow faster and better and easier, and you can do all sorts of great things you couldn't do before, doesn't mean you can't support the production the same way. You have to support it the same way, which means tripods, monopods, lighting, rigging, audio. And that's why you need Roscoe, MXL mics, all of this stuff. So hit your photos to BeTerrific TV Stage. BeTerrific TV Stage will show up on this Instacube, goinstacube.com. All right? That is goinstacube.com. Don't forget to go to airbag.com and check out the backpack that shifts your weight distribution so it lightens the load. And, of course, Bridge Keyboards, who's having an amazing Father's Day special. It's a wireless Bluetooth keyboard for your iPad. Thank you so much, Joel. I appreciate it. You're awesome. We'll be back with more live from Cinegear right after this. Joel, you better hashtag some more of those cool products to BeTerrific TV Stage so we can see them on our Instacube when we come back right after this in Hollywood, Florida. I'm losing my mind. It's been a bunch of long days in Hollywood, Florida. Wow. In Hollywood, California, from the Paramount Studios back lot, we're making magic here, which is totally amazing. I can finally say I've done a production on Paramount's back lot. We'll be back right after this with your continuing coverage of Cinegear from the Marshall booth on BeTerrific, brought to you by Adorama. We'll be back right after this. Thank you, Peter Boone, for holding down the fort.
Mushroom Networks is an 8-year-old company based in San Diego. We have pioneered a technology called broadband bonding.
As publishers, we're working with large image and video files all the time. We need a high-speed connection that allows us to deliver this content quickly. We're also looking for power and reliability. And that's where the Truffle by Mushroom Network came in.
Mushroom Network's technology will be able to bring in the capability of adding more bandwidth and high nines reliability. We have several flavors of technology applied in different form factors. At the very low end, we have the Truffle Lite, which is a desktop small form factor unit, can aggregate up to 4 internet lines as well as 3G, 4G failover. For larger branch offices, we have the Truffle product line, can go all the way up to 12 ports of internet lines, again with the 3G, 4G failover. If your application is completely based on mobile and portable, we have the Portabella unit, which is a small form factor that can be carried around and powered by a battery.
By deploying a Truffle, we were able to combine a T1 with 2 business DSL lines to give us the speed that we needed.
We build our products based on a simple premise, and that is providing the best end user experience over the internet for our clients.
When you work in film or photography, you're always going to have old technology, stuff that has been sitting around.
Whenever I have back in my place that I'm not using anymore, come here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it, or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment that you want to get off,
it's pretty quick.
Doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here. You can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
Wouldn't trade. That doesn't work. Texas.
Camera, you want to see if it works. There's any little ticks or whatnot like that. So yeah, here it's right in front of you.
There's a convenience factor certainly to having somebody else handle all of that for you and know you're selling and buying from a trusted source.
You then know what you bring it in. A lot about the equipment and fixing it and stuff like that.
I've seen the same people here over and over again. The workers here are all wonderful and they're very trustworthy. I'll always come in knowing what I want and the price it's going to be, and the prices are always incredibly fair, and the people are here very easily to pick me up and to help me out with anything I need.
It's been a great experience thus far. I think the staff is very
filmmaker living in
photographer.
I'm a photographer.
I'm an photographer, and I love coming to the used department here at Adorama because the people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
Mushroom Networks is an 8-year-old company based in San Diego. We have pioneered a technology called broadband bonding.
As publishers, we're working with large image and video files all the time. We need a high-speed connection that allows us to deliver this content quickly. We're also looking for power and reliability. And that's where the Truffle by Mushroom Network came in.
Mushroom Network's technology will be able to bring in the capability of adding more bandwidth and high nines reliability. We have several flavors of technology applied in different form factors. At the very low end, we have the Truffle Lite, which is a desktop small form factor unit, can aggregate up to 4 internet lines as well as 3G, 4G failover. For larger branch offices, we have the Truffle product line, can go all the way up to 12 ports of Internet lines, again with the 3G, 4G failover. If your application is completely based on mobile and portable, we have the Portabella unit, which is a small form factor that can be carried around and powered by a battery.
By deploying a Truffle, we were able to combine a T1 with 2 business DSL lines to give us the speed that we needed.
We build our products based on a simple premise, and that is providing the best end user experience over the internet for our clients.
Welcome back to our Cinegear coverage live. It's actually your Cinegear coverage live. Your continuing coverage on BeTerrific presented by Adorama. This is Cinegear 2014. Go to Adorama Superstore in New York City. Check them out. Say hello to Ben. Tell him I sent you. Peter Poon is holding down the fort behind the scenes. We've got the great cast here from Hollywood High School, and Jacob Ali is helping us produce this as well. Josh Apter joining me now from the Padcaster. You've been doing an amazing job.
Thank you very much.
Have you been having fun?
It's hard, sweaty work, but I'm enjoying every minute of it.
This is your first BeTerrific broadcast.
This is my first BeTerrific broadcast, and you run a tight ship. So I've been out there talking to a lot of cool people, having a good time.
And we almost saw the Padcaster on air before. Some guy was looking at it and wanted to buy it while we were on air.
I noticed him back there. He just sort of stopped our guys and said, "Hey, what's that?" And so, yeah, they got into a little bit of a background conversation.
Yeah, it was very interesting. So we've got we're doing something that's amazing. It's never been done before, all using iOS devices and Filmic Pro, a beta build of it. So you got to go to Filmic Pro in the iTunes store. And you got a beta build of Filmic Pro on us. You'll eventually get it in the new build.
Do we know how long it's going to be before that's out to the public, or didn't he say?
I don't know yet, but I'm going to try and get an answer later today before we end.
Okay.
We've got the Planet 5D wrap-up show. We're going to be with them for a couple more hours. So I'll try and find out. I've been texting with Neil. And we're doing this with Padcasters, which is amazing. With the Padcasters hold...
Three of them today.
Right, 3 of them. And the Padcasters hold your iPad or iPad mini. You can put lenses on and then all sorts of accessories so you can do real shoots with them. And then we're coming out clean out of these devices to broadcast live for these wonderful people at home who watch us and support us.
Second day in history of mankind that we have gone full HDMI live out of an iPad, right?
And iPhone, yeah.
Yeah, an iPhone. That's true. Don't discount. It was an iPod Touch yesterday, right?
Right. We're using an iPhone now.
Yes.
We have to get it all into the mix.
Every single product. How about a Nano? We can go back in time.
Does it have a camera on it? Will its tapes fit in my VCR?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so we have another world exclusive. We just introduced an amazing product from Think Tank Photo. You love the Think Tank Photo stuff.
Was that like their overhead compartment camera bag?
4 wheels.
Yeah, I noticed that thing. I got to get me one of those too.
They say 8. They're really 4.
Why do they say 8 wheels?
Because they're double wheels, you know.
Oh, it's like axles.
You got to get one of those. But we have another world exclusive right here. This is not out yet. It will be out soon, but we're going to showcase something that people can get really excited about.
Okay, so what I got yesterday, well, actually, we had it shipped to your hotel room.
That's the first person to see it. It was amazing. I was so excited about
to see it. This is the Padcaster Sport. This is going to be a hard plastic single piece, so it won't have the removable urethane insert that the regular Padcaster has, but it also will weigh a fraction of the amount, and it has finally integrated cold shoe adapters, 3 on the top, 2 on the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4 quarter 20s on the top, 3 on each side, 2 on the bottom are our sort of special tripod mount that we figured out all on our own. Very proud of ourselves. And handles integrated into it, too. So it sort of looks like a Padcaster from the front. But when you turn it around, it's a hollow plastic shell. And it's flexible, but very, very strong. And you can actually do everything you want with it.
You know, I'm very excited about this device because there are a lot of great Padcasters out there. You've got the Padcaster, the Padcaster Mini, and I see them everywhere. And everybody who sees them wants them. But this is really amazing because it allows you to shoot a little bit more stable handheld. You got all the great features of the Padcaster, and then you've built handles, and you've made it lightweight for handheld use, and for a little bit more mobile travel, depending on where you're going to be. It's not as heavy, maybe not quite as robust as the metal frame, but not quite as heavy either. So I'm really excited about that, and you haven't lost any of these features, and you've added a couple features.
Instead of having to add a couple of screw-on cold shoe adapters, I like the form factor of the metal one to be very smooth, and also that Norbit rig, I don't know if you know it.
Yes, I do. I actually have used it in the past, used it years ago to cover the Super Bowl.
I almost lost a finger grabbing that thing.
I was going to say, you didn't let me finish. I was going to say I hate it.
Well, the cold shoe adapters on those are really sharp because it's a metal unit. So
Right.
I didn't, specifically didn't integrate them into the frame of the Padcaster. But since this is plastic, it's not going to cut anybody.
Well, and that's why I hate it, because after I covered the Super Bowl, my hands were all cut up for weeks.
Well, this solves that problem, hopefully. But it also, it's like my son's baseball coach. He's shooting videos. He's got a slow-mo. I don't know what it's called. It's like a coach app.
Yeah, it's called the Coach's Eye.
Yes, so he sent me videos from the Coach's Eye. And you know what? He can be carrying this around. He can throw it in one of the bags with all the catcher's gear, and he doesn't have to worry about getting it messed up. It's just, it makes life easier for these guys.
It absolutely does. It's terrific, and it's a great product for schools and for coaches and teams. And obviously, we know a lot of guys like Darryl Reed who are going to help spread the word about this.
Well, let's hope so. Yeah, I mean, it is, it's nice to have a full handle on there. I always thought that, the sides of the Padcaster could act as handles, but there's nothing like really grabbing this thing.
And the great thing is, if you're coaching, this is a great tool for coaching, because you're coaching and you can pull it off the tripod with a quick release, and you can say, hey, look, Johnny, here's how you did the play, and you can analyze it, and you can be holding it like this, very lightweight, and it's easy to hold. And show, and look at this. We're doing this, no big deal. So I love this thing. When can I get mine?
Well, this is just a 3D print, so we're going to prototype it in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
My feeling is this will be around for Labor Day.
Really? I was going to say holidays, 2014.
We want it out here, and we know that my son plays baseball all year round, so there's definitely sports to be, and this isn't just for sports, but
we'll be ready for soccer, football, all the fall sports, and it'll be ready for all the filmmakers in the fall.
Yeah, exactly. And for campers, we've designed it so that you can actually eat off of it and use it. It's a camping plate. It's a plate.
So I'm not going to hold you to a price, but give me a ballpark, because I know you can't. You're not through the manufacturing process right now to know shipping costs and all this stuff. But if you have a ballpark or a target,
my target's $49.
Wow, really?
That's what I'd like to see with this thing. We don't know, because it's going to have a bunch of molded quarter 20s on the sides and then the top and the bottom. But, it's a single piece of molded plastic for the most part. And, depending on how complex the design is, that really dictates how much it costs to make the tooling for it. We don't know that yet, because we're not quite done with the model. Obviously, there was a clearance hole issue right there, and some other things we want to sort of smooth out before.
And that's how I said to you, you should make your clearance hole. So I like that you took my advice and made it like that, because
not everyone who buys one should have to take their Gerber tool and cut the clearance hole out.
But I like the way the Padcaster is with the holes that it has. But I think for this unit, you need those. I'll call them scallop holes.
Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to remove all of the perimeter except for the contact points where it holds it in.
Very nice.
It might as well have less than more. There's no reason it needs to have a perimeter of plastic. It just needs a couple points of contact to hold it in.
And is this only going to be for the Mini?
No. This will be the first one for the Mini, just because we were excited about the Padcaster Mini. Yeah. I love the way that product came out.
No, and I love shooting on the Mini. I think it's a great size, and I love the Padcaster Mini, and I love shooting on the Air too, and I love shooting on the phone. I love them all.
Yeah, I shoot. I don't shoot on my phone because I hurt my lens and I have blemishes on the lens now. But I like shooting and editing on the Air.
Yeah, that's what I like.
The screen for editing is actually perfect. The Mini, I tried to cut my training videos that I just started putting out. I cut the first one. I shot it on the Mini, then I started cutting it on the Mini, and it was a little bit like, okay, I don't think I need to do this. What am I trying to prove? But I'm shooting all of my training videos and how-to videos for the Padcaster on a Mini, just to put my money where my mouth is, right?
Sure.
And they
awesome.
look
Should
great.
be. We've been doing a lot of great videos with the Padcaster. We did that Subway video. We shot a video for Subway, a corporate video, and a national television commercial. Mm-hmm. They're going to use the footage all shot on a Padcaster, and we have a behind the scenes up of that. There's an article on Adorama.com's Learning Center about that. We've shot all sorts of great stuff. In addition to the Subway video, a lot of great tutorials. In fact, I shot and I filmade a GH4 review, 4K with the GH4 footage, and then the shots of the camera and of me were on, I filmade. And we used the Padcaster to create the bridge commercials that everybody's watching on our broadcast here in our studio, so those are pretty cool. And, yeah, I mean, we've been using a lot of iFilmmaking stuff and always are using the Padcaster. We love it.
Well, it makes me very, very happy to know that these things are getting used and that people are showing... you're showing the world that you can get a professional quality out of an iPad.
Absolutely.
Not a joke, this camera. It's not the Alexa behind us, so what? It's not meant to be. But if you're talking about throwing something together that needs to look good and needs to be fast, you have the camera. It's in your bag already.
And it's a computer. With all these apps, you can turn stuff around so quickly and you can do so many cool things. I love it.
Yeah, no, they already sold me. Now I'm just,
selling everybody.
I'm working for Apple, basically. Yeah.
Basically, you are. You're spreading the gospel. You're evangelizing.
Yes, and
so am I.
I will be doing so again. Actually, I was invited to speak at the ISTE conference in Atlanta as one of their Ignite sessions. It's a 5-minute sessions. It's 5 minutes. You have to prepare 20 slides. They automatically advance every 15 seconds.
That's awesome. Congratulations and good luck with that.
Yeah, I need more than luck. I'm freaking out. So,
well, we'll be doing a lot more together, and you're going to be coming to some of my seminars at Adorama, and we'll do some meetups as well. And you can find out all about that on either adorama.com or you can just go to ifilmmaking.com/events. We'll be bringing you a ton more coverage on BeTerrific. We've got a lot more coverage here at Cinegear coming your way, but since Josh and I are together right now for this, we've got to reset. Well, we've got to reset. I've got to take we got to go to commercial, and then we just reset. Like resetting bowling pins. So then you'll take,
That's code for I'm hungry. I need my lunch.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Peter's trying to tell me something. What is he saying to me?
Bridge interview.
The bridge interview. We're going to run the bridge interview, is what you're telling me. Okay, so we're going to run a great interview on bridge keyboards that we pre-taped because we were going to do it over Skype while we were here, but unfortunately we didn't have the bandwidth, so we're going to run this great bridge interview on bridge keyboards with Nick Smith. You'll find out all about the great bridge product, where the company's going, and where it has been. Nick's an awesome guy, and so we're going to run that. Peter Poon's holding down the fort. And by the way, one really important plug real quick. Peter has an amazing sister. She's a good friend of mine. Her name is Tina Katz. And if you go to her website, you'll hear about her traumatic story that has turned amazing, and you can get involved and help finish telling that story. And we've done a video on it. You can also find that on, I'm sure, her site, but also on our Vimeo page. That's vimeo.com/artsismedia. But go check out her site. It's Tina, Teena, verse, VS, 7train.com. Tina verse 7train.com. If you're a New Yorker, you'll know what that's about immediately. If not, you'll find out when you go there. She's a wonderful young lady. She's a good friend of mine, and she's doing terrific. The story does not have a tragic end, which is phenomenal. I know she's watching now. What's up, Tina? Hope you're doing well. She edits a lot of the articles that we write and the stuff we get to you. So go say hello to her, see what her story's about, and if you have a couple bucks, donate to her cause and help her get back on her feet again. No pun intended there. I'm very serious about that. And in the meantime, find out about Bridge with this video. We're here at Cinegear Live. It's 2014's coverage on BeTerrific, presented by Adorama. We have a lot of great sponsors. You'll find out more about them later. The Planet 5D show will be coming up in just a couple of hours, so keep it locked here for that and for the rest of our coverage. Josh, thanks for doing this. It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a pleasure and a blast.
It has been. We'll be back in just a little while here live. In the meantime, check out Nick Smith with Bridge.
Thanks so much for joining us. And we're right now at the headquarters of BeTerrific and BeTerrific.com here in New York. You can see this nice backdrop. This is our studio. You're familiar with this already. But we're doing this for Cinegear, and so Nick Smith from Bridge has been kind enough to join us, bridgekeyboards.com. And we taped this interview prior to because, Nick is in Singapore working really hard. And we wanted to make sure we could get them on for all you folks watching the Cinegear broadcast. So we wanted to pre-tape this. Now, the Bridge is amazing. It's a wireless Bluetooth keyboard for your iPad. And there are several different versions, one with speakers, one without speakers, two that are aluminum, and the other that's polycarbonate. They're phenomenal. They work great. And it's the only keyboard for iPad that has the fit and finish of iPad and your MacBook Pro or Air, and also has a clamshell design. So you can see right here, I've got Bridge. I love it. I've been using it for a long time. I'm holding the iPad by the screen, which I would never do with a laptop, but I just want to demonstrate. And it's a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous device. Look at that. It just folds up nicely. Auto locks your iPad. Open it up. Different viewing angles. I love this device. I think it is the greatest device. Nick, tell me about Bridge Keyboards, bridgekeyboards.com. Just such a great product.
Thanks, Michael. Great to be speaking with you. Bridge, it's a unique little keyboard.
It's got a fantastic story. Originally, it was a Kickstarter project that started in 2012. One of the more successful projects at the time, raising close to $800,000. After a successful launch and close to 18 months later, Bridge has now changed hands and part of my organisation called Bridge Keyboards, which is based out of Singapore.
That's really awesome. It's something I'm excited about because I've known the Bridge story from the very beginning. I was very excited about this keyboard. I wanted it immediately, and I did a video for the Daily on Bridge keyboards when they did their Kickstarter. And I thought it was a very innovative product. It's the best keyboard I've ever seen to this day for an iPad, of a Bluetooth wireless keyboard. It could, quite honestly, it could be the best keyboard ever, and it's phenomenal. And then they delivered, they got the thing out, and then you guys have bought the company and are doing a lot of really cool new things with it, right?
Absolutely. Now, we realised that the guys at Bridge did an amazing job of building, as you say, a fantastic keyboard, arguably the greatest in the world. But over time, we realised that their direction was changing, and that's where we saw as an opportunity. We think what they've done, not only in building a fantastic keyboard, but they've built such a great brand. And what we want to do is leverage that. So from our point of view, we're putting a huge amount of investment into sort of shoring up the foundation of the business around our current customers and the current range, and also looking to the future around developing new models that sort of match the updated versions of the iPad and potentially iPad mini as they go to market.
I think that's awesome because I have an iPad mini and I sit there and I go, wow, it's really missing a Bridge keyboard. I would love to have a Bridge for the iPad mini and also for my iPad Air, and I know that that's coming and talking to you, and that's what's most exciting. I think what's great is that people should know this, that this wasn't just bought by some random company or some venture cap firm. This was bought by a group of people that are entrepreneurs themselves. Nick, I mean, you've had such a great career, and you really inspire me. I love entrepreneurism. I love chasing the dream, and I love that you're taking a good product, wanting to make it better, deliver better customer service, and get new products out to market quickly and easily so that people can continue to enjoy Bridge keyboards at bridgekeyboards.com.
Absolutely. It's a very unique story about how we came about it. I think we're probably just as passionate about the keyboard itself as the originators of the business. As you said, with my partners and I, with all the entrepreneurial backgrounds, and when we saw the Bridge, it wasn't a function of a big corporate buying it out. We have partnered with the founders who still remain intrinsically involved in the business, but it's our job now to be able to take that forward and hopefully build a very successful company out of it.
I just want to know, have you picked out the yacht yet? Because when I was at Bridge, when they first started, they took their first delivery. To me, I just said, if these guys do the right things, they're writing their own ticket, because everybody needs a Bridge keyboard with their iPad. There are so many iPads out there, and you need a Bridge keyboard. It completes the iPad. It allows you to leave the laptop behind, leave your laptop behind, and that's the crazy part about it is I no longer need a laptop. I've got an iPad and I can do almost everything on it, and that's what we're doing with BeTerrific and I filmmaking and stuff, and so I'm so excited about this, and this is really the missing piece to be able to do that. If I can have this keyboard and now I can leave the laptop behind because I have the keyboard. Without the keyboard, it's typing like this on your iPad is very hard. I've created documents, spreadsheets, business plans, I've created proposals, I've edited videos, I've done all these great things on iPad, but without the keyboard, it's very difficult. It's great for running around that you can do this and send off quick messages, but you don't want to sit and type a long document. Well, now, even if you leave it in your hotel room, you get back to the hotel, bang, you put it right into the keyboard and you're good, and it's great to watch movies on the plane as well. And the great thing is, too, we had a keyboard go bad on a Mac, and so we hooked the Bridge up Bluetooth, and we were using it as a Mac keyboard to operate that Mac in a pinch. Obviously not ideal, but it worked, and that's why I say this is quite possibly the greatest keyboard because it's so convertible and can go from place to place, and that's why I'm so excited that you guys have the company and are going to take it further into the future, and I just am excited. So, have you picked out your yacht yet?
Not quite. There's a lot of hard work that we've got to go through before we get to there. But you raise a really good point.
Oh, yeah.
You raise a really good point. There are plenty of other keyboards out there. There are a lot of competitors that we've got. It's a competitive space, but when you use them, it feels like they're a keyboard and your iPad. Whereas when you bring the bridge and the iPad together, it's really like a single device. It is an extension to your laptop. You mentioned flying. I travel weekly around Asia. I'm always in a new city most weeks. And the fact is that when you're sitting on a plane, you can jump on your iPad with your bridge and nail the emails. You can absolutely go through them. Since Microsoft released Office for the iPad, it's just expanded the capabilities even further. PowerPoint presentations, Excel, doing Word docs. Your iPad is now truly a work machine. And when you pair it with the bridge, it just enables so much more diversity in what you can actually get out of your iPad.
That's so true. I mean, I use it for Keynote and Pages. I like those as opposed to, and Numbers as opposed to Excel and PowerPoint, and Word. But you can use those now on iPads, which are great, and they're good programs as well. So whatever you want to use is tremendous. And I wanted to show people, look, it separates just like that. It's that simple. So there's nothing hard about this. And if you want to, like I said, take your iPad just for the day out of your hotel room and not bring the keyboard, you don't have to. And then when you need it for business or to type those emails, bang, right back into the keyboard, and you've got a laptop-style device, an all-in-one solution. And I think that that's terrific. And as you said, I've tried other keyboards, especially now that I have an iPad Air, and I'm waiting for that new bridge for Air, the Magic Bridge. But I've obviously I've tried other keyboards because of that, and I've found none of them even come close to comparing. They're terrible. You can't type on them. This is a full keyboard. You can type, get your fingers around them, big keys. You can't type on those other keyboards. It's unbelievable. This is really an ingenious product, and I think it's ingenious that you guys have taken over the company, and I'm so excited about it and talking with you. So tell me about all the hard work that you have to put in now. Obviously, the customer service is getting better, and that's something that I know was one of the first things that you wanted to do, and that's terrific. And tell me about that and some of the other hard work that's got to go into Bridge going forward and where we're at.
Absolutely. So there's been three, the initial sprint that we're in at the moment, there's three phases to it. One is about consolidating our position, and that is making sure that our existing customer base is happy. Unfortunately, although the originators and the original team built an amazing product, customer service wasn't quite where it needed to be, to say the least. We've had some pretty phenomenal stories of poor customer service over the last sort of few months, and what we're trying to do is to make sure that everyone who's been on the receiving end of that is happy. So we're currently working through that process and building up a really strong foundation. So as we do move into the development and launch of the new models, we've got a stable base. Secondly, it comes down to what we're doing from an online point of view. We've relaunched the website, we've got completely new branding, and really what underpins that is an automated platform. We understand that customer service isn't just about receiving a good product, it's about how you receive it. So we've got a very intuitive online website which is integrated to automated fulfillment. So we've got warehouses based in the UK, Hong Kong, and LA. So no matter where you are in our key markets, you're always going to be guaranteed the best shipping price. Our keyboards are going to ship within 24 hours of you placing the order, and it's going to be an efficient process that goes from order placement to delivery right to your doorstep as quickly and as seamlessly as possible. Finally, and probably arguably the most important piece, is what we're doing around the R&D of the new models. Our focus this year is to get a Bridge Air out, or the new variant that's going to be in line with the new release of the updated iPad. It's currently under development. We've been able to firm up a partnership with the original manufacturer of Bridge, or developer and designer of Bridge, and we're now in the process of putting together the designs and the renderings of the new model. And in fact, in about 2 weeks' time, we're going to be launching a new campaign on our website, which is going to allow people to actually become involved and intrinsically part of the development. We want them to be able to see the new bridge taking shape, because one of the things that we've noticed is that there's kind of a cult following behind the bridge. It's not like your Logitech or your Zag. the people that know about Bridge know the story, not necessarily the product. So we want to make sure that people get involved in that. So as I say, over the next few weeks, we're going to be starting to introduce a couple of different campaigns that are going to be able to get people involved so they can see the development of the bridge as it goes along from a conceptual design on a computer through the R&D process in a factory in Shenzhen through to the ultimate production prototypes that'll be out by the end of June, early July.
That's awesome. I was just on bridgekeyboards.com and I noticed that you guys, using my bridge here by the way, I noticed that you guys lowered the price and have some price breaks as well, which is awesome for Bridge, for the existing models. And I'm so excited about the new models. I can't wait to get one for my Air, for the Mini. Are you guys, so people had some questions and they wanted to know, or suggestions maybe, is there a way to get an illuminated keyboard but keep battery life, backlit illuminated keyboard and get battery life to stay the same? And is there a way to make it a little bit thinner and lighter? Those are the only two questions that people really seem to have over and over again, and I think you've got the answers, no?
We do. Without going into too many secrets about the newer model, you know, the nature of the beast is that the Air is thinner than the existing models, particularly the Retina and the iPad 4. The bridge is so heavy because we actually had to add weight to it to stop it from tipping over because the actual iPad 3 and 4 are so heavy. The iPad 2 not so much. So the first thing is that the new bridge will be thinner and it will match actually the thickness of the Air. The second thing is, from an illumination point of view in the keyboards, we are playing with a couple of things at the moment. And then, of course, there's the speaker. Some of the feedback that we had was that the speaker might sound tinny when it's up really loud. It's still a lot louder than the existing iPad speaker, which is fantastic. But the new model, we're completely changing the design, and it sounds sensational. So that is going to be a big upgrade on the existing model. And then finally, from a price point, as you say, the original price point was around $200 US dollars. We think that's a little overpriced for where it should be at. So we're still playing with pricing, but it will be much cheaper than where it's existed, what it previously was.
Nick Smith from Bridge Keyboards, thank you so much for joining us. So glad to have you here, and I can't wait to hear more as things continue on Bridge Keyboards and bridgekeyboards.com. So go to bridgekeyboards.com right now to get yours. You can get one for the iPad 2 through 4, and then the iPad Air will be soon arriving, as well as the Mini. And so stay tuned for updates on bridgekeyboards.com for that. I'm so excited that you joined us, and I know you've got a great personal entrepreneurial story, and so the next time we chat, when we get another update on Bridge Keyboards, I'd love to find out more about your story, so everyone will have to stay tuned for that. I'm Michael Arts. This is BeTerrific's Cinegear coverage. We'll be back right after this. Thanks so much for joining us.
When you work in film or photography, you're old technology. You come in here with a bunch of stuff that you know has been sitting around.
Whenever I have equipment back in my place that I'm not using anymore, I'm here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it, or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment that you want to get off your hands easily, it's a great place to come and do that.
They're exactly what they say: fast, affordable, easy. You're in and out.
I came here 2 minutes ago. I'm already leaving with my money in my hand.
And I just went there 2 seconds. They appraised my stuff, gave me a slip, and yeah, I'm ready to buy new stuff.
It was pretty good, and I feel like it was a good value.
It's nice and have a quote.
Convenience and time. That's the best part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here. You can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
They wouldn't trade me any other than Craigslist.
Where you want to see if it works, there's any little tick. So yeah, here.
There's a convenience certainly to having somebody else handle for you and know you're selling.
And fixing it is stuff.
I've seen the same people here over and over. Here are full, and they're always people are hitting me up and yeah, with anything I need.
It's been an experience thus far. I think the staff is very friendly.
Yeah, a good experience.
Yeah, I never walk
I tell people to come on, even job.
Yes, I would recommend that. A photographer.
Here at Adorama, because people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
I got to tell you about CloudcastTV.com. I don't know if you've checked them out yet, but if you haven't, you're missing the boat. And if you have, you already know what I'm telling you. All the networks are involved with CloudcastTV.com. All my friends at the networks are telling me about it. It is great for distributing video content online, live and non-live content. You got to check out CloudcastTV.com. It's just truly amazing. I fully endorse CloudcastTV.com. You're going to thank me for checking it out. So go there, check it out, and you can distribute your content through them. Hey, this is your Cinegear 2014 coverage live on BeTerrific. I'm Michael Artsis. We're brought to you by Adorama, Adorama.com. Adorama in the New York City area. Go to their superstore. All right, we have a very special guest. Her name is Yi, and she's from Hollywood High School. She's been helping us out. And Yi, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you.
Have you had fun?
Yeah, a lot. And I've learned a lot of things.
You have
too,
learned
yeah.
a lot of things.
This is like the first time I'm helping with a live show. Everything I've done, it's recorded and edited. So this is the first time I'm like, if this comes out wrong, this is it.
It's a disaster.
Everybody's looking at it.
And then I'll be like, you ruined it. No, this is what we're doing. We're paying it forward. We're teaching you. People helped me out when I started in the business. I'm making sure to help you out. You guys are amazing. You've been a big help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have you learned a lot? That's
yeah,
all I care
yes,
about.
A lot.
Okay. Now, I'm going to teach you one other thing. I am going to turn the floor over to you, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to do an interview live on camera of me.
Okay.
Whatever questions you want to ask or you think your classmates would want to ask, I'm going to answer them now. Live on camera. This will be your first on-camera interview ever. Live.
Okay.
No pressure.
Okay.
So welcome everybody to BeTerrific. Tell them your name and then ask me the questions. Oh, you got to introduce me too.
Okay. My name is Eugene John. I am a student at the Hollywood High School. I'm part of the New Media Academy, and I'm here with Michael Artsis and working for BeTerrific.
Excellent. You're doing great.
Thank you. One of the questions I want to know is how long did it take you to become this? Since when did you start it?
So I started my broadcasting career as a reporter and anchor in 1998. I started covering the Jets and Mets. I did taped news segments that we would tape and edit. I'd have 15 to 30 seconds on camera in each one of those packages. They were called news packages, where I was on camera, and I'd write the script and voice them over, and many times shoot and edit them. But sometimes I had a camera person. And we met him before, one of the guys, Paul McNiff from Canon now. And so, yeah, basically it took me a number of years to get to the point where I could do a live broadcast by myself. And it was really radio, I think, that gave me that start. And the thing that was great about radio is radio's theater of the mind. So you have to learn to paint the picture for people. You really have to draw it out for them. But it also, you have to have wall-to-wall noise. There cannot be a dead silence. I can't sit there and not say something. So, you know, it was great experience to do this. And I would say, you know, 1998 till about 2001 or 2, and then I got my first on-air job in 2002 as an on-air television anchor, reporter, and the assistant news director at a TV station in New Jersey called Channel 10. And you know, when I started, I worked about 6-7 days a week. I got paid for one, and I worked, showed up every day, and went to class. So it was pretty amazing. I was in college at the time, and that was almost 15 years ago now.
So you just said that you had like. You work with the camera and different...
By the way, don't ever drink something like this on camera. It's very unprofessional. We're having fun here at Cinegear. It's a little bit.
So you said that you're like, you work with cameras and different... are you like focused on hosting things now, or you're still working in different...
Well, I do a bunch of different stuff. That's a great question. And we just lost an iPad Air due to wind. It's very windy here, and it crashed to the ground and probably smashed. Be a good thing that I have Apple Care on that thing, because I'll just go to the Apple Store and say, give me another one. How bad is that, Josh?
Keep on rolling.
I guess keep on going. I guess it's pretty bad. But we'll go to camera 2, I guess. Anyway, your question was, you notice how I keep my train of thought, and I know where we're going and what we're doing. I do a lot of on-air hosting today. I like to focus on that. I enjoy doing this probably the most of anything, but I also enjoy directing and producing. I do some of that. I have a video production company. We do very high-end video production and commercials on television and around the world for all sorts of great corporations. And then we do filmmaking. I teach, you know, through seminars and stuff like that. And in addition to that, we've got you know, BeTerrific, which is where we're doing this, and we're going to grow that and make it a really great place for people to watch amazing shows and live broadcasts from events like this one. And we're just building it out. By the way, here's my boy Tom. I love your sleeves, man. Those are awesome. Tom is the man here at Cinegear and really at Paramount Studios. He has electrified this entire place, and we had a lot of fun last night. I got to drive a golf cart on the Paramount lot, feel like a real director, producer, / a guy from Entourage. Tom, welcome to the program. Thanks so much.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. You light a lot of these movies and stuff that we see.
Yeah, we just did a couple weeks on SpongeBob 2 there a few weeks ago. I did Girl with the Dragon Tattoo was the last movie I did all the way through.
Awesome. And I mean, you told me you got to see this place lit up at night. I can't wait to see it all.
Light it for parties and stuff like the Concern Foundation that's coming. That's a great event. But then we light this up. All the buildings are different colors. We light all the 10Ks on the roofs. This place is gorgeous. Everything inside the interiors all gets lit.
You know, they used to say that Yankee Stadium had this mystic feel, and it was like there were ghosts and spirits there from like Babe Ruth and stuff. This place to me has like that magical feel. Like Humphrey Bogart could have been right here filming a movie. We're doing a production here live, which is amazing.
They were. I mean, a lot of this street's newer. You know, it's about 25 years old, this street now. But it still encompasses the area that was used in those days. And we do have our own real ghost stories from the cemetery, from the Hollywood Cemetery right there.
Which is right there, yeah.
And many stories over the years of guards chasing people through and stopping at the wall.
And you, I mean, you guys must have a lot of fun. Do you feel that this is a magical place?
Yeah, I'm like that.
You're from Yonkers. You're from my hood.
I've been lighting for 38 years, and I may have had some individual days that weren't fun, but I still love lighting TV and film. I still love light.
So it is magical. What you do, you create the magic. It's all make-believe. It's got to be so amazing.
Yeah, it is.
You weren't the guy that Christian Bale yelled at, were you, when he yelled about that lighting?
No, that was, no.
I'm just kidding. All right, so what is the coolest production you've ever worked on?
I don't know. I did the first 7 Star Treks there. I worked on part or 2 of all of them. I mean, I did the Star Trek, all the TV shows that were through here. I did all those. My first TV show I did was MASH back years ago.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love that show. Radar?
So at Fox, yeah. So that was fun.
You were a kid back then.
Yeah, I was a little younger. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's awesome, and thank you for helping us all get electrified. We're using the Felix lights, and you know, it's because of your electric and your electric that we've got all of this going. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry?
It's good having you all here.
It's great to be here. I want to come back and have fun with you sometime. What's it like when you're doing a movie shoot? How amazing is it?
It's tedious. It's a job. That's the point that people forget. You know, you're sitting around all day doing a shot over and over, and it's fun at the end of the day, you know, but it's work. This is a job.
It's fun to come check out the set and then go back. It's like this. She's learning. Yi is a high school student at Hollywood High School. She's been helping us out with her classmates, and she's learning that this very much is a job. It's hard work. It's stress.
Compared to other jobs, I mean, I've done something different every day for 38 years.
Right. You're not pushing pencils or paper at an office.
Not in a cubicle.
And you're not digging a ditch.
Right. No, it's a wonderful job.
But the world needs ditch diggers too, Danny, right?
That's cool.
Very famous line.
That's right. It is.
But from a movie. But anyway, yes, you're having fun and doing something different, which makes it interesting. That's what I love. What about your sleeves? I love them. What is there themes to them or what?
Actually, yeah, there is, because my first Phoenix I got in life when I was 22, when I first came out here, and now I'm ending my life with my last, my coming back up out of the flames. The koi are just multiple koi's love of family and perseverance. So these are my daughters, because I have 2 daughters. And the tiger I've always just loved. The goat is because I'm Capricorn. Pretty simply it, yeah. You know.
Awesome, Tom. You're the man. I'm going to come back and visit you when I come visit. Is that cool?
Yes, you can.
Oh, I love it. Thank you. And I'll see you next year at Cinegear. Tom, thank you so much. And I didn't catch your name, but I saw you around helping everybody out. So come on.
I'm Daniel Lewis.
Daniel, you're awesome, too.
Thank you very much.
You guys do a great job. Do you have fun here?
Of course. Work, fun, it's all the same.
Excellent. Gentlemen, BeTerrific. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. It's good to see you. We'll see you tonight when we're packing up. So, Yi, we want to do all sorts of cool things like what we're doing here with BeTerrific. I love hosting. We do more of this. I love what we just did. Yeah. It is a lot of hard work. It is a job. Don't forget that. But I think that we have a lot of fun doing it, and it could be worse. We could be doing something else. And so, yeah, we focus on video production, high-end, very low-end with iFilmmaking, and then also we obviously focus on doing BeTerrific. So it's kind of all of it is the answer. And I love being a journalist and doing journalism and this stuff. So.
One more question, really quick.
Yes.
Is this the first
keep
time?
Going.
Is this the first time you come to Cinegear?
It is the first time I've come to Cinegear. It's the first time I've been on the Paramount backlot, and it's the first time I've ever done a production on the Paramount backlot. So that's pretty amazing. I can now say I've done a production on the Paramount backlot, and guess what? You can too.
Yes. Oh, this is pretty cool. This is the first time I'm in here too. When I came in, I was like, I can't believe all this is in here. When you were like walking outside, you were like, what is in there? And like when you come in here, you're like, wow.
I am in total awe, and it's very hard for me to have happen. I've done some pretty amazing things. I've been very lucky in my life, and I'm completely in awe and like a kid in a candy shop.
Yeah.
And I said usually when I was younger, I would act like I've been there before so I could get away with stuff, but and do stuff, which you have to do. Carry yourself very well. Act like you've been there before. But this time I'm just letting completely go. Anyway, I think we should show the audience how bad that iPad is. How bad is it, Jacob? Let's see it. No, we don't want to show it. Yeah, we got to show it. Look, we did it. We broke an iPad. This is my first ever broken screen. But thanks to AppleCare, we'll get a new one. No big deal. Oh man, it's really broken. All right.
This
well,
is
that's
what happens
life.
when you record things.
You know what? That
live.
should teach you something.
Yes.
Teach you to always have a good tripod, like the Liebeck tripods.
Yeah.
These tripods are phenomenal. We're using these garbagey little tripods because we don't have room and we couldn't travel with them.
Yeah.
Look at this. Yeah. We've got these amazing Liebeck tripods. We had them on before, and you got to go to liebeck.com or adorama.com to find out more about the Liebeck tripods and to get a Liebeck tripod. And the Liebeck tripods are phenomenal. They make a lot of other great gear, the jibs and the rigs and the sliders. And we've got a lot of great sponsors here, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Airback. They make great backpacks that have an air bladder in them. And they shift the weight distribution of how you carry a bag so it feels a lot lighter. It lightens the load. Of course, Bridge keyboards, my favorite keyboard to use with my iPad. It allows me to ditch my laptop at home and bridges the gap between a laptop and an iPad. So it's really tremendous. BridgeKeyboards.com. You can go get a great deal on a Father's Day sale. And then we've got Adorama, of course, MXL Marshall, and they've done great with these mics and all that stuff. You can record your own stuff with the mobile media kits in iPhones and iPads, and of course, we've got a lot of great friends at Mushroom Networks, mushroomnetworks.com. They're keeping us streaming, and of course, the Paladin switcher we're using to make all this possible. So when we come back, we're going to have some more interviews, some more great stuff, and we're going to be cutting a behind the scenes as Josh does his next interview. You took us a little bit behind the scenes. You had a little bit of fun, and it was great. Thanks for helping us out. Thanks for joining us in your first interview. Great job.
Thanks to you for giving me the opportunity.
You're very welcome. I'm Michael Arts. This is BeTerrific. Keep it locked here. We got a lot more coverage from Cinegear 2014 Live, presented by Adorama on BeTerrific.
Mushroom Networks is an 8-year-old company based in San Diego. We have pioneered a technology called broadband bonding.
As publishers, we're working with large image and video files all the time. We need a high-speed connection that allows us to deliver this content quickly. We're also looking for power and reliability. And that's where the Truffle by Mushroom Network came in.
Mushroom Networks technology will be able to bring in the capability of adding more bandwidth and high nines reliability. We have several flavors of technology applied in different form factors. At the very low end, we have the Truffle Lite, which is a desktop small form factor unit, can aggregate up to 4 internet lines as well as 3G, 4G failover. For larger branch offices, we have the Truffle product line, can go all the way up to 12 ports of internet lines, again with the 3G, 4G failover. If your application is completely based on mobile and portable, we have the Portabella unit, which is a small form factor that can be carried around and powered by a battery.
By deploying a Truffle, we were able to combine a T1 with 2 business DSL lines to give us the speed that we needed.
We build our products based on a simple premise, and that is providing the best end user experience over the internet for our clients.
When you work in film or photography, you're always going to have old technology. Coming here with a bunch of stuff that, has been sitting.
Whenever I have equipment back and come here and show it to them, they review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment that to get off.
They say fast, they're in and out.
Like minutes ago, I'm already my money in my hand.
Went there. They appraise you within 5 minutes.
That's part about just coming here and getting a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here. You can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
They wouldn't trade. It doesn't work.
To having something that for selling and buying from a trusted source.
They know you bring it in. They know a lot about the equipment and fixing it and stuff like that.
I've seen the same people here over and over again. The workers here are all wonderful and they're very trustworthy. I'll always come in knowing what I want and the price it's going to be, and the prices are always incredibly fair, and the people are here very, very easily to pick me up and to help me out with anything I need.
It's been a great experience. I think this is very friendly.
I never walk out of here
all the time, even just the job.
Yes, I would recommend that.
I'm a film.
I'm a novice camera user.
I'm a photographer.
I'm a fashion photographer.
I'm an event photographer.
Videographer.
I'm an amateur photographer, and I love coming maintenance department here at people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
Stop the pain. Stop the struggle. Other backpacks cause injury by encouraging improper use and improper posture. They're unbalanced and unsafe. Airback is the solution.
Should've got an airbag.
Airback's patented air support system makes it the most comfortable backpack in the world. Airback improves posture and spinal alignment. If it's not on your back, it can't hurt your back. Airback provides shock absorption and adjusts to fit any body type. It's a stylish solution that protects you and what you carry, like your laptop and other costly electronics. Airback makes you feel like you're carrying half the weight. Our unique air support system takes the weight off the back and helps prevent back injuries. Relaxes, be natural. And especially with her, you can notice how nice and straight she is. And also it's shock absorbent in case you're running for the bus or the airport. Now what I'm gonna do while it's on your back, I'm gonna take the air out, and then you'll feel what it's like to wear a regular backpack without the air system. So I'm just gonna take it out while it's on you.
Wow.
How's that?
Heavy.
Do you want to wear it anymore?
No.
Which way do you want to wear it?
The other way.
Okay, thank you very much. Airback, the solution to a heavy backpack. Get yours today.
Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard that belongs with iPad. The iPad is a great tool, but to truly be able to leave your laptop behind, you need a keyboard. Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard for iPad. It has the same great aluminum fit and finish as your laptop, a terrific clamped clamshell laptop design, and a 10-hour battery. Onboard speakers are optional, but Bridge is not. Bridge boasts a full keyboard, large keys that are easy to type on, and Bridge is lightweight. Get the perfect viewing angle and typing angle every time. Bridge. Leave your laptop behind. To find out more or to order yours, log on to bridgekeyboards.com.
Do you want great-looking prints at low cost? Be sure to visit our easy-to-use online printing service. Adorama Pix has professionals who treat your images with the utmost care that you can count on. For a quick turnaround on photos, cards, or albums, use adoramapix.com.
This new product is called Bridge. It's a Kickstarter funded project and it's a companion product to the iPad, but it's phenomenal. I think that it's going to do great and I think you're going to love it. I certainly do. I travel a lot. I stay in hotel rooms like this one and I like to travel light. If I take my iPad, it's great. I can play movies, I can play games, I can even answer emails and take notes at meetings. And I really like it for that. But the biggest drawback to the iPad is that I can't really edit documents on it that easily, and I can't write documents or write long emails on it. But now you can. Bridge turns your iPad into a laptop.
We wanted something that really felt like it belonged with the iPad.
It connects to your iPad two ways. The first way is Bluetooth. That's how you connect to the iPad and are able to type with it. Secondly, it connects to your iPad with these hinges that lock your iPad into place. You can dangle your iPad from it, it holds it so tight, and it allows it to close and open easily. Just like the smart cover, this puts your iPad to sleep when you close it and wakes it when you open it. Bridge is made from the same kind of aluminum that your iPad is made out of. And it's a really nice, solid keyboard. The build, fit, and finish here are second to none. It's got Bluetooth speakers that allow you to play your music, videos, or any kind of sound right from your iPad. And the battery life lasts as long as your iPad does. It feels very substantial, feels good together, and it's about as slim together as a MacBook Air. Now, it allows you to do all sorts of wonderful things. You can create Pages documents. You can edit documents. You can type long emails. I've written several of them.
And essentially bridges the gap between a tablet and a laptop.
And you can easily pop your iPad out and just run on the go, read a book, or do whatever you would normally do with your iPad. Tremendous product, reasonable price, and if you're on a budget, you can check out the new, cheaper plastic Bridge. I think you're going to love Bridge. Check it out at bridgekeyboards.com.
Hey, we're back. Cinegear 2014. We are bringing the show to you live from an iPhone over there, an iPad over there. Well, that's a blank Padcaster because the iPad in there hit the ground really hard. But it's insured, so we're happy. I'm here with Jem Schofield of the C47. We're a little slap happy.
Trust all your gear to Vanguard Tripod Systems.
You know, they worked really well until about 15 minutes ago.
Until the wind started blowing?
And then they didn't work very well at all. So we're going to talk, let's change the subject and talk about Jem. By the way, I brought up Jem Lighting to somebody the other day. We've been talking to a lot of lighting
Jem
companies.
Studio Lighting.
Yes, but there's a guy from Felix here the other day. They have really nice stuff.
They do.
Okay, so I talked to a couple reps from there, and I was very, very impressed with their products. Really nice stuff.
Lighting is evolving.
Yes.
And so are a lot of other things.
Humans. Very slowly. My tail is almost gone. Anyway, this is a real interview. You got to tell me, because we've known each other a long time.
Yes.
We teach digital boot camp classes together, the Filmmakers Intensive, which we did.
Really, I mean, when the 5D Mark II came out, we started doing classes almost immediately after that camera shipped.
Yes.
And started doing weekend workshops continuously for the better part of 2.5 years, 3 years.
They were the best weekends of my life, Jem. They really were. 3 days away from my kids.
I was about to say, peace and quiet.
We both have 3 kids, and to just take a little tiny break just to teach with teaching. I mean, it wasn't like we were just goofing around.
No, and Cinegear is obviously ending soon because strange sounds are happening. People are drinking, and
well, yesterday we were doing an interview at this booth, and some guy comes out with bagpipes.
Oh, I saw that guy. He was the least likely looking bagpipe player in the world. He didn't look very Scottish to me.
No, and actually his bagpipe playing, I'd say it was quite good, except I'm not sure that you could say good bagpipe, like it's a contradiction in terms.
Yes.
It really sounded like somebody was killing a duck. Just squeezing and killing.
A pheasant.
Yes.
A pheasant.
Well, it was hurting my ears, but you know what? We didn't even stop the interview. We just kept right on talking. We figured the range on these things is pretty small. And we just work.
Can I ask you a question? So
yes.
Right now,
camera one there.
So this is camera one.
Yep.
And is this what I think? This is the new Padcaster for the iPad Mini?
That is the Padcaster for the iPad Mini.
And then this is the full size?
That's for the Air, yep.
Okay, got it.
Just don't blow on it. It will fall over. Oh, and there's another one. Okay, we just lost camera 3.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we were using iPhone right there with the iPro lens system, the iPad Mini and the Padcaster Mini.
Yes.
And then that rig back there, there's one that we've been doing wireless. We've been roving around going wireless with a Marshall video transmitter out of
the one
iPad.
that they released, they showed it, not this NEB, but the NEB before, and now it's a very real product being used all over the place.
Very real for us. We were out and about interviewing people all over the place.
How do you hook that up to the iPad?
Well, here we go. Neil Barham, you know him from Filmic Pro?
Yes.
The guy?
Yes.
So he has a new build,
yep.
which finally has a clean HDMI out, no UI on top of it. So you can go Lightning to HDMI out of the iPad with clean HDMI out, and in theory go right into the Marshall transmitter. But this one, actually, Marshall liked it going through a Ninja box first as a pass-through.
Atomos.
Yes.
Not the Kinect, but the actual recorder.
You can see it up there, but we're only using it as a loop. You see it up there on the.
Yes, I see it.
But for some reason, it regulates the video signal, and the Marshall liked it coming out of that. It did not like it coming straight out of the iPad.
You should try their Kinect boxes. Have you seen those?
No, I
They're
haven't.
even smaller, and they do. Well, they might work. They do HDMI to SDI and SDI to HDMI.
As long as it has a loop. I mean, that's the thing. We're going HDMI in and HDMI out.
Yeah.
And it works beautifully, and it's giving us manual control over the picture. So unlike these guys in Stony Brook who are using Skype to do the same sort of thing and go to a live correspondent,
Yeah.
except the focus is like throbbing and it's like super pixelated.
I've seen it.
It's like
You've showed it.
AVR3.
Yeah.
It looks great. But this looks phenomenal because it's full HD and it's got focus and exposure control.
Yeah.
It's a brave new world.
It's all changing.
Yes. So you have something that I want you to talk about because you used to do a daily video called Gearbox from the C47.
Yep. For 3.5 years.
And you've almost never missed a day, right? I mean, you really...
Yeah, I would say probably in 3.5 years, based on some family stuff and things like that, there was probably a total of 2 weeks in that entire 3.5 year time where I missed.
That's dedication.
So I did it on vacations. I did it all the time. Well, I did it also because it was fun to do it, and I was learning probably for the first 3 years. And then in the last 6 months, I was sort of thinking, what could I do that I could continue to learn? So I don't do them as much, but I'm actually going to start a... yesterday, actually, I shot my first 2 episodes of the new series.
Now, how long are these videos?
They're probably going to be between 5 and 15 minutes long, each one. They're not going to just be single camera. They're going to be 2 cameras.
Okay.
And they're kind of going to be in between what I did for my daily video podcast called Gearbox and the videos that I produce for Canon. So
Okay.
they're not as extensively produced as the Canon videos,
Right.
but they're not a stream of consciousness. So
Right.
each episode is going to have one particular topic that I'm going to cover, and I'm going to teach something related to craft.
Right.
So I can tell you, I'll tell you what the first 2 were that I did yesterday. First one, because I thought about it for a very short period of time, is actually audio related.
Okay.
Because everybody forgets about audio.
Yes.
And I talked about different types of condenser mics and the advantages of using a cardioid pickup as opposed to a supercardioid for interior or shooting
Right.
when you're in certain spaces.
Okay.
And then I do an AB where I actually hook up one mic, which is a supercardioid, which is the NTG3
Right.
inside, and then I do the same thing with a cardioid mic, the NT55, and you can actually hear the difference of why you might want to use that mic over the other one in that situation. And then the second one is...
Wait, why would you want to use a cardioid versus
Well,
a...
it doesn't have a tail in the back, so it doesn't have any kind of pickup in the back at all.
Right.
So when you're inside and you've got all these weird reflections and things like that, or an air conditioning vent, up at the top, and you're booming from above,
Right.
a hyper or supercardioid or a shotgun mic pickup pattern can have problems.
Right.
And they also have tails on the side as well, even though they are rejecting. And cardioid is just sort of like this big hard spherical shape in the front, and it's also great. Cardioid's great when you're doing a 2-shot. Because
drop
you
it right
can,
in the middle.
and just put the lobe in the lobey lobe, and
Right in the lobe.
right in the lobe.
Now, wait a minute. I used to mix features, and I used the Shep's, I think an MK41.
Okay, so let me just tell you something.
Okay, not all hypercardioids are created equal.
No. You mixed features.
Yes.
We're talking about the fact that there's tons of people nowadays who are camera operators who are forced to be sound recordists.
Yes.
They don't have a mixer. So what do they do in order to get good quality audio? A sound recordist is sitting there with a mixer, and they can go in there and they can roll off, they can change frequencies. They know how to use something that has a hyper or supercardioid or shotgun polar pattern, and they know what to do with that in different situations. Us mere mortals, us little short, bald, white people in the world. Thank you.
Totally tall. What are you
yeah,
talking
come
about?
on. What are you saying? We have difficulties when we are forced into situations where we can't hire a sound recordist.
Right.
And I've found that in certain situations using that. Also, cardioids are nice for on-camera mics, which I hate to use, but they pick up less from the rear, so camera handling noise is less of a problem.
Sure.
So they're not ideal for everything, but they... For less than $400, if you're going to have to be responsible for your audio, you should have a shotgun mic and you should have a cardioid mic inside of your kit.
Yep.
Just my opinion.
Now, I have a new love in the sound in the mic field. It's the MKE600.
Yes.
And it really is like I was shocked. I was like, this can't be.
Amazing and the price point is crazy.
$240.
What's up with that?
It breaks my rule of if your mic takes a battery, it's not a good mic.
And I always say that rule because of you.
Except for the 600, it's actually true.
Really?
I've never used a microphone that took an onboard battery.
Can you get one for free?
No, I'm not.
No,
even
I'm just
shilling
playing.
for them.
I'm just
Believe it or not.
playing.
By the way, I wish Sennheiser. I love your stuff. Just send stuff, please. Anyway, I like a lot of mics. That's the thing. I'm sort of like a junkie for mics. Look, Rode makes a ton of good stuff.
A lot of great stuff.
By the way, Marshall. MXL making
What?
mics that we're using their mics.
Oh, that's right.
now.
It is their brand.
Yeah,
and these are dynamic mics.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is a great mic for interviews, for journalism.
Absolutely,
that sort of thing.
And great in all weather conditions.
Mm-hmm.
You do need to be close to the mic, though.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason that they use the Shure SM58, and you can't do a mic drop with a condenser mic. Let's be honest.
it's not going to happen.
That's all dynamic. If you want to do a mic drop, you need a dynamic mic.
Yes.
You want to be that.
If I had a nickel for every
person.
time I said that. If you
want to do a mic drop,
you need a dynamic mic. See, now I have 10 cents for every time I said it.
I'm going to put the sunglasses on soon.
I know, we're starting to,
okay.
It's getting to be about that time. But this mic allowed us to continue doing an interview with bagpipes blaring from like 10 feet
true.
away.
Yeah, I mean, they're not as sensitive as condenser mics, but that's one of the things that makes them ideal for this.
Yep.
And then the second one I did was on lighting, and we don't have to talk about that. But the show's going to start up in probably July. I want to have the episodes kind of packaged together. Once I start the show, it's every week.
Okay.
So it's going to be, one will go out every Sunday night for Monday, and
my
it's just
gosh.
going to be continuous, and I'm going.
So what kind of head start are you going to give yourself? How many episodes are you going to have in the
Maybe 4.
can? You're only going to give yourself a 4-episode lead?
Yeah, but fortunately, if this all works out, I'm actually going to have real sponsors this time.
Right.
So I'm going to be able to take 2 or 3 days out of every week and treat it like a job, unlike the daily video podcast, and I'm actually going to be able to create this content.
That's great.
And it's going to be free, and it's going to be on YouTube, it's going to be on Vimeo, it's going to be on the C47.
Okay.
And I think it's going to be good.
It's going to be great.
You're
a knowledgeable guy. You're probably the last
so
one
are
to
you.
recognize that, but you know more. You forgot more than I know.
No,
about
it's not true.
Believe me,
No.
I've seen you teach.
No, but I'm very excited that there's something else that I'm going to be able to do. I was talking about doing long form, paid training and stuff, and I didn't want to do that. I wanted stuff to be free for people. I think that's what people want. I want it to be short.
Yep.
And I want guests to be on there as well. So the idea is that,
You pointing at somebody over there?
No, you.
Oh, me!
Yeah, and other people in the industry. So I was talking to drone dudes today. I was like, come on the show. We'll do an episode with you.
Right.
And I want to sit down with filmmakers, and I want to talk to them about the craft. That'll probably be like every 4 to 6 episodes. We'll get somebody in from the industry to.
Yeah, those are the sponsorless episodes. Those are like those odd episode of X-Files that didn't relate. It was like kind of funny and it didn't tie into the plot. It was just kind of a throwaway. Like they needed a comedy episode or something. So that'll be the one where you're sitting with me. No one's gonna
like this episode.
This is perfect.
What is the name of the show that we're on right now?
Peter, what's the name of the show that we're on right now?
Peter, what's the name of the show we're on right now? Give me. What's a?
We don't have it. First of all, it's BeTerrific's coverage of Cinegear 2014.
Right.
But it has it's Cinegear 2014.
Okay, so my point was that this episode of BeTerrific sponsored by Adorama content of the people that we know and love episode. This is one of those throwaway episodes because you have me on the show.
Can't we just replay this every 4 to 6 weeks? Like, wow, it's sunny in New Jersey.
You have Sight, Sound, and Story coming up
in a week. Yes.
And that's going to be in New York.
Yeah.
And that's post-focused weekend of really amazing editors.
Yeah.
And it's going to be primarily June 13th and 14th, or
It's
just
actually
June 14th?
There's a pre-party on the 13th at Westside Tavern, so if you're out there and you want to have...
Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th. It's an unlucky day to have...
No, it's good. My kids are graduating that day. It's
Congratulations.
Gonna be fun. Yeah.
So then the 14th from...
I don't mean graduate from high school or college.
They're just graduating
they
from middle
graduate
school.
Yeah, exactly. But that's a big deal.
Yeah, for them.
Right.
What do we have? We've got... It's 10:30 to 10:30 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Right.
We've got a panel on documentary. Got a panel on TV with...
This is on the 14th.
This is on the 14th.
Yeah.
It's all day Saturday. Our TV panel's got the editors of Orange is the New Black, of House of Cards, Blue Bloods, and then we've got... Well, Michael Kahn is our closing night panel. He's been
small name.
Spielberg's editor for 34 years.
Just
you know,
a
it's a little track
yeah.
record.
Yeah.
On top of that, we have a really cool. We decided to do a sports docudrama panel. So the team that does HBO's 24/7. They're coming. They actually have just been shooting something. They're going to come and bring some of that footage and talk about how they turn all of that crazy amount of content into high quality programming with no time at all. Because it really feels like a film, but it's cut at the speed of a reality show, and it's insane.
I did.
What, you going to do it right now? Oh, okay.
Just had to.
You got to do it.
Yeah.
You got to make the hand signal.
I don't know. I think so.
Well, it's a cool box, and I do believe they're a sponsor, right, Peter?
Yeah, they could be. Well, they are now.
Cube?
Even if
we're
they're
just
not,
friends
we're
with them.
making you an honorary sponsor, and then I'm going to go out to Oregon right after your Sight, Sound, the Story. I'm going to do my third year of a 2-week film camp for teenagers, which
Very
I love
nice.
to do. And then in the end of July, I'm going to Scotland and doing like a 1 week intensive. Yeah, that'll be really fun. So,
all right, well,
it's a light and shoot. So that's what the whole idea is.
We have had too many requests at Manhattan Edit Workshop for
Yeah.
Digital Cinema Boot Camp. It needs to be retooled for a 4K universe.
We're going to do. When it comes out, we're going to do A7S with the Shogun. We're going to do digital Bolex.
Yep.
And that's not 4K, but that doesn't matter.
No, we can also do GH4 to
digital
Keep
cinema
Quad or
cameras,
something like that.
And then the Scion when it comes out, because we also have a relationship with AJA, and that'll be still Aja to me because of Steely Dan.
Always their best album.
Yeah.
Do you want to take us out with a little
Steve Gadd? you want a couple of like stick clicks?
Can you do it?
No. Damn it. One take, by the way.
Okay.
And you know they're notorious for how many? Yeah. So
one take, huh?
Yeah, one take.
Wow.
For Asia.
Yeah. Where are they now? They're touring with Dan Fogelberg and Jackson Brown. See him on the Dinosaur Tour at Nassau Coliseum. It's sad because like Journey's playing. Like, what is Journey now?
I was.
It's like a guy with a high-pitched voice with the rest of the band.
Who sings "Eye of the Tiger"? That starts with an S.
Survivor.
I was at Epcot Center with my family, and we're walking around, and it was the Food and Wine Week, and there was Survivor performing.
I actually saw. I was driving upstate, tiny little town, nothing going on, and then there's a Bob Seger singing at this
casino.
Not even that. It was just like some roadside place.
Roadside bar.
Everything's a cycle, Jim. Everything's a cycle. You
So,
go up, you come down.
I can't wait for another 20 years when there'll be two other more qualified people than I was saying.
Yes.
And I passed Jem on the street, and I was like, that poor
He had a
ass
cardboard
little
sign.
old man. Yeah, he's
Said,
like,
we'll drop pants for food. Just lock the doors,
will
roll up the windows.
Feed me for a lighting lesson.
Oh, please, that'll never happen.
Stop it.
They'll be working for you someday,
Yeah,
Jem.
right.
Like we all will.
Yeah.
So I think anything else you want to say? Anything else coming up for you?
No, I'm just glad I saw you because I was over there at Cannon's booth just saying hi, and then I saw you, and then I got to see a whole bunch of stuff.
Then he broke Michael's iPad.
I didn't break it.
Oh, sure you did. I saw you.
That is so messed. I'm up there. How did that even happen?
A gust of wind and a flimsy.
No, how did you even go to this area that I now broke the iPad? I love the fact that somebody else has broken the iPad. It's
And
like
now
three
it's
different
your
people.
fault.
Yeah, now it's me.
Yep. Well, I guess that's going to be. We're
Did
going to
I
go.
break the iPad?
Yeah, you totally broke the iPad. We're going to
Did
go.
I break
to
the iPad?
Yes, you broke.
No,
the
I
iPad.
did not. I willed it from the top of the stairs.
You have automatic mind command. He used the force from great distances to break this iPad.
Okay,
We're going to come back with the wrap-up show. I think that, or we're going to. Is that what's coming up next? All right, we're going to come back. That was great. It's always fun to talk to you.
You too.
It's just so easy.
It's because we interview each other.
We're like,
as opposed to,
we're the comfortable old shoe of interviewee.
And I love feeling short all the time.
Yes.
Do you know what it's like, by the way, to moderate a panel with Garrett Brown and Tab Kershaw?
I don't know Tab, but Garrett's quite large.
Yeah, but they're both towering giants over me,
and in their industry too.
Completely.
I know.
Both have had huge impact on camera movement.
Well, it's funny. We're going to be starting, instead of doing just post-specific panels and shows, we're going to move into production
So
because
we're gonna
Sight,
talk.
Sound, and Story includes Sight.
So
right?
we're going to talk.
So we're talking to maybe bringing Garrett Brown in to talk about his work and show some clips from his stuff. And, of course, we're at a big show for cinematographers. So if there's an ASC party later, I want to meet some of these guys.
Me too.
And see if any of them want to speak.
Let's try to
Come
get a
New York.
ticket.
We're not getting a ticket. We're getting in for free. We're going to sneak in.
No, that's what I mean by a ticket.
All you do is
ticket doesn't mean I paid for. I would need a band.
Go up to security, break an iPad Air on their head, and you just waltz right in. All right.
Thank you very much for for what is the name of the show again?
It is BeTerrific's live coverage of Cinegear 2014. We're going to go to this commercial break, and when we're back, we're going to do the wrap-up show and see how it all plays out from there. All right, over to you guys.
Cut.
Stop the pain. Stop the struggle. Other backpacks cause injury by encouraging improper use and improper posture. They're unbalanced and unsafe. Airback is the solution.
Should've gone airbag.
Airback's patented air support system makes it the most comfortable backpack in the world. Airback improves posture and spinal alignment. If it's not on your back, it can't hurt your back. Airback provides shock absorption and adjusts to fit any body type. It's a stylish solution that protects you and what you carry, like your laptop and other costly electronics. Airback makes you feel like you're carrying half the weight. Our unique air support system takes the weight off the back and helps prevent back injuries. Relax and be natural. And especially with her, you can notice how nice and straight she is. And also it's shock absorbent in case you're running for the bus or the airport. Now what I'm going to do while it's on your back, I'm going to take the air out, and then you'll feel what it's like to wear a regular backpack without the air system. So I'm just going to take it out while it's on you.
Wow.
How's that?
Heavy.
Do you want to wear it anymore?
No.
Which way do you want to wear it?
The other way.
Okay, thank you very much. Airback, the solution to a heavy backpack. Get yours today.
Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard that belongs with iPad. The iPad is a great tool, but to truly be able to leave your laptop behind, you need a keyboard. Bridge is a wireless Bluetooth keyboard for iPad. It has the same great aluminum fit and finish as your laptop, a terrific clamped clamshell laptop design, and a 10-hour battery. Onboard speakers are optional, but Bridge is not. Bridge boasts a full keyboard, large keys that are easy to type on, and Bridge is lightweight. Get the perfect viewing angle and typing angle every time. Bridge. Leave your laptop behind. To find out more or to order yours, log on to bridgekeyboards.com.
Mushroom Networks is an 8-year-old company based in San Diego. We have pioneered a technology called broadband bonding.
As publishers, we're working with large image and video files all the time. We need a high-speed connection that allows us to deliver this content quickly. We're also looking for power and reliability. And that's where the Truffle by Mushroom Network came in.
Mushroom Networks technology will be able to bring in the capability of adding more bandwidth and high nines reliability. We have several flavors of technology applied in different form factors. At the very low end, we have the Truffle Lite, which is a desktop small form factor unit, can aggregate up to 4 internet lines as well as 3G, 4G failover. For larger branch offices, we have the Truffle product line, can go all the way up to 12 ports of internet lines, again with the 3G, 4G failover. If your application is completely based on mobile and portable, we have the Portabella unit, which is a small form factor that can be carried around and powered by a battery.
By deploying a Truffle, we were able to combine a T1 with 2 business DSL lines to give us the speed that we needed.
We build our products based on a simple premise, and that is providing the best end-user experience over the internet for our clients.
When you work in film or photography, you're always going to have old technology. Come in here with a bunch of stuff that has been sitting around.
Whenever I have equipment back in my place that I'm not using anymore, come here and show it to them. They review it, make sure everything is functional and works perfectly. They take it, and I can either choose to get money in change of it, or make a trade and buy new equipment from it.
If you have a piece of used equipment,
gave me
a quote, doing it on the spot.
Way better than going on eBay for it. You can look at it here, you can talk with guys who really know what they're talking about.
So it's a lot better than Craigslist.
Put it in your camera, see if it works in front of you.
There's a convenience factor, certainly, to having someone handle all of that for you, and buying.
People here over and over again, you're all wonderful, and the price it's going to be, and you're very, very easily to pick anything I need.
It's been a great experience thus far. I think staff is very knowledgeable, friendly.
Generally a good experience overall.
I'm an event photographer.
Or an editor from New York.
I'm an amateur photographer, and I love coming to the used department here at Adorama because the people here are wonderful. The items that they have are always of the top quality, and it's a great experience overall.
This new product is called Bridge. It's a Kickstarter funded project, and it's a companion product to the iPad, but it's phenomenal. I think that it's going to do great, and I think you're going to love it. I certainly do. I travel a lot. I stay in hotel rooms like this one, and I like to travel light. If I take my iPad, it's great. I can play movies, I can play games, I can even answer emails and take notes at meetings, and I really like it for that. But the biggest drawback to the iPad is that I can't really edit documents on it that easily, and I can't write documents or write long emails on it. But now you can. Bridge turns your iPad into a laptop.
We wanted something that really felt like it belonged with the iPad.
It connects to your iPad two ways. The first way is Bluetooth. That's how you connect to the iPad and are able to type with it. Secondly, it connects to your iPad with these hinges that lock your iPad into place. You can dangle your iPad from it, it holds it so tight, and it allows it to close and open easily. Just like the smart cover, this puts your iPad to sleep when you close it and wakes it when you open it. Bridge is made from the same kind of aluminum that your iPad is made out of. And it's a really nice, solid keyboard. The build, fit, and finish here are second to none. It's got Bluetooth speakers that allow you to play your music, videos, or any kind of sound right from your iPad. And the battery life lasts as long as your iPad does. It feels very substantial, feels good together, and it's about as slim together as a MacBook Air. Now, it allows you to do all sorts of wonderful things. You can create Pages documents. You can edit documents. You can type long emails. I've written several of them.
And essentially bridges the gap between a tablet and a laptop.
And you can easily pop your iPad out and just run on the go, read a book, or do whatever you would normally do with your iPad. Tremendous product, reasonable price, and if you're on a budget, you can check out the new, cheaper plastic Bridge. I think you're going to love Bridge. Check it out at bridgekeyboards.com.
This is your Planet 5D wrap-up show here at Cinegear 2000. 14. It's like a backup singer. 2014 on BeTerrific, brought to you by Adorama. And
providing harmonies.
by the way, if you've been watching all day, we smashed an iPad before by accident on a crappy tripod that blew over. We weren't using something cool like a Liebeck, who's next to us. You got to get Liebeck tripods and sliders because obviously their stuff is really good. They're a sponsor of Planet 5D. We'll get to that in a second, but.
Have you seen that kit, by the way, where you get the slider and the tripod and the
Yeah,
head all in one
it's
kit?
pretty amazing. We're going to talk
awesome.
about that.
And it's under $1,000. Hey!
It is backup singers. Anyway, so we smashed the iPad, but I was going to say, you know where we're going to get a new iPad? Adorama.
Exactly.
Exactly.
They
We're
have
gonna
a replacement policy.
I'm going to go see Ben, and I'm going to get a good deal on a new iPad because of Ben. And they do have a replacement policy, but I wasn't smart enough to take it that time. And I realized that iPad did not have Apple Care, even though I usually buy it. So that will be out of pocket.
That one's out of pocket.
Whose
That's one to
pocket?
learn on.
But I know that Ben will take will take pity on me and give us a good deal, as he will give you a good deal if you go into the Adorama Superstore and you ask for Ben and you tell him that Michael Artis or BeTerrific sent you. All right.
Hi from Adorama.
Yes. So, wow, look at that plug.
I'm sorry, Adorama.
And so they're a sponsor of Planet 5D,
Yes, they are.
Liebeck. They make great tripods, and if we'd only used those, we wouldn't have been in a casualty like
Do
this.
you know they have a giveaway or a contest going on now? Did he tell you about that?
That doesn't help me.
Okay. Anyway.
But yes,
they have
that's
a
great.
1-minute film contest going on. Look at liebecksales.com.
And they've got the Alex, which is amazing slider, and you can get a whole thing, like you said, for $1,000. And I love how they can turn it vertically or horizontally.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It gives you, what, 2 75mm ball heads, a slider, and legs for under $1,000. You really can't.
I thought it was one ball head.
What if I already have
that
two
one, that's got-
balls?
Oh boy! See, there's
Heads.
the head down there, and then there's the other head right there.
Right, it gives you both.
But that's an extra.
No, I
No,
think
it comes with the kit.
with the kit.
For under $1,000.
I'm wrong.
Hold on,
I'm
Jose,
wrong.
Jose.
Ole,
Jose.
ole.
All right, we will get that straightened out. To answer a question from you before about Filmic, I got an answer from Neil.
Yep.
Within 30 days, this beta version of Filmic Pro will be released with the live HDMI out that we have, and maybe some tweaks will be done to that and to the app itself. If you buy Filmic now, you'll get it as a free update. If you already have it like us, you'll get it as a free update. And we've become beta testers for this, even though I'll have to get them a new UDID for the next iPad.
What?
Never mind. It's UFO. So what did you think of day 2? This is our final wrap-up show here at Cinegear. It's been a lot of fun, and it's our final day here. What did you think?
I loved it. I love meeting all the people that I've met today.
It really is about the people. I'm starting
It
to
is
believe
about
that.
the people.
Talking to people, having fun with them. I met Tom, who does all the electric and lighting here for Paramount Pictures.
I did see something cool.
All right, so I don't want to talk about a bathroom. No,
You keep
what,
asking me. What
did you see
today?
that was cool?
What'd you see? I saw a 98-inch, not 100.
Yeah.
2 inches short.
That's
4K TV. Let's not go there, Michael. Let's not go
Michael
there.
knows 2 inches when he.
Yeah, never mind.
All right.
This is
so,
an X-rated show. I'm sorry.
A 98-inch 4K plasma.
TV.
Plasma
No,
or LCD?
LED.
LED. And whose is it?
Panasonic.
Wow, how much?
30,000.
That was not timed.
That was not intentional.
Uh,
it's incredible.
This is my first on-camera sneeze. I've had a cold the whole
bless
time,
you.
and I've been, am I going to sneeze?
You've had a cold? You never told me that.
I'm stoic like that. I didn't want you to worry
Wow,
about me.
that's terrific. Oh, but that's
Being
why you
terrific.
were not feeling well.
Yes,
yes,
because
sir.
I'm not feeling well.
Oh, now
That's why
I'm going to
you're
get
so
sick.
loopy.
Oh,
I'm doing
no.
okay. Yeah, it's all the drugs, though, man.
Oh, now I'm going to get sick, and then my son Jack's going to get sick. Oh,
not
now.
Giacomo.
Oh, this is it. I'm a germaphobe and a worrywart, and that, if you didn't tell me that, I would have been fine. And now I'm going to worry, and I'm going to
That will make you sick. The
You know
worry.
that Coke that I gave you back there?
Yeah.
30% backwash. You're doomed.
Oh. Okay, so now I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get a
I'm
cold.
not gonna get sick. It was an airplane thing. All the piped, all that.
I got it. You're good now.
So you're
Okay.
fine.
So,
98
did you
inch.
see? Okay, 98
Go ahead.
inch. When is it available?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
How do you fit it in your room? How big does the wall have
Well,
to
for
be?
$30,000, you build another house for it.
I guess
Well,
that's right.
I got a kick out of the Panasonic guy that I was talking to, Tom. Way to go, Tom. He says, well, we're going to sell a lot of those to the, like the 1.5%ers that can afford this kind of stuff. So,
Did you refer to them as the 1%ers?
well, I think he said the 1% of the 1%ers. So,
Well, here's the problem with that TV, though, is that I know this from years ago. We did a campaign with I think it was Panasonic with the 120-inch TV, and the problem was that you couldn't fit it through doors. Seriously.
Yeah.
So the only place it
Gotta
could fit
build the
through was
house.
really loading docks, or you had to put it in before you built the house, which also meant that if it went bad even 20 years from now, you had to rip the house apart to get it out, or you had to build the house knowing you were putting this in and somehow build like every door bigger, because it's not just the door to the house, it's the door to the room you're going to put it in.
Why won't it fit into the door?
Too big.
It's too wide. I would love to have this problem.
It's too.
I would just love to have this problem.
It's flat.
It's too. The dimensions.
120 inches is. Oh yeah.
A door is 72
but that's
inches.
a diagonal measure. So how high is it?
Let's not be silly. Just go with Michael's story. It works. Okay.
Right.
Just go with it.
Put it on 2 furniture dollies and roll it in.
So it'll be interesting. But my question is it up-res or is it real 4K? Because Canon has this monitor over there that's truly amazing. And they're claiming it's 4K, but it's up-res, which, you know what? At the end of the day, it looks amazing. So, and it really does some amazing things, color correction and stuff in the monitor on set. And then you can save that color correction and you can bring it to your to your edit room. But and that's $30,000 and it's 32 inches, so maybe 100 is a better deal. Or 98. Maybe it fits in a door at 98. Maybe that's the key. Maybe they learned their lesson. So do you know if it's upscaled or if it's real 4K?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay.
Sorry.
I didn't. He's not in the market for it. He wish he had the problem.
He wants to have answered and you didn't ask it.
I'll tell you one thing: it can't fit on boats. There's no boat in the world that you could, like a lot of people like to put these big ones on yachts. It won't go on. Well, I'm sure there's something.
Again, I'd love to have that problem.
Yes.
Yes, it's true.
Yes.
When I get my yacht, I'll make sure to fit 120.
You will have a yacht now that you announced the Padcaster Sport today. I mean, not today you won't have a yacht, but I predict within 5 years.
I'm not Shark Tank. No way. I can't do it.
Within 5 years.
This is a prediction.
This is a prediction. Live prediction. Within 5 years, you will be making so much money it's obscene. You will be doing better than you ever dreamed because of your Padcaster and the Padcaster Sport and whatever future iterations you come out with, because of the evolution of not only what you're making, the iPhones, iPads, and the space in general. I mean, everybody was really excited about the mobile media kits from MXL here. Everybody was excited about what we're doing. In fact, there were bigger crowds around us and what we're doing and with the iPad and the Padcaster than there were at Canon's booth. And right across the street, and it was truly amazing. And the fact that what we were doing was really groundbreaking was amazing. But the other thing is that people tried to buy Padcasters from us live while we were live on air. That's how badly they wanted these things. Seriously, some guy walked up and was trying to buy it while we were on air. He's like, so how much can I buy this right now? I'm like, excuse me, we're broadcasting here. And people would walk up and play with everything. They would change our camera shots and stuff. Yeah.
No, they have no respect for the fact that we're actually using these to do something.
Right.
What's the microphone for? I don't know. Well, see, they don't recognize the fact that if those were like real video cameras, they would know.
They are real video cameras.
But pointing an iPhone at us.
So this guy says, everybody asks him why he doesn't do video for Planet 5D, and he says it takes too long. And I've been trying to get him on the iFilmmaking bandwagon. And he says, well, I did it at NAB. And the key is he could use his iPhone with his little Rode set up here and these little Rode lenses.
Here, let me unscrew those lenses.
No, don't touch. Stay away.
He could plug in an MXL Mobile Media 130 mic and have a BeTerrific mic flag on it, or Planet 5D, and he could be turning these things instantly, or streaming them live. And
that's the thing. You could go on. You could do a live stream thing, or you could do live on YouTube.
I could, but you know what, Michael?
What?
I'd much rather talk to the person than to broadcast it live.
But then you got to write something up. Isn't that tedious?
No, I don't do that either.
Who works at Planet 5D?
Nobody. No, I do.
Yeah.
But I mean, when I come to this environment, I used to shoot all those little videos.
It took forever.
And it took forever. And even this way, I love the idea of doing that, and I do have it set up to do that. But I found myself just being fascinated in the personal interactions, and although I love my Planet 5D readers, I'd just rather build the relationship and then feed that to you later.
But couldn't you do that and then do an interview? Okay, let me do an interview now.
I could.
Yeah.
I could.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him on this.
By the way, can you answer? How do you get these cool BeTerrific flags. These are awesome.
You'd have thank you. They are awesome, and you'd have to talk to Peter Poon because he takes care of all those details. He's amazing. He works behind the scenes here. He's my partner in BeTerrific. And yeah, but you can't buy it directly from Ryko. They won't. It's a Ryko flag. They're really great.
These printed, or do you buy
No, you buy it printed.
Printed. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you send your
the
logo.
artwork,
Yeah, and I think it's. Hey, is it onairmikeflags.com or mikeflags.com or one of those things? MikeFlags.com. There you go. You upload your artwork, they send you a proof, and then you go, oh, okay, I'll take that. And then one of them got screwed up somehow, and they sent us an extra one.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
these are quite nice.
Thank you. Yeah.
Every once in a while I'm out in the street doing these interviews on the iPad.
And don't wave your microphone while you're trying to talk into it. Michael taught me that
So
yesterday.
I usually do that, and I'll wave it in front of people.
There you go.
And we made our own little Padcaster one and
Yeah.
stuck it out. It was on paper.
You should just go with the BeTerrific ones.
Yes, maybe I should just. My eyes are spinning. I will be a BeTerrific correspondent.
But honestly, we can hook you up with whoever it is, and I think it's MikeFlags.com, and you'll have the Padcaster ones.
Yeah, well, I like this mic, and I'm going to start using because I have like this
Yeah.
super long game show mic.
Right.
And it's kind of.
Oh yeah, you're like Bob Barker.
I got the giant Bob Barker mic. I'm out in the street.
Remember to
with the thing.
spay and neuter your pets.
Yes.
We could get one side with BeTerrific, the other side with Padcaster.
And then the third side with Planet 5D.
There you go. Oh, look at that.
The perfect triad.
There you
Yes.
go. It was born right here, gentlemen.
Exactly. But yeah, there's where you go. And you got to. Don't you have one of these from Perry? Hasn't he hooked you up? Perry Goldstein from MXL Marshall?
Who's Perry Goldstein?
The.
Just kidding. Actually, we're putting together these kits.
Yeah.
So one of our Padcaster kits has this. What is it? The
Yeah.
MME.
The MM130, yeah.
MM130 with the breakout cable, and it has a tripod, an F&V LED light,
Wow.
and a little lens.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's basically going to be a sub $400 all-in-one turnkey solution for your iPad.
Very nice.
And there will be a more expensive one
Yeah.
that has a higher end, like a shotgun mic.
Right.
That I wish these guys made. They just don't. They don't
Right,
make it.
they don't make it.
Well, not in the configuration I want. They
Right.
actually make it, but it doesn't come in a mount. And another F&V light that's a little more robust, and then some of the gear that I used in the spot.
Yeah.
Because people are like, "Where do I get that stuff?" I want
Of
that
course,
spot."
they want that
You know,
stuff.
that spot.
The spot that he can't really talk about, but I'll talk
the one
about
that
it.
everybody's seen, the Apple one.
So somebody comes up to me today and say, "Is that the guy from the Apple commercial?" And I said, "Yes." And he goes, "And is that the product from the Apple commercial?" And I go, "Yes." And he goes, "Can I buy it?" And I go, "Yes." And he goes, "Now?" And I go, "Yes." And he goes, "Okay, how?" I go, "Go to thepadcaster.com on your phone and buy it, or go to adorama.com and buy it."
Yeah.
But yeah.
Either place is actually.
So
perfect.
what did you have? What was the setup that you had in that commercial? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, Manfrotto. Was it the BHDV? What is it? What's the?
Oh, you're using the monopod, right?
The monopod.
It's the
what it was.
What? Say it again.
BHVD.
BHVD
561.
561. It's the older one though. It's
Oh,
not.
sorry.
It's like first generation of the Doc Ock claw bottom thing.
The claw.
I loved it, and I had to have it immediately.
Yeah, no,
So-
it's the greatest monopod ever. We've got 2 or 3.
And so there was that on it.
Probably should have used that instead of this tripod.
It probably would have worked better than that tripod.
You can kind of leave it up on that monopod.
You know what? It's
For a second.
I had a 7D with, thank God, a Sigma zoom on it.
Yeah.
And I left it sitting for.
Are you saying Sigmas are no good?
Well, it was a used Sigma zoom that when my kids want to take pictures, and it went smash, landed on the nose. Lens did not actually get destroyed. The lens cap was on. The action was a little tighter.
Yeah.
I'd like to say, but I didn't like that it fell. That stank.
Yeah.
So the rest of the kit was Apogee Jam and a Rode video mic.
All right.
And a Vivitar wide angle.
Sure.
Very simple setup.
Do you have anything extra for the Rode video mic to plug in, or does it just go straight in?
No, the Rode doesn't plug directly in, and a lot of people buy that mic and then they go into the headphone jack with it, and they're like, "Why doesn't my mic work?"
Yeah, that's
you
why I
need
was-
an audio interface. An Apogee Jam is
Okay, is that what it is?
You know what's interesting too? We found out recently, Josh and I, that you can use this Zoom H6 and go out USB, which we're doing now, into the Paladin switcher. But instead of doing that, you can go into iPad mode, out USB into iPad mode, plug it into the camera connection kit, and go in Lightning, and now you've got stereo audio into your Lightning, and you've got up to 6 channels that you can.
And Filmic recognizes it.
And Filmic recognizes
but not
it.
6 isolated channels.
Right, no, two.
It'll only recognize two.
Right.
That's great. Actually, I have this little Fostex AR101.
Yeah.
It's a little top mount, shoe mount thing. The preamps are pretty lousy, but it's got these two built-in mics. They pop off, and it gives you two mini plugs. The Rode resolves in a mini. Put that right next to it, and you can do two mics for an interviewee situation.
Huh.
And it's $100, I think, something like that. Pretty
So
easy.
we've seen some pretty cool stuff here. Wooden camera, Roscoe lighting, Schneider lenses. We've seen this innovative cart, which is unbelievable. We've seen Think Tank. We've seen all this stuff here. What do you think was your favorite thing of the show? And Movi, by the way. Don't forget Movi.
Yeah, I only saw, that stuff because you brought it over, so I didn't really see the Movi thing, although that absolutely takes my breath away, the whole rig. And we're going to use it in a couple of weeks, which is sort of cool.
Very cool.
I hope it works inside of a very thick school building. I mean, does it need to have a connection to a satellite the whole time, or just a calibrator?
We can go ask them when we go say goodbye to them. So we'll find that out. I don't think it needs it the whole time. I think just to calibrate. So if we go outside, we get the calibration and then don't turn it off.
Yeah, it couldn't possibly need it the whole time because it wouldn't ever be able to have it all the time. So it was very impressive. But actually, the thing I liked the most was probably the Felix light kits. Those cool little, they're low cost, super compact, incredibly accurate lights.
These lights are amazing. We're using them now. The Felix light kits. They're amazing. They've hooked us up with those, and they're phenomenal. They're just unbelievable, and I love them. They're the Felix lights, and I think they're available at Adorama as well. And they're just tremendous. They are really cool. We had Roscoe Lighting on before. I liked them. Then we had Cineo on. They're a sponsor of yours. I like them as well. The Matchstick came out. It's really hard to pick a favorite of Cinegear 2014. I know exactly what I'm going to pick. Do you have a favorite?
Did you guys see this? It's from Walter Klassen. I had to look it up because I don't remember the name. The Movi rig that.
Yes, on the double backpack. Yes, we saw that. Yeah,
really,
that was pretty cool.
I would love that because
then Mitch doesn't have to do any work.
Well, no,
I could not hold a Movi for longer than
you
5 minutes.
put that double arm thing in your airbag. Backpack. Backpack with the two arms coming down, and then you're done.
Yeah.
Walk around all day long.
Now the Movi gets heavy after a while. You've experienced that.
I am not going to. I don't think I'll be able to shoot the whole video that we're doing with just by holding it in two hands.
Right, yeah,
that's why you need one of those.
It's exactly what. Are they for sale?
Yes.
How much do they cost?
I don't know. We're going to have to find out.
I think it was 8,000.
I would tell you this.
Did you say 8,000?
Somebody said that. I don't know if that's right.
I don't know. We'll have to find that out. That seems a lot for what it was.
I could be wrong.
So I think that my favorite thing of Cinegear was actually doing this broadcast. I think that,
it's very innovative.
I'm not trying to beat my own drum or BeTerrific's drum or your drum for being part of this or your drum for being part of it or Marshall's drum or anything else. But my favorite part of Cinegear was, I don't think you guys have even fully taken this in yet, but we've now done a production on Paramount's back lot.
Hey, that's right.
Oh! So, I mean,
insurance here.
That is the coolest thing, I think, and to me, the coolest thing, and that we've done it in such a groundbreaking way with so much cool tech, with the iPhones and iPads as our only devices, the Mushroom Networks giving us our internet, the Paladin as our switcher, the MXL mics, the Marshall monitors, the innovative cart. So many people helped us do this. It's kind of like a group effort. And the InstaCube here so our audience could participate. The bridge keyboard to keep the notes going. These cool tether tools and Matthew's stands and everything. To me, this has been the coolest thing at Cinegear, and I'm not trying to just play this up. I'm a very honest guy. I'm happy to pick the next guy's thing or whatever. I've never picked a broadcast as the coolest thing. But doing it with you guys, we've never worked together like this before. You were awesome. We had fun, and it was all crazy, happened really quick, last minute, and it was very trying, but it was a lot of fun. And Peter Poon did an amazing job and made all this happen. And
falling apart.
And so, to me, that's the best thing of Cinegear. I do love that Canon monitor. I do love what Wooden Camera had. And if I had to pick a favorite, honestly, other than this broadcast, it's the Padcaster Sport. I can't wait to have that. I love iFilmmaking, and I can't wait to see this grow. I mean, what we've been doing with Subway and Bentley and all this stuff, it's truly remarkable. So,
that's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, and we've met so many great people doing this broadcast who have helped us out. Tom, we got some great stories from him. He does the lighting here, and the ghost stories he was telling us about being on Paramount's back lot and letting me take a golf cart for a spin so I could feel like a director. And
He said, come back. He's going to take me back when I come into town and bring me on a movie set if they're filming. And give my kid a tour, Jack, and meeting, some DPs on the way out last night, or, hanging out with you guys and doing all this stuff. I mean, and Jacob Ali has done such a great job, and he's a former, U.S. Air Force guy. And so to, help him shape his new career, his next career, the Hollywood high school kids. I mean, to give back to them and show them their first live broadcast. They're hanging out back there as we wind down,
eating In-N-Out Burger.
But I had one of them interviewed me before, and so it's their first interview and their first live exposure, and so they get. This whole thing.
I want to go back and watch all the shows. Are they going to be online?
They will be all online. YouTube.com/BeTerrificTV. We're also going to put them up on BeTerrific.com, and I believe we've recorded them all, so we can cut them up into segments, which I'd like to do. And I believe that they.
Were you recording the iPad wasn't being recorded?
It wasn't live.
I'd love to have that as a blooper.
That was my favorite
I think
part.
I'll post them on Planet5D.com.
That would be awesome.
All right?
Yeah, and haven't you been putting the embed up or no?
Yeah, the embed's up.
Okay,
yes.
great. Yeah, so Planet 5D'ers, hi, we love you. Thank you for watching. I just think there's a lot of this is awesome, and there's a lot of love, and we've learned a lot in doing this, and we'll do it again.
All right. Maddie, if you're watching, my daughter.
Yeah.
Right over there, I found out that they filmed Glee, the TV show. Right over there. Her favorite show.
She's probably excited. You better take a picture. She's going to be so excited. I love that some of these are facades and some of them actually have stuff inside that they can shoot. And I love that Porsche Cayenne. I think my wife said it best. I said, honey, I did a FaceTime with her before this morning, showed her this whole Paramount lot. Amazing what you can do with technology,
Is this supposed to be like a New York? It's just
this is
you have
Brooklyn.
to look at the name of the streets.
This
there's
is Brooklyn.
New York and there's
This is
Chicago
like Brooklyn, and then you've got the New
That's
York
ridiculous.
pizza places down there and stuff. And and this could
Oh,
also probably
that's why they call it a back lot.
This could probably also be Boston a little bit too. So there's this Porsche Cayenne with this huge rig on top of the roof, and I showed that to my wife, and she goes, "Well, why would you use a Cayenne for that?" And I went, that's a really good point.
Because if you can use a Cayenne for it, you use a Cayenne for it.
But what do you need? You could have spent. You don't need to spend $100,000 on the vehicle. It could have been a Tahoe for $50,000.
The same question is, why do they put pretty girls giving out water? To attract attention.
What's the answer to that?
To attract attention.
And I love Free Fly and Movi and what they did. So I got to thank our sponsors, and please support our sponsors so we can continue to do this for you at all sorts of great shows. First of all, let me thank CloudcastTV.com. They're amazing. You got to get with them for all your broadcasting needs, for all your broadcasting distribution. The networks are with them. A lot of people like us are with them. Got to get with them. Of course, I got to thank Mushroom Networks. Mushroom Networks has been amazing. Their device is just remarkable. You plug it in, you turn it on, it works. That's it, period. 8 USB modems, and we are streaming, and we're pulling from all of them. Of course, I have to thank Paladin, yourpaladin.com. Their switcher is unbelievable. It's worked. It's gotten our iPhones and switching and iPad and everything. Bridge Keyboards. Bridge Keyboards is amazing. Go to bridgekeyboards.com. This is one of my favorite
Don't break
products
another
ever.
iPad.
And
I'm being careful.
This bridges the gap between the iPad and a laptop.
Why would you? I don't know why you'd get I guess I know why you get a MacBook Air, but honestly, it kind of eliminates the need for.
It does.
For basic computing. If you're going to do some, you can't do obviously. Well, you can do editing on it.
Yes, you can. I was going to say this eliminates the need for a laptop. Period. I think. So, bridgekeyboards.com having a Father's Day sale. Go on there. It's awesome. Airbag. You tired of carrying stuff that hurts your back? Carry the Airbag. It lightens the load. It shifts the weight you carry, and it's amazing. Airbag.com. AIRBAC. Of course, Adorama. We love Adorama. Go to Adorama, buy all your gear from there. Say hello to Ben in the New York City Superstore. He'll give you a great deal if you tell him that BeTerrific or Michael Arts has sent you. And other than that, you can go shop online at Adorama.com. Of course, we love this InstaCube. It has allowed us to engage you, the audience, show you behind-the-scenes photos and stuff. And, it's great. It's a wireless digital photo frame that hooks up to your Instagram account, and that is the InstaCube. I just want to thank everybody who's made this special and been a part of it. MXL Marshall has been phenomenal. We love their monitors. We love their microphones, and they're great for iFilmmaking. We love it all. And, they're starting to pack up, so we got to wind this down.
Guys,
that might mean it's
5
over.
o'clock, man.
Do you have any closing thoughts? This is my first time at Cinegear. Do you have any closing thoughts in your mind about this whole thing, this whole experience, this groundbreaking thing we did?
You know, it's funny when you're in it and you're not, you know, you're thinking, you're not sort of like reflecting on it. You're just in it. They're like, oh my God, we got to, like, you're just sort of in real time. So, I don't know. I feel like, I said, somebody was just like, you're ahead of the curve. And I said, oh, it'd be the first time in my entire life I was ahead of the curve. I do feel like doing something like this is more the direction that people are going to be going with this. Right. And it was really nice to kind of get in on the ground floor of the experience. You know, bumps and all, whatever it was something that we were like, we didn't come in saying, we're going to pull this off. We said, are we going to pull this off? And nice to know the answer was ultimately yes.
And I think that ultimately you're going to have bumps in the road in any live production, no matter what. But you're going to specifically have it when you're pioneering something. And so, yes, we did have bumps in the road. Our audience, thank you for just rolling with them. We roll with them. A lot of them you don't even know because they happen behind the scenes. But realistically, this was awesome.
You've done a great job, Michael, and thank you for having me on part of the show.
Thank you for being on it. Thank you for doing this with me again. I can't wait for the next thing. Maybe IBC, if not NAB 2015.
What?
And maybe we should start doing something more regularly, which we've talked about.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, you know, I don't have anything else to say. I just want to thank you guys, the viewers, for watching, giving us your time. Time is our most precious resource, and it's the best gift you can give anybody. So thank you for watching. Keep it locked here, and keep coming back and support our sponsors. But thank you. We hope that you really enjoyed this coverage and got as much out of it as we had fun doing it.
It's a blast.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
I'm Michael Artis
Thank you,
from
Michael.
Cinegear from Paramount Studios, the back lot. We're doing a production here. Oh, my God. I just got the chills.
I did, too.
Be terrific.